Copyright information. Merciless. Book 4 of Coterie of Mages.
100 Halls Universe Series.
Copyright 2025 by Thomas K. Carpenter.
Chapter 1.
Blake gleefully watched from behind the grandfather clock as his younger sister Jacqueline, wearing the stupid tiara he hated, skipped into her vast bedroom, the one that was bigger than his because their mother thought that since she was the only girl she needed the space. Jacqueline stopped short, jaw-dropping in horror when she saw the gift he'd left her. Broken plastic or cloth limbs lay in a jagged circle around the headless body of her favorite stuffed bear, Bunchy, with white fluff spilled onto the Moroccan rug like snow. A shrill scream was followed by a heavy door slam. He crept over and listened carefully, catching her quiet sobbing and not a call to their parents. Good. She knew better this time. Blake sat outside on the pristine white couch, legs swinging, hoping she'd come out so he could ask her how Bunchy was doing, but Jacqueline stayed in her room long enough he got bored and went exploring through the west wing. The sound of laughter drew Blake to the lower level, where he found his older brother Spencer, in the hunting den with a group of his fellow first years at Coterie of Mages. Blake hid around the corner, listening to their conversation about progress through the Obelisk. Half the concepts and many of the words Blake didn't understand, but he understood the language of power.
Idiots thought we'd honor a truce.
You don't talk about my brother like that without consequences, said Spencer with a cigar in his fingers, smoke twirling upward. His friends laughed, and the next part of the conversation told Blake that at least one of the other group had died horribly in a spell trap. Blake wasn't sure why he was smiling, but it felt good to know he was related to Spencer. Talk turned to the women of Coterie, which bored Blake. He wanted to hear more about how they'd punished the other teams, how they used their spells and wit to crush them, not hear about the stupid girls at Coterie. Couldn't they understand they were a distraction? He was so disgusted, he didn't hear the scuff of leather shoes across the carpet until they were upon him.
What do you think you're doing, Flake?
His older brother grabbed him by the back of his collar, hauling him into the den. Suddenly he was surrounded, feeling like bait in water filled with sharks.
Do you like spying?
Do you know what I do to spies in Coterie? Asked Spencer.
I didn't hear anything, said Blake. Don't look at me, you little shit, said Spencer.
Blake averted his eyes, staring at the row of expensive Italian leather shoes. His brother was saying something when a grin formed on Blake's lips.
Is something funny?
Blake looked up into his brother's hard eyes. Did you get a discount for buying in bulk?
What? Asked Spencer. He's making fun of us, said one of his friends.
Blake grinned big right before a fist caught him in the stomach. The next thing he knew, he was being dragged across the carpet by the hair. He didn't want to scream, but didn't know how not to.
They hauled him into the family's practice room, where he wasn't allowed.
The smell of formaldehyde made his nose itch. Spencer released his hair and Blake fell to his knees, staring at the scarred walls. Blasts of sorcery looked like the drawings of his younger sister with a crayon. For the first time since his brother had grabbed him, Blake felt fear. It was the realization that this wasn't going to go as he'd expected.
Punishment for spying is time in the cage, said Spencer.
Blake didn't see a cage, and when he tried to turn to see if there was one on the back wall, someone cracked him across the back of the head.
Eyes front, Flake, said a voice from behind.
Who else knows the Eldritch Cage ritual? Asked Spencer. Before Blake knew it, he was kneeling in the center of the room, his knees aching on the hard concrete. He was both excited and scared. His brother never let him see him use magic, and especially not the rituals they learned from his private tutors or in Coterie, but this wasn't how he wanted to learn. No one was holding him, but Blake couldn't move as wind swirled, making him squint from the constant battering. Collective voices rose in volume as the droning chant left Blake dizzy and cold. When the ritual completed, he was surrounded by a cage of quivering dark energy. Spencer stared at him through the bars, scowling with menace, his lips slashing at an awkward angle.
Don't try to escape or you'll regret it.
I'll come back later before Mom and Dad get home, and you'd better not think of telling them, or this cage will seem like a trip to the Waldorf in comparison." Spencer and his friends left Blake in the cage, which was barely big enough to remain kneeling. He tried to shift into a sitting position, when his right shoe caught the bottom edge of the eldritch magic. Blake woke curled into a ball in the center of the cage.
It felt like his bones had been lit on fire. But he didn't sob.
He was too mad for that. Blake remembered what his father had told him when another kid had pushed him at the playground. "Once you let them do anything, you might as well get on your knees." Blake carefully maneuvered into a sitting position, taking extra care not to bump the cage. He knew his older brother was bigger, smarter, and more experienced, but that didn't matter.
He needed to get out.
If he didn't, his brother would just do it again the next time he made him mad, and then the next time, and the time after that. Keeping his flat hand vertical, Blake extended it towards the gap between the bars. He managed to get it through to the wrist, but as the hairs on his arms stood at attention and he shoved it further, his bones began to ache. By the time his forearm was halfway out, he could hardly keep his hand from shaking due to the pain, and he had to yank it back in. Blake held his arm to his chest, finding wetness on his upper lip that proved to be blood from his nose. He rolled a bead between forefinger and thumb until it was smeared across his fingerprints, which he wiped on his cheeks. The dark cage hummed, keeping him trapped, which made him angrier the longer he was forced to sit there. "No one does this to me." He kept thinking about how disappointed his father would be that he was in this position. Spencer wouldn't get punished, but he would, because he should have been paying attention. Their father would say he should have been cleverer, or run away before they could get him. Anything other than letting himself be caught. If you're willing to do anything, no one will mess with you. Blake imagined his brother and his friends laughing about what they'd done to him. Imagined them telling each other how much better they were than him, how his little brother was a fool, that he might as well be his sister Jacqueline, a soft, weak soul who would never amount to anything in the family or society. Blake hated his brother, but he hated himself more because he'd allowed himself to get in this situation.
But there was a way out, if he was brave enough.
No, not brave, he told himself. Ruthless enough. Bravery was for starry-eyed losers, a fact his father had repeated on numerous occasions.
The strong took what they wanted, and the weak just had to deal with it.
Blake pushed his arm through the gap again until his bones were on fire. Whimpers turned to grunts. Tears were squeezed back until he wanted to throw up. He knew he was thin enough, but could he muster the will? The moment his shoulder was shoved through the gap, blood burst from his nose, flooding down his lip until he could taste the warm coppery liquid.
But there was no more room for him between the bars.
The rest of his escape would require him to touch the bars, which would be pain beyond what he'd ever experienced.
"Don't be a coward."
Blake threw himself through the gap. He made it halfway out, his chest sizzling against the eldritch magics before he passed out. When he woke, the pain returned like a sledgehammer. He bashed his head against the concrete trying to escape, but he was wedged and he couldn't wiggle free. It was like someone had doused him in lighter fluid and lit him on fire. He wouldn't have been surprised if his eyes had popped from the heat, but there was no heat. Only pain. Blake had a single binary choice. Pull himself back in the cage and give up, or force himself through no matter the consequences.
But it wasn't really a choice.
Eldritch fire burned like the sun but would never leave a mark.
Not physically.
10 minutes later, when he stumbled into the den, the story on his brother's lips fell dead the moment they saw him.
The head wound from slamming his forehead on the concrete hadn't stopped bleeding, making him look like he'd been bathing in pig's blood. And he was twitching.
The overload of his nervous system made it hard to stay still, and under any other circumstances would have received derision from his brother, but not today.
"What the?" "Dolan, shut the fuck up," said Spencer, not taking his eyes off Blake. "In fact, all of you get the hell out of here.
Right now."
"Is he going to be okay?" "Not your circus, Dolan." He turned his head. Don't any of you speak a word of this or I'll cut your balls off and feed them to you myself.
The rest of Spencer's friends left without another word, but they couldn't keep their eyes off Blake either. He'd done something no one expected him to do.
Not even his brother.
Spencer knelt down in front of Blake.
Hey, buddy.
You look like you have some pretty bad wounds. We need to get medical care right away, but I have to ask you something first. Blake's answer was a bloody grin, which made Spencer recoil.
You can't tell Mom and Dad.
Especially Dad.
He'll take it out on us both.
You understand? Blake nodded.
Now tell me in your own words. What did I just say? If you ever lock me in a cage again, Dad is going to kill you.
Spencer opened his mouth but quickly closed it. Blake knew exactly what he was thinking. He would either have to kill his younger brother or never mess with him again. There was no middle ground, and for a moment he thought his brother had decided the harder path.
Just forget this ever happened, and I'll take you to the hospital.
Defiance rose up in Blake, but he knew he couldn't fight a prolonged war against his older brother, so he nodded. Once.
Let me put a blocker on that so you don't get blood all over my Porsche. After he was cleaned up, they got in the sleek car.
Spencer took one long look across before putting the car in gear. The entire ride, Blake couldn't help but smile because he'd realized something no one else did about himself. He was willing to do anything to win.
Chapter 2.
The first thing Zuri noticed, packed in with the other coterie students on their way into the Obelisk, was the smell of fear. She'd never thought of herself as having a particularly sensitive nose, but since losing her sight in Vicious during the eclipse, it felt at times like seeing smells as blotches of color rather than just sensing them through her nose.
Everything okay?
Whispered Iona, as they filed into the great dining hall.
You feel tense?
Overwhelming. The four of them took a table in the back right, which normally was reserved for first years because of its location, but they had Justine with them and didn't want the professors to notice. Looking across the great hall, Zuri saw dozens and dozens of soft lights, signaling the locations of everyone's personal protective trinkets. Maybe she wasn't aware of what everyone wore before, but it seemed like the students were even more layered than normal, which made sense given the state of the obelisk.
Don't be shy. There's no danger right now, said acting patron Sinclair.
A grunt from Orion turned her attention to their table.
Something wrong?
The big man didn't move, but she could hear the beating of his heart.
He was a trap waiting to be sprung. Nothing.
Zuri knew it was a lie. Iona probably did too, since the pair had been inseparable all summer, but she didn't say anything. When Orion got moody, it was best to let him work it out, rather than trying to get him to talk about it. As she waited for patron Sinclair to begin his address, Zuri heard the squeak of shoes on hardwood, and smelled the roasted meats and vegetables as the staff brought out the afternoon meal.
Everyone's looking at me, aren't they?
Zuri asked Iona.
This table?
Yeah, but it's hard to tell which one of us. For all I can guess, they're trying to figure out who Justine is. They'd had a long debate before the start of the year about Justine returning to the hall, and decided with the chaos and danger the obelisk presented, they didn't have the space to keep her hidden. And with their entrance delayed until the same timing as the first year's, the idea was that she wouldn't be noticed, but Zuri wasn't so sure now that they'd arrived.
Greetings, coterie, said patron Sinclair from the front of the room.
His sorcery-aided voice boomed across the hall, making the first years flinch.
And welcome back. It's been a long summer making our home safe for a return.
I would like to give a warm round of applause for our professors, and a few alumni that stayed through the summer, to clear out the infestation that overtook the obelisk. The thunderous clapping and enthusiastic whistling was the first time Zuri could remember a sense of hall camaraderie in her memory. There was a real appreciation for the professors, who had put their lives on the line.
Unfortunately, the job isn't finished, but we know the resilient students of coterie are ready for a challenge.
Tepid applause followed. Due to the extraordinary circumstances, we're suggesting the first years stay in groups while they move around the first level of the obelisk until coterie is back to normal. This recommendation goes for the returning classes too. We're seeing rather large monster clusters across all levels. Solo travel is not advised.
The next order of business is our new professor of phasology.
Please give a warm coterie welcome to Nikolai Dreadmarsh. Scattered applause welcomed the professor as he joined Sinclair at the center table. Zuri remembered meeting the hawk-nosed professor when she was still at St. Jude's. He was an unusual member of the Dreadmarsh clan, which was saying a lot, because he was known for his thorough scholarship. Nikolai had published dozens of books about the famous artifacts of the halls, and was regularly interviewed whenever there was interest in them. She was surprised he'd agreed to become a professor given his busy publishing and television circuit, but possibly Sinclair had offered incentives to lure him away.
Greetings, coterie. I'm not going to bore you with a long speech.
Zuri thought something was wrong when he sat down. Clearly Sinclair did too, because he had barely gotten to his spot when he had to return to the podium. Thank you, Nikolai, said Sinclair, checking back to the professor's table. Before I get to the next announcements, I would be remiss if I didn't. A great crash from the kitchen had everyone's chairs scuffing across the floor. A few students rose to their feet, and Patron Sinclair half-turned as if he were annoyed by the interruption. Then the double doors exploded outward, followed by a tentacle chasing a blurry figure, snatching him off his feet and dragging him back into the kitchen. Screams followed.
Coterie to me,
called Patron Sinclair. Zuri had no idea how the other students were experiencing the interruption and chaos that followed, but for her, it was less hectic because she couldn't see the dozens of students racing from the Great Hall, knocking each other over to escape, and while the glowing spots shifted wildly, mostly moving towards the exit in back, that wasn't what she had her gaze fixed upon. Though a wall blocked her vision into the kitchen, she could see the commotion clearly. A squat creature the size of an elephant, with 4 tentacles and a frog-like head, was tearing apart the interior.
We should get out of here, said Iona from her right. No, said Zuri, transfixed by the creature. Not yet. What's going on? I don't know, but I can see it.
The wall cracked with a huge boom as the monster chased kitchen staff into the main hall, snatching them up with tentacles and dropping them into its wide mouth. Its appearance was followed by volleys of sorcery from the professor's table, which washed over the creature without affecting it.
Come on, said Iona, dragging her away. The professors are taking care of it.
Zuri put her hand out. The professors were moving in concert, performing a powerful ritual.
No.
They're not.
They're going to trap the staff with the creature. Why? Asked Justine. I don't know.
Maybe they know they can't kill it, or something else.
They've had a whole summer in the obelisk.
Based on their reaction, this isn't the first time they've seen it, said Zuri.
Then what makes you think we can handle it? Asked Iona. We can't, but we can't leave the staff to it. We have to find a way to get them out.
Zuri expected arguments, but none came, which made her wish she could see their faces rather than their magical auras.
She knew why she was staying.
Guilt from what they'd done in Kaya Korsith still coursed through her veins. Innocent people and Fae had died because of their mistakes.
Come with me.
She intended to head towards the side doors, but she ran right into a chair that had been pushed into her space and tumbled to her knees hard.
A hand helped her up. Are you sure this is a good idea? Asked Iona. Lead us to the bust room.
The kitchens were not like a normal restaurant, with an employee entrance and other points of egress. Due to the dangerous nature of the obelisk, there was only one entrance, which was now being blocked off by the faculty. The bust room ran parallel to the Great Hall and the kitchens. Iona guessed the intent, and led them to a spot that should lead into the kitchens. With me, said Zuri, facing the wall with her hands up.
Earth magic.
4 sets of elemental earth slammed into the wall like an avalanche. The impact should have ripped a hole through it the size of a boulder, but when they were finished, the only sign that they'd used magic was the way the wall glowed with leftover phase.
It's protected, said Justine. Otherwise the monsters could get to them. Then how did that creature get in there? Asked Zuri.
No one answered. Orion, Iona, can you bash your way through? The moment before the pair struck the wall with their fists, she saw Iona glow from within. Zuri had witnessed this before, but not as intensely. Both Iona and Orion struck the barrier with force, but the reinforced structure barely dented.
That hurt, said Iona, shaking her hand. We need something heavier, said Orion. Would patron Malden work? Asked Justine.
The suggestion didn't make sense until she realized where they were standing. Iona and Orion grabbed the heavy bust of their patron, hauling it to the door.
They swung it like a battering ram.
1, 2, 3 and crash. The first impact cracked the wall. The second dented it further, releasing stone chips from the interior, and the third put a hole the size of a fist through.
It's working.
Within a minute there was a person-sized hole. Iona shouted through the gap.
This way. There's a way out.
No one came. The others were confused, but not Zuri. Once the professors blocked the other entrance, the creature had herded the staff into the kitchens, and was picking them off one by one.
We have to rescue them, said Zuri, stepping through the hole, but Iona pulled her back. You can't lead us. But I can see it. Then tell me as we go, said Iona.
Finding the creature wasn't difficult due to the screams. In the center of the kitchen, the enormous frog-like tentacle beast was grabbing staff and launching them into its wide mouth, as if it were a people-eating contest.
Blast it!
4 sets of sorceress magic impacted the creature, rolling off its hide like water off a slide and slamming into the nearby equipment. A mixing machine exploded, sending metal in all directions.
We didn't do a damn thing, said Iona. Yes, we did, said Orion. The creature turned towards them.
Zuri could see it fully because it was so infused with phase.
This also worried her.
It was a powerful being that shouldn't be in the obelisk. Keep it distracted, said Zuri, knowing that would put them in danger.
Justine, you lead the staff out. The 3 of them continued pelting the creature with sorcery, which only enraged it further.
This opened a window for the staff to escape, those that remained. As a line of white-coated kitchen workers hurried away, Zuri continued her assault. A tentacle nearly grabbed her, but Iona threw her out of the way, getting snatched up in her place, which drew Orion forward. He wrestled with a tentacle to free Iona, while Zuri tried to distract the monster with sorcery.
It won't let go.
Zuri searched for another solution. She spied a large canister that glowed faintly near the ovens, and worked her way towards it while keeping up her magic. She had no idea what it was for, possibly for fire suppression, but decided she didn't have time for a detailed inspection. Feeling around the cold metal, she found a ripped tab and a lever. She pulled the tab out and jammed the lever down, hearing an awful hissing from within the canister, and before it could hurt her, she launched it at the creature. The canister tumbled through the air and she thought it was going to miss, but the monster grabbed it with a tentacle and shoved it in its waiting mouth.
The reaction was immediate.
The monster started flailing around, letting go of Iona and smashing into the equipment. Zuri ran toward her friends.
She slammed a hip into a metal table, but kept going out of fear.
The 3 of them escaped through the hole in the wall, as the creature screeched and thrashed, destroying the kitchen. Come on, said Iona as they led the remaining kitchen staff, who were mostly crying and sobbing from the terror, towards the exit of the obelisk. They reached the exit cleanly and the staff wasted little time leaving. When everyone was gone, Zuri asked her friends, "Does anyone know what that creature was?"
It's familiar, but I don't know why, said Justine.
We'd better figure it out, because I have a feeling that won't be the last time we run into that monster.
Chapter 3.
Iona and her friends spent the first 2 weeks of school clearing out the area around their sweets. Gloomrens. Slices. A nasty pack of crystalline spiders that had infested the archway near the rock garden. For every dozen monsters they killed, it felt like half the number took their place immediately, and within a few days the original number returned. It was a treadmill of sorcery and to death. Justine remarked at one point that if they managed to survive, they'd be the most practiced mages to ever graduate from coterie.
"Hallway clear," said Orion.
He demanded to escort her to class. It was the safest area of the Obelisk due to heavy traffic from both students and faculty, but there was no reason to take chances. Eloise Carrington had barely survived being eaten by a creature that looked like a cross between a rabbit and a miniature dragon that was waiting outside of Professor Ravenscroft's Advanced Kemetic Runes class 2 days ago.
"You really should join me, Orion. It's not safe for you to wander around alone afterwards," she said, craning her neck.
He'd stopped growing so rapidly during the summer, but he was still 7 feet tall and weighed over a ton. They'd had to reinforce the SUV or the shocks would have snapped, and he was sleeping on the floor until they found a steel frame for the bed.
"Hallway safe."
Iona didn't agree, but didn't feel like arguing as she was exhausted from the constant battling. A migraine lingered behind her eyes at all times, day or night. While the student deaths had been remarkably low the first 2 weeks considering the circumstances, they'd lost a couple of first years and a third year who decided it wasn't worth the risk and removed themselves from coterie. Before heading into class, Iona beckoned Orion downward. She knew he hated to be reminded of his height, but decided that a kiss was worth it. She bit his lower lip as a reward, before letting him straighten. Iona strode into Professor Dreadmarsh's class, surprised at how packed the auditorium was with older students, until she remembered that none of the other groups were on the upper levels either, since it was too dangerous.
"Good afternoon, Miss Storm."
Her gut tightened with the surprise that he knew her name.
"Oh.
Hi, Professor."
He tilted his head. "Is Orion going to join us, or did he get stuck on a sentient goo ball?" "He was just escorting me to class," said Iona.
Professor Dreadmarsh approached the open door, so Iona lingered nearby.
"Not afraid of a little scholarship?"
Orion turned to leave.
"Don't turn your back on a professor, Orion. It's rude and unwise, especially in coterie. I knew your parents."
Orion stopped, which made Iona cringe inside. She could see the way his shoulders were rippling with anger. He turned his head slightly before storming away, forgetting the promise that he'd made to wait in the hallway. Worse was the way the professor smirked as he returned to the classroom, as if he'd intended to incite Orion to leave. Iona bit back a comment and looked for a seat, but the packed auditorium made it hard. Stranger still was the way the groups clustered together despite previous animosities. In good times there was space between the groups as they worried about tricks or sneak attacks, but the infestation had brought a fragile sense of cooperation to coterie. None of her group mates had wanted to attend class. Zuri was sleeping off a 30-hour battle session to retake the Golden Hallway on the 2nd level, and Justine was reading a tome called Portals, The Secret History of Realm Domination, promising to keep an eye on their slumbering friend. That left Iona by herself. She claimed a seat at the edge of the room, a decent distance from anyone from her year, which included the Siren Sisters for this class. As she settled in, Iona felt the familiar sideways glances of hostility from her fellow coterie students. Her rural Missouri background marked her as an outsider.
Pig girl. The girl who didn't belong. The girl who didn't earn it.
Those were the nicest things that the other students called her. The way they looked at her that day was not with derision but with fear. She saw it in the way they leaned away, or pulled their limbs close as if she might rip them off. Iona checked to make sure her fingernails hadn't extended suddenly, which they hadn't, but then a spike of anger ripped through her gut and she bared her sharp canines, which caused a collective leaning away. It had been 5 months since the transformation in Vicious, and even she wasn't used to it. While the majority of her features were unchanged, there was a sharpness to her cheeks, gaze, and teeth that was obvious to even the most oblivious observer. The white hair that she'd been born with had an almost luminous glow, as if it were being hit with invisible lights, and it was strong enough she thought she could make a garrote out of twisting a few strands together. "Greetings, coterie," said Professor Dreadmarsh, addressing the class from behind the desk at the front of the auditorium. His fingers were steepled together as he looked over the students, while behind him, the whiteboards were covered in tightly written scrawl denoting a dozen theories about the origins of phase, and why some creatures had developed the ability to use it.
I'm going to begin with a warning. If you're here because you're curious, he made air quotes, or because the rest of your group was attending, or simple interest about the new professor, I want you to get out. Now.
He extended his arm towards the door.
I am not joking.
I will not accept anything but excellence from any student that remains in this classroom, and I can be quite vengeful when my requirements are ignored. I agreed to return to coterie as a professor to teach students that are serious about their scholarship. I know things are different in the Obelisk at this time, but that's no reason not to give it your all. Sleep, after all, is a luxury of the poor and useless. The entire class looked around. No one wanted to be first to leave, but Iona could tell that many were questioning their attendance for the very reasons he'd laid out. When a group of second years rose, it set off a chain reaction, and within a minute 2/3 had left, leaving a scattering of students across the seats. Just like he had when he'd made Orion storm off, the professor looked pleased by the impact of his speech.
Excellent.
While I expect a few more of you will have regrets about your decision, for the rest of you who are here earnestly, I applaud your resilience. No one becomes great by shrinking from challenge. After that, Professor Dreadmarsh launched into his presentation. Iona had attended many classes during her time in coterie, but none were as fast-paced and informative as the professor's. He was a fire hose of information about phase and its effect on people and other creatures. It was one of the reasons she'd chosen to attend, hoping to understand her history and why she was like she was. Iona had never felt particularly good at taking notes, and this class challenged her more than any other, forcing her to scribble madly during the entirety, feeling like she was sprinting through a marathon. The other students kept stretching or massaging their hands, but Iona relied on her supernatural stamina to keep up.
Pens down.
I think that's a good start for this first class, said Professor Dreadmarsh. Bewildered and with a little tension headache behind her eyes, Iona was surprised to learn that the class had lasted 4 hours, considerably longer than any other she'd attended in coterie. Her notebook had at least 20 pages of notes in small handwriting, and she had to shake her hand out so it wouldn't cramp up. As she looked around, she realized a few more students had snuck out during the lecture. The entire class rose collectively, surging towards the exits, while Iona approached the professor who was putting away his notes.
How did you like the class, Miss Storm? Intense but informative. I'll admit I wasn't expecting you to stick around. I have high standards of scholarship. I worry with your background, you won't be able to meet them. I'll work extra hard.
He wagged his dark eyebrows in what she could only interpret as "we'll see." The professor shoved a notebook into his leather satchel.
Is there something you wish to ask? I'm interested in hearing more on the topic of humans gaining access to phase through supernatural origins.
When will that class be so I don't miss it? The professor's gaze flickered to the door, where he'd had the conversation with Orion.
You're not going to cherry-pick my lectures, are you? That would be extremely rude, especially for a girl of your background. No, Professor.
But as you know, things can happen in the Obelisk, and sometimes we're in the upper levels for days or weeks.
I want to make sure I don't miss that lecture. He made a noise in the back of his throat.
Greatness requires sacrifice, Miss Storm.
I know someone like you can't understand, but if you want to make it out of coterie alive, You're going to have to learn that fact.
Iona intended to ask another question, but he started putting away his notebooks and refused to make eye contact, so she shuffled out of the auditorium.
Greatness requires sacrifice, she muttered, thinking back to her first year with Fenris. Depends on who's getting sacrificed.
Chapter 4. Stinging sand whipped through the air, pelting Justine across the face. Her teammates cowered beneath their heavy garments until the gust fell to a light wind, but she was able to keep watch. A telltale shifting in the nearby sand dune had her crying out.
3 o'clock.
A second shimmering line formed from a second direction.
And 6 o'clock.
Tossing off her heavy cloak, Zuri shouted, Orion and Iona on 3, Justine with me on 6. Justine scurried across the sand, which wanted to swallow her wooden feet. The winds blew, making it painful for her friends, but she could keep watch. 50 feet, she told Zuri as they stood side by side with their hands up, readying a sorceress blast.
40.
30.
20.
The creature beneath the sand moved like a sidewinder, barely forming a dent in the surface, but then it burst outward, exposing its flower-like mouth as it shot towards them.
Now.
Twin sets of flame roiled over the sand, impacting the snake-like creature. They called them creepers because of the way they snuck up on them using the sand to hide, but once they were out of covering, the name was less fitting. The creeper screamed and darted to the left, avoiding the second volley. Justine thought it was going to disappear beneath the surface like the others, but it veered suddenly, leaping at her. Justine fired a rock slam a second too late. The creeper slammed into her chest, throwing her across the dune. The six-sided mouth tried to clamp onto her chest, but there was no soft flesh for the ring of teeth to tear. She tried to knock the creature off, but it weighed more than she did, and the sand gave little backstop. Justine looked up to see Zuri with a machete over her head, slicing down using both hands. The blade chopped off the head of the creature and bounced off her chest. As Zuri helped her up, she asked, "How did you see that?"
I can see you because of your magical nature. The creeper was backlit by you.
The other creeper was already dead. Orion had yanked it out of the sand and torn it in two.
This is getting ridiculous, said Iona, slumping onto the sand with her hands resting on her knees.
The wind had died down, which had allowed the others to pull up the goggles they'd fashioned to protect themselves from the sand thrown by the wind.
We can't avoid tackling the higher levels forever, said Zuri. Why not? Asked Justine. It's not like anyone is ahead of us. I'd like to keep it that way, said Zuri.
Justine knew she was weird, but now that Zuri's eyes had turned ghostly white, she felt like the black girl was seeing into her soul, which was kinda true because she'd already said she could see the twin hearts faintly.
I'm just saying maybe we shouldn't charge in.
We can take our time, said Justine as she thought about the books and other comfortable materials back in their shared suite.
After the first week of battling through packs of gloom wrens, they'd moved their stuff into a single suite, which was much like their summer in the apartment.
It was the closest she'd ever felt to having a family.
Time is a luxury we don't have, said Zuri, scowling at nothing in particular. I don't trust Blake, and would prefer we're as far away from him as possible.
Iona ran her hand through her hair, spiking it upward.
Justine's not wrong, you know.
We're pushing hard, which is going to lead to mistakes.
You too, asked Zuri. Fine. Let's go a little further.
To that building on the next dune, and then we'll call it for the day. The sandstone building was only 100 meters ahead, but it might as well have been a mile. They fought multiple new sets of creepers before they reached it an hour later. By this time, everyone was leaning on their knees and heaving with breath.
Iona, Orion.
You keep watch while Justine and I check out the wall.
At least the wind stopped, said Iona, pulling up her goggles.
The wall took a few minutes to examine in full, mostly because it was a long wall with a detailed mural which required Justine to walk along it to get the full picture. The figures in the mural were facing left, which meant they should read it left to right. If they were facing the other direction, they would start with the right side. On the left side was a burning sun,
rays beaming towards a lion-headed woman holding a spear in one hand and a solar disk in the other.
The goddess Sekhmet. She was an important figure in Egyptian mythology, and the story told on the mural was mostly familiar. Sekhmet was the goddess of war, plague, healing, and protection. In the first third of the mural, she attacked cities and left them a smoking ruin, and then in the middle third, Sekhmet jammed her spear into a floating disc with mountains symbolizing the earth, while in the final third, the goddess was drinking from a lake, and the last part showed her slumbering, half sticking out of a dune. It was a familiar legend. Sekhmet had developed bloodlust during her destructive streak, and the other gods feared she would break the world, so Ra filled a lake with beer and dyed it red. Sekhmet, in full bloodlust and thinking it was blood, drank the entire lake and fell into a long sleep.
But that wasn't the only thing on the wall.
Kemetic runes went along the base. The ritual was either poorly written or there was a trick to it, because if it was performed as is, Justine knew it would either fail miserably or cause great harm to the mages.
"What do you think it means?" asked Zuri with her chin cupped in her hand. "You can see it. The entire thing glows with sorcery.
Some more than others.
It's the standard story of Sekhmet. I don't see a puzzle here." "Neither do I."
The runes are interesting but not enough to try them. Iona called to them, drawing them over.
"Problems?" asked Zuri.
The building was higher on the dune, which gave them a good view of their surroundings. It was the largest level by far, at least twice the size of the pyramid one. They had yet to catch sight of the walls due to the expanse and the winds, which made viewing past a certain distance difficult. Justine hated the sand because her small wooden feet sunk into it, making movement difficult.
"There are other buildings on other dunes. I think this is just the first," said Iona.
"Good to know. We found runes which on their own don't make sense. Maybe we need the others to understand the puzzle," said Zuri.
"That's not all we see," said Iona, extending her arm towards a dune about 200 meters away.
A dust cyclone was swirling in place. "Can you see anything with your vision?" asked Iona. Zuri shook her head.
"It's growing," said Justine. "How can you tell?" asked Iona, furrowing her brow. "Look at the dune below it.
You can see the sand getting sucked up into the cyclone.
Let us know if it does anything new or moves this way, otherwise we're going to continue transcribing the mural."
They returned to the building. Justine was in charge of notes since she was best at drawing. They would have used the cameras on their phones, but they usually left them in the suite to keep them from getting damaged during the battles. Justine had half the mural sketched, when another shout from Iona had them running over.
She saw the problem immediately.
The cyclone was moving their direction, but that was only half the problem. In front of the dense swirling winds were dozens of shimmering lines in the sand. Creepers. They could handle a few, maybe up to 5, but there was no way they could defeat that many.
"What do we do?" asked Justine as the winds rose up around them.
"Can we beat it?" asked Zuri.
"I don't like our chances," said Iona. "7 hells," said Zuri, shaking her head. "Let's go back.
It'll take time to get over the dunes anyway." Justine grabbed her pack and was ready to move when Orion offered her a spot on his shoulders, which she gladly took. From the new height, she could see how the cyclone and the creepers were catching up.
"We should go faster," she told her friends. The 3 of them started running.
Zuri had to hold Iona's hand to keep her moving in the right direction. They weren't even halfway back when Justine realized they weren't going to make it, and started casting a spell, drawing on her reserves of phase. The gestures were quick, darting movements, and the words were something from ancient Sumerian. She felt the magic grow from within, sparks leaping from her shoulders and arms until she released the fiery conflagration. The flames didn't originate from her hands like simple 5-element spells, but erupted from the sand as if lava had been buried beneath. Black smoke rose up through steaming vents. The entire region forced the creepers to go wide, which would give them a better shot of escaping clean.
"Got 'em!"
Justine pumped her fist. She'd successfully defended the group, and was about to tell Orion that they didn't have to worry when the cyclone passed over the lava sands region. Victory died in her throat as the swirling winds picked up more sand and the superheated smoke, which simultaneously sped up the rotation and its progress towards them. The cyclone was now a fire tornado, turning sand to glass beneath the fiery tip at the bottom.
Hurry!
She was certain they weren't going to make it. Zuri was too slow, and the creepers, despite their deviation around the lava sand, had caught up. It wouldn't be long before they were in a pitched battle that would end tragically when the fire tornado arrived. As the creepers closed around them, Justine fired elemental magics, intending not to kill but to buy time. The fire tornado surged forward, the oppressive heat crisping the hem of her shirt until it burst into flame. Surrounded and out of time, Justine briefly thought about throwing herself onto the sand to distract the creepers and hopefully hold back the fire tornado. There was a chance she could survive their ringed teeth. She was so focused on defense, she didn't recognize they were suddenly moving faster, edging away from the forward line of creepers. Iona had thrown Zuri on her shoulder, which allowed them to speed up dramatically. They bounded across the sand, heading for the portal, which was a singular archway of obsidian, currently dormant. The creepers and fire tornado sped up too, making the race to escape tight. Iona reached the portal first, touching the glossy obsidian and holding her hand out. The interior of the archway swirled into existence the moment Orion touched her hand, and the four of them were catapulted to the first level, landing in a tangled heap. Dusty, sweaty and out of breath, the four of them found their feet, knocking the sand from their clothes. Iona pulled off her shirt, exposing her sports bra, and dumped a few pounds of sand out of her pockets.
I need a shower, said Iona, glancing towards the big man. Orion. He grunted. I guess I'll wait, said Zuri.
They entered the area around the portal cautiously. Even the critters on the first level could be extremely dangerous. The beast that had terrorized the staff their first day had yet to be destroyed. Halfway to the stairs that would lead to their suites, near a series of sculptures that the students called the torture hallway, because they looked like they were based on old devices of pain like the rack or the wheel, they heard shouts and the sounds of battle from a nearby room.
The cries made it sound like things weren't going well. Not our circus, said Zuri when Justine started moving in that direction. I'm just curious, said Justine, but it was more than that.
There was an implicit thrill in seeing others in danger that she couldn't help but be drawn to. Iona put her hands on her hips.
Zuri. What? We should help. I thought you wanted a shower. I do, but this.
Iona jammed her thumb in the direction of the battle sounds.
I think we should go, said Justine before anyone asked.
Zuri sighed heavily when Orion grunted and started moving the other way. In the next room over, a group of 6 first years were trapped in a corner behind a ghostly barrier of force magic, while a pack of gloom wrens at least a few dozen strong were scrabbling to get over the wall.
Merlin's hairy tits, that's a lot of gloom wrens, muttered Iona. You wanted to help, said Zuri, irritated. Come on. Let's make this quick.
Ideas.
Gravity ball, said Justine. The force wall will keep the first years from getting caught in it.
With the pack of gloom wrens distracted, the four of them were able to coordinate a gravity ball ritual. Under normal circumstances there would never be time for the minute-long spell, but they were able to complete it without interruption. A seething ball of nothingness formed right behind the gloom wrens, which because of the shadows they carried with them made it hard to see. Then the gravity kicked in, and the gloom wrens at the back started getting sucked into the gravity ball. The nasty clawed critters were slapped against the invisible force like batter over a rock. The pulling kept them trapped as more and more gloom wrens were piled on the others, until it was 4 times its original size. Once the gloom wrens were fixed in space, the first years dropped their force wall and blasted the pack with overwhelming flame. When all the gloom wrens were dead, it smelled like someone had lit a barbershop full of hair on fire.
Thanks, said one of the first years. Are we cool?
Justine had seen him before.
He was handsome.
When she was at St. Jude's, they would have called him a preppy. She wasn't sure what people called each other now, since she really wasn't much of a person anymore. Brock was the name. Brock Dillinger.
We're cool, said Zuri. Just here to help a fellow coterie out.
The first years didn't know what to think, by the way they glanced at each other. While they hadn't been exposed to the constant battles of the Obelisk due to the infestation, they had certainly heard about it during their education in the various prep schools. Iona led them back towards the suites, giving the first years a chance to relax. Justine was at the back of her group when she heard Brock hurry to catch up.
Hi. Hi, she responded. What are you? Rather rude question, she said. Are you like their construct?
I've never seen one so lifelike. I almost thought you were a real girl.
I am, asshat, she said, flipping him off.
He slowed momentarily, then hurried to catch back up. Iona glanced over her shoulder to check if she was okay, so Justine gave her the all clear.
Really? I don't understand. Maybe you're not meant to understand, said Justine. I'm sorry if I've been rude, said Brock.
She turned to face him while backing up, trying to decide if he was being honest with his apology. Go back with your friends.
It's safer to stay in groups.
Brock stopped in the hallway.
What's your name? She almost said Ludmilla.
It would have been the prudent thing to say, but she was tired, and it had aggravated her that he'd thought she was a construct.
Justine.
Brock screwed up his face but said nothing more, watching her until she caught up with her friends.
Chapter 5.
By the sounds of the conversation and crinkling of notebooks, the auditorium was packed. The little glowing lights that signified the locations of magical trinkets gave Zuri a good idea of where there was an open space.
Are you sure you're good? Asked Iona. I'm not as helpless as you think, said Zuri. You wouldn't have survived a week like this our first year.
Wait for me outside Professor Dreadmarsh's class.
It's not safe for you in the Obelisk alone.
Zuri was going to argue, but she was tired. They'd tried for 3 straight days to make progress on the 6th level, but they couldn't get halfway back to the Sekhmet building before getting attacked by an overwhelming number of creepers.
She found a seat on the edge of the front row.
Sight wasn't required to sense the annoyance and glares aimed her way.
Hi, Charlotte, she said to the row behind when she smelled her overwhelming floral perfume. Bloody hell, how'd you know I was back here? You smell like a whore trying to hide her third disease, said Zuri. A chuckle. Piss off, you blind Yankee twat.
The shifting of students in their seats told Zuri that Professor Gideon Ravenscroft had arrived.
All right, you're here.
I'll get started. We have a lot to go over. The professor launched into a lesson about the relationship between Kemetic magic and phasology.
The topic was surprisingly boring for a Professor Gideon class.
He sounded like he was going through the motions, which was unlike him since he was always trying to be the student's favorite, which if it had been any other professor would have seemed desperate and unseemly.
Hey, you stinky twat, whispered Zuri over her shoulder.
She heard Charlotte shift forward.
Confuse your tampon with your pen again. Is it just me, or is something wrong with Gideon?
A sigh.
On a scale of bangable from angry Fomorian to rip my bodice off like some sort of cheap romance novel, he's always been on the upper part of the scale. I hear a butt. No, you smell a butt and it's your own.
Wipe from front to back, you uncultured Yankee, not other way around. Charlotte sighed.
You're right about something being wrong. He looks like he's been sleeping under a bridge somewhere.
A few days ago, Deda saw him come out of his office with a piece of toilet paper trailing off his shoe.
Not sure he's been showering either. He smells like a pig farmer. Is he worn out from the summer clearing? Wasn't this bad on our first day back? Strange. More than strange, said Charlotte. I wouldn't bang him with your dick.
Zuri suppressed a snort.
Thanks, Charlotte, you absolutely plank. At least I know which holes are for what.
The rest of the class passed uneventfully, though Zuri barely paid attention. There was something strange about Professor Gideon, and it wasn't the things that Charlotte had described. He had a faint, magical aura, which could be because of enchantments he had on his person, but it seemed to be coming from inside him, rather than an outer covering. Maybe the spells he was using were for something else that was wrong, which would explain his unwashed state. He wouldn't be the first mage to think they could diagnose and care for themselves with magic, rather than letting the professionals. A friend of her parents had nearly died thinking they could whip up an elixir to fix their cancer, only to have it metastasize and require at least 2 internal organs to be removed. When class ended, Zuri delayed getting up because she wanted to ask the professor a few questions about the runes they'd found on the Sekhmet mural on level 6. She was about to climb to her feet using the cane she'd gotten from Valdemar when she heard Blake's voice. He was at the front of the class, talking to the professor quietly enough she couldn't hear what they were saying. Before she could leave her seat, the two of them slipped out of the auditorium, which was suspicious to say the least. Zuri made her way to the hallway, using the cane to make sure she didn't trip over the step leading out. She paused outside the classroom, debating following Blake and the professor or going to wait outside Professor Dreadmarsh's classroom, but she knew from Iona's complaints that it would last much longer than hers. Making her way through the Obelisk's hallways wasn't impossible. There was enough lingering magic to give her a sense of where the walls were located, and she'd found she knew the hallways better than expected. Blake and the professor were talking louder now, though it was about the latest political intrigue in the city. Zuri was fairly certain that wasn't what they'd been talking about at the front of the classroom. It felt like a cover for their true purpose. To her surprise, they headed up the stairs, which required her waiting longer at the base to make sure they didn't see or hear her. The further she got from the lower levels, the more dangerous it was to be alone, especially for a mostly blind mage. The pair kept going until they reached the top level, where they stopped for a longer conversation, this time in hushed tones. Zuri almost missed that Gideon was heading back down, until he cleared his throat. She threw herself into an alcove on the 4th floor and waited for him to pass. Once he was gone, she continued going upward, knowing she was risking a lot to follow Blake. While she couldn't hear him anymore, she had a good idea of where he was headed based on things she'd heard previous years. A few times she heard other voices as students moved through distant hallways, but none came near enough to expose her. When Zuri reached the portal, she hesitated with her hand on the cool stone. It was one thing to follow Blake from a distance on the 1st level, but once she traveled upward, the tenuous safety she enjoyed would be completely null and void. Not only could she expect Blake to try and kill her if he knew she was following, but she was exposing herself to the multitude of dangerous critters that were roaming the other levels. Zuri took a deep breath and let the phase trickle out of her mind to trigger the portal to the 2nd level. As soon as she arrived, she checked her immediate surroundings for signs of Blake, but she couldn't hear or see him. The 2nd level was more infused with magic, which made traversing the hallways easier. She headed to the area that Blake was known to frequent, and nearly stumbled into the room where he was standing, but managed to hear him mutter under his breath. Peeking around the corner revealed the faint outline of her former boyfriend. He was applying protective wards, which was making him visible to her special vision. The enchantments were unusual, especially the ones he put on his hands. They weren't for protection, she realized quickly, but she had no idea of their purpose. Blake disappeared down a hallway. Zuri gave herself a 30-second count before daring to follow. There was a chance he was completely aware of her presence and planned an ambush, but she needed to know what he was up to on the 2nd level. Zuri left the cane leaning against the wall so she could have her hands free, and crept towards the hall where Blake had disappeared. This was an area of the 2nd level that she'd only been to a few times, because there was nothing of interest. She knew there was a larger room ahead, but the walls were unusually blank. Speculation was that it had been used for something else in the past, but the equipment or anything signifying what it was for had been removed a long time ago. Stopping at the corner, she expected to see Blake somewhere in the room, but she saw no sign of him. After checking and double-checking, Zuri entered, keeping her head on a swivel in case of an ambush, but it never came. She made a complete circuit of the walls, checking for hidden magics that might signal a secret door, but she found nothing worth her time.
"What are you doing here, Blake?" she asked herself when she was certain she was alone.
Feeling exposed in a dangerous place, Zuri decided it was time to return to the lower levels. She made it back to the classroom area without incident, right as Iona was finishing class.
"Where were you?" "Bathroom," she lied.
Iona made a noise in the back of her throat, but didn't call her out.
"Come on, let's head into the city for lunch."
"I'm hankering for a cheeseburger. Extra rare." Zuri hooked her arm around Iona's elbow and left the obelisk. The entire time she couldn't stop thinking about Blake and the mysterious room on the second level.
Chapter 6.
18 metal pillars stuck out of the sand at intervals of 20 feet, looking like a hairbrush from up close. The tips were coated with a gooey substance they'd purchased online used for industrial alchemy that would make them more conductive, while beneath the sand, a matrix of thick unprotected cables formed a net. Past the red spray-painted line they used to show the danger area, Iona spied a black beetle scurrying across the sand, probably looking for something to eat.
"You don't want to be over there," she told the beetle. "Things are going to get really bad soon."
The beetle burrowed into the sand, disappearing except for a tiny divot. 2 minutes, said Zuri from atop the tower they'd constructed on the highest dune near the portal entrance. She was cupping her hands over her eyes as if there was bright sun. The tan outfit and satchel over her shoulder make her look like a desert explorer, except they were in the obelisk in the middle of the city of sorcery.
"Ready?"
Iona asked Orion, who was staring off into the distance, the curled horns on his forehead looking like some sort of signaling device. She could never tell the difference between when he was paying attention and when he was lost in thought. He gave a slight nod of the head, never turning towards her. Iona worried about Orion. Since the trip to Vicious, the horns couldn't be removed, no matter the method. He tried corrosives, cutting saws, arcane lasers, and a few other methods that would have killed anyone else. When he was in other parts of the obelisk, he wore the illusion rings which hid the horns from prying eyes, but the trap they'd set for the creepers meant he couldn't use them or risk them being destroyed. Iona was about to tell him the horns look good, for the umpteenth time, but she knew his response. It would be a grunt, and then he'd go into his own head for the rest of the day. Sometimes when he was in a mood, he sat in their living room staring into space for hours. She worried thinking too much about the horns, and how he couldn't remove them, was driving him into a deep depression. "Did I tell you about Nikolai's class on Monday?" she asked. His head turned a quarter. "You went over the history of mages using magic, or breeding, or weird rituals to gain more supernatural powers.
He knows a lot about the topic. You should talk to him."
A quarter turn back. "Maybe knowing more about your history will help you understand it better."
"Accept it." "1 minute," called Zuri from the tower.
Iona knew she should be getting ready. Orion too. They both had a part once Justine arrived.
"Orion, please."
"For me."
"I hate seeing you like this," she said, reaching out but not touching him. "Talk to Nikolai."
"To Professor Dreadmarsh. Not only is he an expert in that field, but he's your family."
"He's not my family." "You know what I mean. He's related. I have no idea how distantly, but that last name means something in your circles." "They're not my circles."
Iona sighed heavily, checking to make sure she hadn't missed a signal from Zuri.
"You can't spend all your time dwelling on what you can't change.
You are who you are, just as I am who I am.
We should embrace that, not wish it away."
Iona put a hand to her temples.
Fenris used to say that there's a spell for every purpose. Tools are like that too.
Not all of them get used all the time, but they're there when you need them. That's us. We're the weird tools in the toolbox.
10 seconds, shouted Zuri.
Iona wanted to say more, but she had to run into position. The sand made climbing the dune difficult, and once she reached the apex, she feared that something had happened to Justine because she couldn't see her. Then she came flying up the next dune, having been in the trough, riding on a miniature motocross motorcycle fitted with knobby tires. The spray of sand from the rear tire was at least 40 feet high. Justine looked like an escapee from an apocalyptic wasteland, with thick goggles and a heavy coat. If Iona hadn't known better, she would have thought her a young woman. Behind the motorcycle were dozens of squiggly lines following Justine at great speed, and then a trio of tornadoes whirled their direction. Colored lines were marked on the downside of the other dune to help Iona judge how far Justine was ahead of the creepers. 3 lines. Too close, so Iona grabbed the detonation device, flipped up the protective covering, and breathed unused phase into the activation hole before jamming her palm against the button. A series of small explosions sent plumes into the air behind Justine. The dozens of lines turned, as they were momentarily distracted by the explosions. Iona pumped her fist. Everything was going perfectly. Then she saw 6 lines appear beyond the explosions. The creepers had been hidden by the motorcycle's sand spray, or buried so deep in the sand that Iona hadn't seen them.
7 hells.
Iona burst into a sprint, running down the dune and into the field of metal poles that were going to be electrified soon, pulling out an enchanted machete. Justine passed through the last pole and spun around to face the field, probably so she could see the show, not realizing that a group of creepers were right on her tail, or that she hadn't ridden far enough through.
Not yet, Orion, screamed Iona as she made great leaps, trying to make it through the field before he had to electrify it.
She was 20 feet away when the first creeper leapt at Justine on her motorcycle. The flower-mouthed snake drove her over the vehicle and into the sand, followed by 2 more. Iona spotted the 2 turning towards her at the last moment, but she was ready with the machete, slicing their heads off in quick succession.
Get the hell out of there, yelled Zuri from the tower.
Iona risked a glance to see the remaining creepers and tornadoes were entering the field. She had to get Justine away quickly, or they both might get caught by the creepers or the electricity, because if Orion didn't activate it, they would all die to overwhelming numbers. She leapt over the motorcycle, finding Justine buried in the sand with 3 creepers wrapped around her like the string of a knot. Iona started hacking away, hoping her friend's enchanted wood body was strong enough to withstand the blows. She had hit 2 of the creepers hard when she remembered at the last second that a 6th was unaccounted for, barely turning in time to see the critter leap out of the sand with its mouth open. Iona ducked beneath it, slashing ineffectually. A glance behind told her that they were running out of time. She could hear the crackle of electricity as Orion was preparing to energize the field, and the lines of creepers were getting dangerously close. Iona grabbed the creeper that was still wrapped around Justine and started hauling it away, hoping it would bring Justine with her.
She kept an eye out for the other beastie.
The slap of a tail against the sand was her only warning, so she turned too late to see the missing creeper heading for her face. An explosion threw Iona backwards, head over heels, landing 30 feet away in the sand with no machete and no idea what happened until she saw that the motorcycle was lying a dozen feet to her left, smoking and on fire from getting caught in the field. She had no idea if any of the creepers had survived, as she climbed to her feet only to hear from Zuri's tower.
Watch out.
Iona turned to find the creeper streaking through the sand. She would be too slow to get out of its way, and she didn't have a weapon. Before it could leap, Orion grabbed the tail, yanked it upwards, and snapped it like a whip, breaking its back.
He threw it to the side. Oh, thank Merlin. That was too close.
They found Justine in a pile of sand not far away, unharmed and giggling.
That was the most fun I think I've ever had.
Now I know why my dad loved playing Thunderball.
Did we get them all?
Iona called to the tower.
As far as I can tell, but don't let your guard down, said Zuri. I'll keep watch.
In the aftermath of the battle, they found dozens of creeper corpses and, most curiously, 3 other small bodies, crisped and cracked from the electrical fields.
Are these the tornadoes? Asked Justine. I guess they're not just wind or a spell, said Iona, frowning. Shame about your motorcycle. Thanks for bailing me out, said Justine. I guess I was excited and stopped too close, not realizing some had made it through the explosions. At least we don't have to do that again, said Iona. I know this sounds weird coming from me, but I'll be happy to get back to the puzzles after all this monster slaying.
Her relief was short-lived as Zuri called down from the tower.
Bad news, you guys.
I see another group of creepers, and another tornado heading this way.
They must have been drawn by the noise.
Iona surveyed the iron poles, some of which had been dislodged by the explosion or the heavy winds. Not only that, but there was no motorcycle for Justine to ride. They needed the creepers to be grouped up if they wanted to kill them with the electrical field.
Where do they keep coming from? Asked Iona.
Zuri gave her a double shoulder shrug and started climbing down. They all knew there was no way they could do this again under short notice, and left the 6th level and headed back to their group suite. Zuri headed straight for the showers, while Justine grabbed her latest tome and headed into the reading area.
I'm going to grab a bite.
Want anything? She asked Orion as she headed towards the kitchen.
Tired, he said with his chin dipping towards his chest.
She nodded with understanding. Summoning that much electricity took it out of the big guy.
Rest. I'll make you a couple of sandwiches.
Orion nodded and started moving away.
Orion. Yeah. When you're feeling better, go see Professor Dreadmarsh.
Don't ignore a potential answer just because of his last name. Orion trudged away without answering, leaving Iona alone in the kitchen.
Chapter 7.
Orion paced in the wide hallway, ducking under the miniature chandelier and catching a few glass prisms with his horns.
They tinkled with his passing.
He'd been there over a half hour. Professor Dreadmarsh's office was just a short walk away, but he couldn't bring himself to knock on his door. He examined his palm, which was as big as a dinner plate. He knew the way the other students looked at him.
Like a monster.
Afraid he would break them in half with the twist of his wrist. He could too.
It wouldn't be hard. Talk to him or go back.
It was stupid to keep wandering the hallway. Eventually the professor would leave and find him outside, and then he would never get the nerve to talk to him. Orion pounded his fist on the frame for fear of breaking the door, and went in when he heard the acceptance. Professor Dreadmarsh was sitting behind a big mahogany desk, scribbling in a notebook. Orchestral music was playing over hidden speakers. With his piercing gaze and hawk nose, Orion felt like he was being sized up for dinner.
An unexpected visit. What can I do for you, Orion?
Orion was busy thinking about how to word his request when the professor continued, I don't have all day.
Sorry.
Iona said you know about supernatural heritages.
And?
Orion cleared his throat.
I have questions. Go on.
Orion groaned inside. Why couldn't the professor sense what he wanted and just tell him?
I'm not normal. A blessing, my boy. The normals of the world are just grease for the gears.
Better to be the one pulling the levers.
That's not what I mean. Then what do you mean, Orion? Asked the professor with an odd smile.
Orion stared at the desk to find the words, his gaze finding the runes sketched in the notebook. They were familiar. He'd seen them somewhere in the Obelisk. Professor Dreadmarsh slammed the notebook shut.
I'm waiting. I know something happened to my part of the family.
I shouldn't be this tall or weigh this much. And I can do other things that normal people can't do.
What kinds of things?
Orion hadn't intended to show the professor his powers, but it was better than explaining himself, so he opened his palm and let the electricity dance across his fingertips.
The professor raised an eyebrow. Curious.
Have you always been able to do this?
More or less. It's stronger now. I see, said the professor, leaning back in his chair and steepling his fingers. That would suggest some supernatural influence, though that's not unusual with our last name.
As you probably know, our forebears have been experimenting on the family for centuries, and then there are the rumors about what happened before the invasion with Magnus. I dare say the reasons for your abilities could be anything. Orion reached up and turned off the illusions hiding his horns, which had the professor exclaiming.
Almost likely infernal in your case.
Those are quite the horns. He turned the illusions back on, which always made his head feel lighter, even though he knew the horns were still there.
Can you help? Help with what?
I can't change you. No one can.
I want to know why.
And what?
Isn't the what obvious?
The professor drummed his fingers on the desk.
I don't know any details.
Rumors primarily.
But your branch of the family has been one of speculation for quite some time. You mean breeding?
Experiments, said Orion, growing angry. He wasn't cattle, but that's the way it felt whenever he thought of that word.
I already said that. And I also said that you're not the only branch of the family. Even the trunk isn't satisfied with its gifts. The trunk? Leo and Jackie.
Leonidas and Jacqueline Dreadmarsh. The leaders of the family. No one knew how old they were, but they predated the halls by centuries, wielding power when magic was feared, not celebrated in public as it was now.
Not only were they powerful, but they were obscenely wealthy.
It was easy to amass a fortune when you'd been alive for that long.
They would never talk to me.
The professor chuckled.
You're probably right about that. Even I would find it difficult to get a meeting with them. Not out of the question.
I am a celebrity, but it would take a few more strings than I'm used to.
But that's not who I'm suggesting. I don't understand. They have a daughter.
An alumni of Coterie, in fact.
Victoria. Yes, you've heard of her. Seen her picture in the alumni magazine. An old one. Yes. An old one. She's more private these days, given what people think of her after the invasion. What do they think of her? I think you two would have much to talk about.
I gather she would be able to answer a lot of questions that I cannot.
Do you know her? Never met, but I'm sure one of your little band could help get a meeting.
Zuri.
Of course she could, but Orion wasn't sure he wanted to ask. Thank you, Professor. See, that wasn't so hard. There was no need for you to waste your time outside my office for the last half hour.
Heat rose to Orion's cheeks.
I am sorry. No need to be sorry.
Just raise that gong of a hand and knock next time. Right away.
I'm not to be feared.
I'm a professor. Here to help and all that, he said, adding a wink. Orion wasn't sure he wanted to bring up that they'd been involved in the deaths of the last two professors in his position, so he turned and left the office. Victoria Dreadmarsh. He'd never met her, but like many branches of the family, rumors persisted. She was known as one of the most powerful mages to ever come out of Coterie, a fact that came with implications given the history of her parents.
Would she speak to him?
Did he really want to speak to her? Only time would tell.
Chapter 8.
The steaming minestrone warmed Zuri's chin as she inhaled the comforting smells, listening to her sister squirm uncomfortably across the table. Rain pattered on the concrete outside the little restaurant in the Fourth Ward, as the October storm washed over the city.
You should eat, it's delicious, she told Mandy. When did you start eating at places like this? Oh, never mind. I should remember who you spend your time with these days. You'd be surprised, sister.
Little places like this without the hefty price tags we're used to can be quite the culinary surprise.
I'll take your word for it.
The bowl was pushed to the center of the table.
You sound stressed, said Zuri. I should be saying that to you, given what I hear about the obelisk these days. And
Nandi sighed.
The shine of the invasion is wearing off.
They're expecting more results these days.
I don't disagree, but I find the work boring.
Another sigh.
You know, it's disturbing looking at you with those ghost eyes. I feel like you're seeing into my soul. I am.
Would you like to know what I see? Nandi chuckled. A warm sound that made Zuri smile.
I'd rather not unless you're going to be sisterly and lie. What's up, Zuri?
You didn't have me travel all the way to Invictus to eat lame soup.
Have you heard about what's going on in the obelisk? How could I not?
Even the Herald of the Halls has been talking about the high number of deaths in Coterie.
It's not a good look.
The number of first years was already down from previous years.
Is it really as bad as the rumors? Worse.
No one is on the upper levels.
It's too dangerous.
We tried for a few weeks but eventually gave up. No matter how many monsters we cleared out, twice that many would show up.
Then don't go.
If no one is a higher level than you, then you'll graduate for sure. You couldn't say that a few years ago.
This isn't about graduating. This is about having a hall left in 2 years.
There are more deaths than you've heard about. An entire group of second years died on the first level last week.
The first level? What's going on? None of that makes sense, said Nandi. Exactly. None of it makes sense.
Unless
what? Unless everything we knew about the obelisk was a lie.
A few phrases later, and Zuri could see a faint bubble around them. A privacy shield. Protected from being overheard, Zuri told her sister what they'd learned last year about the obelisk. That it was a giant portal, a stolen one, but leaving out everything with the changeling professor and vicious.
7 hells, said Nandi. And I thought my years in the obelisk were eventful. You never suspected it was a portal. Not in a million years, but it makes sense now that I know.
We always wondered how Malden got the critters into the obelisk, speculating they had secret levels where they bred them and let them out periodically.
But if it's a portal, how are they all getting in?
Most of those creatures can't use phase.
Exactly.
I don't think a portal is the entire answer, said Zuri.
Why are you asking me about this? I didn't know it was a portal until today.
Did Malden ever say anything suspicious? Did anything ever happen that made you suspect it?
Even looking back.
Her sister went quiet for a few minutes.
No. Nothing.
It was Zuri's turn to sigh.
I bet things would be different if he was still patron.
No offense against Sinclair, but there might as well not be a patron.
I always thought he was the demonology professor, because Malden trusted him not to get too curious.
Zuri snorted.
I thought the same thing.
Do you have any idea where Malden is?
No one knows. Not even the alumni.
The only reason we know he's alive is because we would have felt his death.
Another mystery I don't have time to solve, said Zuri. Do you want some advice, sister? I didn't bring you here to not eat the soup. You need to work with the other teams. That was the only reason we survived the invasion against all odds.
The head patron and I didn't see eye to eye, but eventually we realized we had to work together to save the city.
The only reason you were able to work with them was because they weren't Coterie. There's no way Blake or the Siren Sisters are going to trust us, and I don't trust them. Then don't ask them. Talk to the younger classes.
You might not realize it, but they look up to you. You won the second-year games. They've heard the other rumors, even if they don't know which ones are true. Merlin's tits, you're scarier than a matri now with those ghost eyes of yours.
I don't know.
Will they listen? Can we trust them?
You said it yourself.
If you don't, there might not be a coterie in a few years.
What do you have to lose? Everything, sister.
Everything.
I have to get back home.
Well, after I get a bite to eat that I can stomach. Zuri rose and kissed her sister on the cheeks. When she was alone, Zuri thought about Nandi's suggestion. It wasn't like they had many other options, but there were just as many downsides as upsides. The alternative, unfortunately, was much worse.
Chapter 9.
Iona stared at the statue of Grendel Blunderbuss near the Cthulhu jelly pool, thinking about the first year when Scarlet lured her to Blake's group, only to get trapped in the mummy mirror room.
What's wrong? Asked Justine.
Whoever this Grendel is, he looks like someone from the 1700s.
Was one of the early students before it was in the Obelisk, said Justine. He has a very punchable face.
My dad said he was famous for saving Malden from a bunch of rough riders that tried to murder him in Tennessee. The scuff of feet announced Orion and Zuri's return from the western hallway, not that it was hard to miss the big guy.
There's something going on back that way, said Zuri.
Her pale eyes and lack of sight gave the impression of supernatural calm, as if nothing could bother her, even as Iona knew better.
Are we sure this is a good idea? Asked Iona, glancing up at the statue.
Coterie isn't exactly known for its helpful behavior.
They'll think it's a trap or worse. Have a better idea? Asked Zuri with her arms crossed. Not really. Then let's go.
A few hallways later, the passage emptied into an enormous room with golden chandeliers and paintings of the majors from Coterie that had gone on to great things in politics. Iona vaguely remembered the space from her first year, mostly because the visages were stern old men and women who looked disappointed by her presence. She stuck her tongue out, which brought a giggle from Justine. The heavy crunch of rocks hitting a wall had them jogging towards a passage that led out of the room. A group of 6 first years were standing around the corpse of a Nagoka when they arrived.
We're not here to.
Zuri barely got the words out when one of the first years quick-shotted a force bolt at them, which Orion easily ducked. The first years moved into a formation with 2 at the front forming a phase shield, while the others started lobbing magic, rotating through the 5 elements. The quick thinking was impressive, as was the formation, but their attacks were easily defended. Zuri slammed her cane onto the marble, and a shield expanded around them.
Don't hurt them, said Zuri.
Orion had electricity bouncing between his hands, like a gooey bright web. He let it die the moment Zuri admonished him, but the attacks kept coming. Iona cupped her hands around her mouth.
We're not here to hurt you.
We want to help. No one stopped. The shield was probably blocking her voice, so Iona stepped outside and tried again. The moment she opened her mouth, the short girl in front got off a spell quicker than Iona expected, and suddenly her mouth was overflowing with colorful beans. She started choking on some as they slipped down her throat until Orion hit her on the back, spraying the Mancala beans onto the floor, but as soon as they cleared, more formed. Sensing her distress, Orion created a seething ball of electricity and lobbed it at the girl controlling the spell. It hit, crackling over the group and ending the spell, but Iona kept spitting up beans that had gotten lodged in her mouth.
Thanks, she said and turned to Zuri. They're not listening. I can see that. Watch out, screamed Justine.
Iona ducked and spun, expecting a sudden attack, but the warning wasn't for them but the first years. An angular 4-legged creature that looked like it was made from slender, mottled grey stone came ambling into the room behind the first years. A Nagoka. Bigger than the one they'd killed earlier.
Their talons were poisoned, which made dealing with them fraught.
At the last moment, one of the first years caught sight of the Nagoka, rallying his friends to battle with the ugly supernatural creature. When Iona had seen one up close, she thought it looked like it had been beaten with a baseball bat with a smashed face and small angry eyes. They waited while the first years killed the Nagoka, which required far too much magic for a group of first years. Iona wondered if the state of the obelisk had scared off the better students, and attracted those that thought they'd never be able to get into Coterie otherwise. When the battle was finished, the first years turned. The girl who had put the Mancala mouth on her stepped forward as spokesperson.
Thanks for not attacking us while we dealt with that. We're here to help, called Zuri.
The announcement caused confusion within the group.
We're not interested, replied the girl. See, said Iona. I told you they wouldn't know what to do with our help. Shut up, Iona. We're leaving now, said the girl. Don't follow. We don't want to have to hurt you. Hurt us,
muttered Iona.
As if they could.
The 6 first years headed through a side passage, away from the direction the Nagoka had come from. When they were gone, Iona went over to examine the dead creature.
Don't you think this one looks smaller than the usual ones? She asked.
Justine poked the bony creature with her boot.
Looks big enough to me.
Iona headed in the direction the Nagoka had come. A series of rooms, each containing junk that looked like it had been used in the Great Hall in the past, was all she found.
What are you looking for? Asked Zuri, coming up from behind.
Nagoka are solitary hunters.
It's unusual to see 2 together. 3.
Realizing that Zuri was staring over her shoulder, Iona turned to see a Nagoka creeping across the ceiling, using its talons to hold onto the textured surface.
7 hells. On 3, asked Zuri. Yeah.
Twin blasts knocked the Nagoka from the ceiling, and then Orion entered and stomped his boot down, breaking the neck of the creature.
3 Nagoka.
Strange, said Iona in the aftermath.
Sorry, said Zuri. About what? Dragging you out of the suite for a failed expedition.
I should have realized that mistrust in coterie is too ingrained. Maybe we're not ready for Nandi's suggestion. It was a good one, but as I recall from your stories about your sister, she didn't trust the Silverthorns until things had gotten really bad. Maybe we're not there yet.
How much worse can it get? Asked Justine.
The 4 of them all looked at each other until the diminutive girl said, Right. Stupid question.
Chapter 10.
The ledge was on the 5th floor of the first level, overlooking the north staircase. Justine had brought Grackles, Kralixes, and Moriargus to read, while she watched over the passage. She'd applied alarm spells at various points around the ledge, and was using an illusionary field to keep anyone from seeing her. It reminded her of the stories her father had told of duck hunting in a blind, except she was hunting information. Zuri had complained about not understanding what was going on in the obelisk, so Justine had taken it upon herself to be a spy. She'd been at it all morning. The only ones to have used the staircase were a trio of 5th years, heading down after an apparent failed attempt to return to whatever level they'd been on before. The 3 of them had been covered in what looked like blood, and the tallest was sobbing, sending pale streaks down his crimson cheeks. The book she was reading was boring compared to her normal fare, but the constant influx of strange supernatural creatures made being prepared for them more important than deepening her understanding of soul magics. She'd heard a pack of Grackles on the 3rd level had picked the flesh off a 3rd year, leaving nothing but bones. Justine had been confused at first, thinking they were talking about the birds, but she eventually learned there was a type of predator that lived in the realm of harmony that had somehow gotten into the obelisk. The sketches in the tome showed a hairy, flat-faced creature with scales along the back, and a tail that was strong enough to choke a grown man. She was reading an account from an early explorer to the realm of harmony, about how she'd seen a pack of Grackles take down a young Mistdraken that had blown its speed on a Hellamore beast, and had nothing left to defend itself from the industrious critters. The first-hand account was the most interesting part of the book, which almost made her miss that someone was coming up the stairs. Justine froze when she heard Blake's angry voice.
I don't give a flying fuck about getting to the 6th level, Sarah.
How many times can I tell you that it doesn't matter?
You need to trust me.
Seriously.
You're starting to sound like Scarlet.
A scared, quivering voice responded.
I didn't mean it that way, Blake. It's just hard to know what we should be doing.
You go off by yourself all the time and don't tell us what's going on.
I don't trust you idiots not to screw something up.
Better you hang out in your suites, or better yet, in the city. Have a good time. Enjoy yourself. Who else in the history of coterie has ever had that opportunity?
What about graduating? What I'm working on is better than graduation, Sarah. What could be better than graduating from coterie? It's all I've ever dreamed of. Dream bigger, darling.
Coterie has always just been a step on the path to greatness. The rest of their conversation was lost as the pair turned down the corner into a room with a fountain that drowned out their speech. Knowing how important it would be to hear the rest, Justine leapt from the ledge, landing on the steps 15 feet below, and scurried after Blake. She made it to the fountain room but didn't see them right away, and was about to head to the hallway of professors when she heard the cluck of a tongue. Justine barely threw herself out of the way as an ice spear crashed into the fountain, freezing the water near the impact zone. She turned to find a group of second years coming from a different passage.
There's that thing that was with the traitors.
A pit formed in Justine's stomach. She'd been so focused on Blake she hadn't checked her surroundings, a fatal error in coterie. With 5 of them and only 1 of her, she was heavily outnumbered. As the leader of the group, a boy named Darius, tried to run after her, she took control of his legs, twisting them beneath him and toppling him to the ground. The others nearly fell over him, and the chaos gave her a chance to escape. Justine burst into a run, heading towards the opposite staircase, which was quite far from her current location. The second years quickly regained their feet, and ran after her, firing elemental magics whenever they had a line. She cursed her shorter legs, and wished she had the miniature motorcycle she'd used on the dunes of the 6th level. At corners or whenever there was an obstacle to block their attacks, she turned and briefly took control of one of the group. Justine had the girl throw herself in the way of an earthen blast, which caused a screaming fight, giving her another chance to escape. When Justine reached the staircase, she tried hurrying, but her short legs weren't meant for the angle of the descent, and she tripped herself up, tumbling a full flight, landing dazed at the bottom. The fall gave the second years a chance to catch up. She'd planned on heading all the way to the 1st level and circling back around, using the hidden hallways she'd discovered over the years, but she was forced to head on to level 2, and unfortunately she wasn't anywhere near their group suite.
That cursed thing is around here somewhere, said a second year as she hid behind a Roman pillar.
Justine was so focused on staying quiet, she almost missed that someone was gesturing in her direction from across the spacious area.
This wasn't the part of the student quarters level that she was used to, so she didn't know who lived here.
Peeking through a bushy plant that had overtaken part of the hallway, she spied a face. Brock Dillinger.
He was waving her over. Was this a trap?
Could she trust him? He'd been friendly their last meeting, but that meant almost nothing in coterie. He waved harder, so she peeked around the pillar to see the second years looking the other direction, so she took a chance and sprinted towards the plant.
There it is.
Sorcery blasted leaves into the air as she dove forward, sliding under the plant. A hand helped her stand, and they ran towards a door that was partially open, throwing themselves through. When the door closed, she put her hands up, readying a spell in case he didn't have good intentions, but she felt foolish when he started laughing.
Did you see their faces when I shut the door on them? What a bunch of rubes.
Up close, Brock was dangerously handsome, the kind of careless good looks that could twist a girl around his finger and then toss her away when he was bored. Justine couldn't help but see the similarities between him and Blake Lockwood. They didn't look related by any means, but there was something in his gleam that was familiar.
Are you okay? Asked Brock, tilting his head. Do I have something on my face? No, I'm not used to anyone helping in coterie. He shrugged offhandedly. I seem to recall a group of 4th years stepping in to help take down a pack of gloomwrens. I guess we did, she said, smiling, which in turn made him grin.
He gestured towards the kitchen.
Want something to drink? It's probably going to be a while before it's safe to go out.
Do you drink?
I don't, but thank you. I'm going to grab something.
Sorcery is thirsty work. Justine watched Brock while he made a cranberry drink, throwing in other thick liquids from strange jars. She'd thought he was making something with alcohol, but it appeared it was a tonic or elixir.
What is that? An old family recipe.
My great-grandmother supposedly stole it from a bog witch.
What does it do? She asked when he put the pink liquid to his soft lips and took a long drink. Protects against poisons and other corruptions.
I guess the old bog witch used it to keep from getting any nasty diseases.
Tastes great too. Does it work? No one in my family has ever gotten sick. Not even a cold. Wow. I'm surprised you haven't sold the recipe. It's worth a ton. He shot her a wry smile. We're not hurting for money.
He gestured towards the living room.
Care to sit?
She joined him on the couch, staying on the opposite side while he finished his pink elixir.
Mind if I ask questions? You did save me, so I guess I owe you.
Brock bit his lower lip and glanced askew. He looked like he was working up the nerve, so she just blurted it out. I'm Justine Thornlock.
He snapped his fingers. I knew it. How? I don't look like my old self.
Brock leaned back in the couch and crossed one leg over the other.
When we met before, you told me your name was Justine, but you didn't tell me right away. I thought you were going to give me a false name. How do you know I didn't? I don't know, I could just tell. But I didn't tell you my last name, she said. You didn't have to.
Your group is pretty famous. In the halls and especially in Coterie. My question is, what happened your first year? Everyone thought you died, but then you show up during the welcome dinner sitting with your old group.
It's not like we couldn't see that you're not real. I'm real, she said, sitting up. He held his hands up. My apologies. I should have said that differently. That you're not flesh and blood. How did you do that?
I thought that was impossible, to transfer your soul to an inanimate object.
It's not impossible, just extremely difficult.
Brock whistled.
You must be a powerful mage.
No wonder you hang out with Zuri and Iona and Orion. If I'm being honest, I'm pretty jealous.
Really?
Why? Everyone hates us.
Everyone hates you, yeah.
That's true.
But everyone wants to be you too.
Look what you guys have accomplished, and that's not even talking about the rumors. Everyone's pretty sure you killed at least 2 professors and Valdemar Canute.
What student could ever say that?
Justine had been so focused on how much the other students hated them, that she'd never considered they would admire them too.
But she shouldn't have been surprised.
Coterie idolized ruthlessness.
So how'd you end up in a puppet body? He asked, leaning on his knees while holding his nearly empty glass.
Flattered by his interest, she was about to explain when she remembered there were parts of the story that shouldn't get out.
It's a secret, just like your great-grandmother's recipe. Fair enough, he said, grinning. I like a little mystery. Why are you being so nice to me?
He glanced around the room randomly. Because all this stuff is boring.
I know it's a bit cliché, but I'm bored of being rich. On the other hand, I love being a mage.
I love the feel of phase as it slips free from your mind, turning into anything you want. I love the dusty spell tomes, the old scrolls found in little hidden shops, and the unusual magical artifacts passed down in families that were probably made by some weird hermit in a cave back in the 1500s. Don't tell anyone, but I put Arcanium down second in the Tome of Records. I knew I didn't need it, because I was a lock for Coterie, but I could have done well in Arcanium too. Justine couldn't believe it. Admitting you wanted to be in Arcanium was like admitting you wanted to be a serial killer to the police. Hating Arcanium was about the only thing everyone in Coterie could agree on. She asked him a question about his favorite spell, and their conversation shifted into theorycraft about a number of arcane topics. Justine didn't realize they'd been talking for almost 2 hours, until he checked the gold watch on his wrist.
Oh damn. I need to get to class.
Petrov is going to go over an obscure Russian hex that was used on Rasputin that I really wanted to hear about. I bet those assholes gave up. If you want, I can escort you to your suite before I go to class.
No, that's okay.
You've been kind enough already, and it's not far if I take some hidden paths. Brock cast a series of spells before they left his suite, which revealed the way was safe. She was impressed with his crisp gestures and nearly perfect elocution, which helped her understand that he wasn't lying when he said he loved everything about magic.
Thanks again for letting me hide out in your suite, she said.
Brock extended a hand, which she tentatively took.
Thank you for hanging with me.
I enjoyed it.
It's nice to talk to someone who cares about magical scholarship.
Maybe we can do it again sometime, asked Brock.
It was nice.
And maybe. You never know how things are going in Coterie. Brock winked and headed the other way, leaving Justine confused in a stew of emotions. Then she heard voices, and quickly scurried away before she got caught by another murderous group of Coterie students.
Chapter 11.
Iona cracked her neck by the door while she waited for the others to finish getting ready. They were headed into the city to see some hot new band at the Mystic Chord. It wasn't like she'd ever heard of the band, but she just wanted to get out.
Out of the Obelisk. Out of the Fourth Ward. Or she feared she was going to lose her mind. What's the hurry? Asked Zuri as she transferred items from her carryall to a small purse.
No band ever starts on time, and we have VIP passes, so we don't have to worry about a line.
I'm just tired of being here.
Everything this year has been a waste. We can't work on our level, the monsters come back no matter how many we kill, and no one else but us seems to recognize how fucked things are in Coterie.
Who's fucking who in Coterie? Asked Justine, wandering into the room fixing the waistband around her little black dress.
Between the makeup and the outfit, Iona could almost believe she was a cute but very short young woman.
You look great, Justine.
The diminutive doll blew her a kiss.
Hurry up, Orion, Iona called.
Shortly after, the big man ambled into the living area wearing a formal jacket over a ratty t-shirt that he'd gotten in a little shop in the 11th.
That's a look, said Justine. He checked his outfit. Too formal. I thought the jacket might distract from how big I am.
Iona put her hand on his chest and beckoned him for a kiss.
Orion, no one is ever not going to see how big you are.
Embrace it. Look at us, we're the most unlikely Coterie students to ever grace the Obelisk.
You look normal, said Orion, frowning. No, she doesn't, said Justine with a shrug. Sorry.
She may appear normal at first glance, but have you ever seen how the other Coterie look at her as if she might bite their face off at any moment?
Are we ready? Asked Iona. Let's get a picture, said Zuri. Why? You can't see it. Humor me, bitch, said Zuri, laughing.
The four of them gathered together and Orion, using his long arms, snapped a group selfie. Iona sighed as she pulled on the handle.
I'm so glad we're getting out of the Obelisk. I think I'm going a little batshit. As soon as Iona stepped out of the suite, she sensed something was wrong.
It was too dark and the entrance felt crowded. Orion bumped into her, thinking she was going to move out of the way.
What's?
The shadows surged towards her ankles.
Glooms.
Iona dove out of the way, landing on a potted plant and firing a force bolt to knock the gloom wrens at the entrance out of the way, but the impact scattered them rather than pushed them away.
The next half a minute was pure chaos.
There had to be at least 3 packs of gloom wrens waiting outside their suite. Sorcery filled the air as they battled the creatures until Zuri sent a wave of superheated air, roiling through the room, turning plants to ash and burning anything remotely living. In the aftermath of the battle, Iona checked her outfit to find it torn and ripped at numerous locations, blood smearing her clothes, and she didn't have to see a mirror to know her hair and makeup were a mess. The others were no better. Orion's black jacket now matched the tattered t-shirt beneath, and the little black dress that Justine had been wearing was now a rag on the floor, leaving her in her underclothes. The only one that looked remotely untouched was Zuri, but then she tugged on a sleeve and the fabric came away in pieces. Hot, incoherent rage rose up from Iona's gut, like a volcano readying to spew its lava into the air. She bent over as if her stomach hurt and then angled back, the words exiting her lips with anger and spittle.
Fuck.
Fuckety fuck fuck.
It didn't stop there.
She kept going until she had no more breath to sustain the cursing. Iona grabbed the charred pot that had held a little tree before, and threw it across the empty space with such fury that it tore a bench from its moorings, flipping it against one of the doors on the opposite side.
Iona, No, it's not okay.
I'm not okay. Everything is fucked.
I hate those gloomwrens.
Every damn day, we come out here and have to clear them out, and then the very next day we have to do it again.
I'm sick of this.
It's like trying to exterminate cockroaches, but only ever clearing out the kitchen. For Merlin's sake, I don't think I can do this anymore. Iona crouched on her heels with her hands over her head. She hated that she'd lost it completely in front of her friends, but she couldn't hold it back anymore.
There's still time to change and head out, said Zuri in a quiet voice that Iona had never heard her use. If you want, we could do that.
Have a drink. Party hard. We don't even have to return to the Obelisk.
Let's stay in the city for a few days, a week or more.
I get it. We all do. It's like being on a continuous monster-killing treadmill that's only speeding up, and no one ever thinks just to hit the off button. Iona was so angry she almost blurted out that it was a stupid analogy, because of course, she would hit the off button if she was stuck on that treadmill.
Wait. Why haven't we hit the off switch? Her friends looked at each other as if she was crazy.
Which wasn't far off the mark, if she was being honest with herself. Zuri, can you see where the gloomwrens came from? Like any lingering phase fields or anything like that?
I'm not sure, but why? Humor me please before I lose it more.
Using her cane to maneuver through the little charred bodies of the dead gloomwrens, Zuri made her way around the room, coming back to a passage that led to a less used part of the second level.
This way, I think. Lead on.
The others were clearly treating her as if she were a fragile piece of glass to be carried with both hands, but she didn't care. She had an idea, and didn't want to let it go in the heat of the moment. It took Zuri a few tries, but eventually they found their way to a little used section of the student floor. A few decades ago, Coterie had nearly 3 times the number of students, which had packed them into the level, but now that those numbers were down, there were huge areas that remained empty at all times of the year.
Now what? Asked Zuri. The trail kinda dies here.
Iona checked around the open space. Multiple hallways led away, making the possibilities endless. She tapped her foot and chewed on her lower lip, almost to the point of bleeding.
What kind of phase signature do portals put off?
Why? There aren't any portals here, said Zuri. Iona closed her eyes and exhaled through her nostrils, which flared them briefly.
Oh, I know, said Justine.
Iona was so focused on the gloomwrens, she'd forgotten that except for her underthings, Justine's clothes had been torn off during the fight.
I'm sorry, Justine.
Should we have gotten you some clothes first?
It's fine. I don't mind. Then what's the answer?
For the portal. Justine started going into an explanation about how portals really weren't made up of the 5 elements, and how it was an entirely different frequency of magic, but Iona didn't care to hear the entire thing.
Can you find it?
Find what?
The portal. But Zuri's right, there isn't one here. Oh, said Zuri with understanding. I see. Just do it, Justine.
Find the portal. Iona really wasn't paying attention to Justine's spell, because she was too busy thinking about the obelisk, and how it was stolen, and everything that happened last year when the changelings stole the portal blocker. The puppet led them through the passages, eventually bringing them to an open area that smelled like dust and ammonia. Iona kept checking over her shoulder, as all her alarm bells were ringing.
Everyone feels that.
A round of nods. My nose burns, said Zuri, turning toward a far corner.
It's coming from over there.
At the place she indicated, the light didn't penetrate. It was as if the shadows had eaten the walls and everything around. Iona took the lead, creeping towards the corner, trying to make sense of what her eyes were seeing. The walls were rippling, and the smell of ammonia was so strong that her eyes watered.
That's not a crack in the wall, said Zuri.
Not a crack, but a temporal rip in the air, as if a portal had spilled out its guts. Iona got close enough that she could see into the hole to find a secondary space packed with gloomrens. They were slumbering. A mass of thousands just waiting to spill out of the rip and into the obelisk. Justine started to ask a question, but Iona waved her off and motioned for everyone to return to the far side, where she explained what she'd seen.
7 hells, said Zuri. And 8 and 9, said Justine. That's too many to fight, even for us. We need to close it, said Orion. Close what? Asked Justine. The portal rip.
Can we? Asked Iona, and everyone looked to Zuri. The black girl frowned and crossed her arms, staring at the hole in the obelisk with ghostly white eyes.
It's not going to be easy. And? Asked Iona. Right. I shouldn't have led with that.
I should have said that closing it will make us smell like methane farts for the rest of our lives.
Think about it, said Iona.
If we can close it, we can eliminate these stupid gloomrens that make trying to move around the student level impossible.
I know, but that's not the problem, said Zuri. Then what is? That, she said, gesturing ahead. The portal seems to be lulling the gloomrens to sleep.
I think the ones that we have to fight are getting pushed out, and once they're awake they go hunt for food.
But if we start closing that portal, it'll change the frequency and then they'll all wake up. How many were in there? Asked Justine. Thousands, said Iona. How? Asked Orion. Why?
If I had to guess, said Justine, wherever this portal leads to is drawing the gloomrens in, and then they just fall asleep until some get pushed into our realm. Iona craned her neck as if she could see the top of the obelisk.
Why have a tower filled with portals to dangerous places? It doesn't make any sense.
Do you want to fix this or contemplate its origin? Asked Zuri. Both, but I'll settle for the first one right now, said Iona. While thousands of gloomrens slumbered nearby, the group worked on a plan to close the portal rip. Their best idea was to mimic the unusual phase frequency with a spell while they worked to close the gap, using a series of spells Justine had learned after last year's foray into the realm of Vicious. Okay, so me and Orion will defend the gap while you two work on the portal, said Iona.
How long do you think it'll take? No idea, said Justine.
Depends on the damage, but I can't imagine it'd take any longer than an hour.
An hour,
gasped Iona.
And we're just going to stand outside and wait for those little murderous critters to wake up and try to eat us? Eat you, not us, said Justine. If all goes well, they'll be focused on you.
Because if they interfere with Zuri's frequency matching spell, and the portal isn't closed, then we're going to have a big problem. Iona put her hands on her head.
When do we get some small problems? Just an amuse-bouche of peril, not a whole entire feast.
Zuri smirked. Look at you using all them fancy words.
I think this place is wearing off on you.
Iona blew a raspberry at her friend.
Let's get this over with before I realize what a stupid idea this is. Your idea, said Zuri. I'm well aware.
Before they got started, Orion disappeared into another room for a few minutes. When he reappeared, he was holding an entire marble pillar that he'd ripped off at the base.
Why do you have that? She asked.
He gestured towards the shifting darkness.
What if our magic wakes up the others?
A pit formed in her stomach.
You're right.
Damn. In the next room over, Iona found a priceless metal sculpture by an artist she actually recognized. She apologized to the maker, and tore off a piece that would work as a makeshift weapon and returned to Orion's side.
Shall we?
The first part was boring as Zuri experimented with various frequencies, until she matched the portal rip. Can you maintain that? Asked Iona, receiving a curt nod from the blind mage. Iona positioned herself on the right side of the rip, while Orion took the left. She felt like a thunderball player waiting for the orb to drop, which gave her a thought.
Have you ever played Thunderball? I figure they'd try to recruit you, said Iona. Everyone would be looking at me, he said.
Right. Makes sense, she said, glancing back at Justine, who was working through a complex ritual. When Justine had first shunted her soul into the puppet body, Iona had found it unnerving, but the longer they were a team, the less she saw the strange wooden body and the more she saw the girl beneath. Despite her origin and insecurities, Justine had proved to be a talented mage. It was a shame her father hadn't been able to see that. She wondered what he would think of her now. About 20 minutes into Justine's ritual, the portal rip began to shake and change frequencies, which made Iona squint from the discordant notes.
They're waking, said Iona.
Zuri made a face but couldn't speak as she was still maintaining the magical frequency. The gloomrens near the gap were stretching and extending their claws. The little shadow-laden creatures were hard to examine in the middle of battle, so it was with great interest that Iona watched a pair of them unfold. They looked like a mix of feline and porcupine with claws that could tear flesh from bone with one swipe.
They're almost cute, she whispered to Orion, who grunted in response. Zuri, you need to be louder, said Iona.
The volume of her frequency rose slightly, but couldn't match the painful squelching of the portal rip, which sounded like steel being slowly twisted and torn asunder. An armful of gloomrens spilled into the room, waking from their induced slumber. She mouthed a countdown to Orion, and at the conclusion, the pair of them smashed the gloomrens that had made it into the obelisk. She almost felt bad about their deaths, until she remembered how angry she'd been earlier, and that they should be in the city right now, sitting down with a drink and readying to watch a great concert. Before she could get comfortable, a new group of gloomrens woke and started climbing through the gap with their razor-sharp claws. The ritual was grinding the portal, turning the frequencies like a circular dial, which was disturbing more and more of the murderous little critters. They killed the ones and twos that made their way out, smashing them like scouting cockroaches, but Iona feared that too many were waking behind the gap, and once they realized what was happening, they'd be overrun.
Come on, she muttered under her breath. Close the damn portal.
Justine wasn't listening. She was firmly in the middle of the spell, arms weaving like a snake tamer's, nearly incoherent words slipping from her lips in a trance. The entire thing was hypnotic, so Iona had to turn away and kill a few more gloomrens. The pace of escaping creatures was growing faster, forcing her and Orion to kill them one after another. Then the entire portal shifted in a temporal wave, making Iona sick to her stomach for a brief moment. When it was over, a huge pile of gloomrens spilled from the gap, as if they'd been dumped from a wheelbarrow. Iona smashed a few waking gloomrens, before she realized that their weapons were no longer effective given the numbers they were arrayed against. She tossed aside her steel at the same time Orion gave up his marble pillar.
Once we start, we're not going to be able to stop, she said.
They hit the pack of gloomrens with a mix of flame and electricity, which cooked the ones that had made it out of the portal, but it also woke a new group inside. She saw hundreds startling to awareness, extending their claws and orienting themselves towards the hole, so she kept pouring new flame into the gap. Before long, the entire space beyond their room was awake, and Iona shouted to Zuri to abandon the spell and join them in defense. The three of them put up a wall of sorcery, but the gloomrens were determined to get at them, throwing themselves through the crackling flame and popping like moths.
Hurry, Justine.
The gap was wavering like a sideways eye falling asleep, while cracks formed in the walls. Iona wasn't sure what was going to give out first, the physical structure around the portal rip or their defense. When the whine grew loud, Iona could hardly see straight as the noise was painful, migraine-inducing. Then a belch of gloomwrens sent a huge pile of the critters out of the portal and past the wall of sorcery. Suddenly they were surrounded.
Defend, Justine.
The three of them collapsed around their puppet friend, as the gloomwrens threw themselves forward, claws extended. Bright pain erupted from Iona's leg as a swipe opened up her flesh. Before long she was bleeding from multiple wounds and the flow of gloomwrens was endless. Iona was fairly certain this was going to be their end.
There was no way they could keep up.
The awful tortured portal frequency rose until Iona thought her eardrums were going to explode, and then it popped like a champagne cork. Silence remained. And a few dozen gloomwrens. The final pitched battle was close, as they were tired and worn out from the heavy phase use. When it was over, Iona couldn't tell how many places she was bleeding from. Her shoulder felt like it might be dislocated from when Orion accidentally caught her with a backhand, and she couldn't entirely rule out having internal bleeding. Iona collapsed into a pile, the sudden lack of adrenaline leaving her shaking. They were surrounded by hundreds and hundreds of charred and broken corpses. Iona wasn't sure where her blood began and the gloomwrens ended.
Did we win? She asked.
We won. We closed the portal, said Zuri as she leaned against her back. No one spoke for a long time. Iona knew she should fix her wounds, but she was too tired to care. Justine mustered first, attending to their wounds while they sat in a pile. Iona was reminded of the little fish that ate algae off sharks without danger to themselves.
Thanks, little fish, she muttered. What? Asked Justine.
Nothing. I'm delirious.
You look like you fell into a swimming pool full of scissors.
Patched up and able to climb to their feet, they surveyed the destruction.
This was a very stupid idea, said Iona. But it worked, said Zuri. Now maybe we can come and go from our suite, without having to be in a pitched battle. Think we have time to make the concert? Asked Iona. It'd nearly be over by the time we cleaned up and made it there. What if we didn't clean up? Just threw on some new clothes and left the obelisk?
Zuri tilted her head as if she were doing mental calculations.
We could make the second half of the show. Let's do it. I didn't almost get killed just to sit in the suite and sulk.
No one disagreed, so they headed out of the abandoned section of the student level. As they neared their suite, they ran into a group of third years that looked like they were coming back from dinner. For a moment they appeared to want to fight, raising their arms tentatively into spell-casting positions.
I swear to all 5 elements that if I see one spark of magic heading our way, I will personally tear out your intestines and feed them to you, said Iona.
Between the threat and their tattered and bloody clothes, the other group backed away, letting them pass without incident. Within a few minutes they'd thrown on new clothes, caring little about what they looked like, and headed out of the obelisk for a night on the town, making it to the concert in time for the encore. Chapter 12.
Are you sure it's not the same passage? Said Zuri as she leaned on her cane. I'm positive. This is the one that poor kid got eaten in last year, said Iona.
Zuri sighed. She could feel the vibration in the floor and the walls. This was the right location, but the hallways and rooms weren't the same. But then again, she'd had sight last year and hadn't experienced the basement with her new senses.
Maybe we went down the wrong stairs.
She wasn't sure she believed herself. Iona didn't bother answering.
Come on, we'll keep circling around. Maybe something will make sense, said Iona.
They'd been in class with Professor Kingsley when Zuri had the idea. If they could re-enter the control room they'd found last year, maybe they could do something to slow the flood of monsters into the obelisk. While closing the portal with the gloomwrens had made the student level much safer, it was barely a dent in the larger problem. Zuri preferred elegant solutions to grinding effort, but the control room was nowhere to be found in the basement.
Have we seen the jail? Nope, said Iona. To be honest, this entire area looks different.
Maybe the professors changed it after we found it last year. Didn't like we were poking around in the guts of the system, so they closed it off and rearranged the hallways.
How do you rearrange entire hallways? I don't know.
How do you steal an entire tower that's really a portal? Every mystery we uncover reveals 3 more we don't have the answers to. Some days I wonder if the professors know anything either, or they would have fixed this monster problem themselves. Zuri stumbled to a stop, grabbing Iona to stay upright.
You're right.
Why didn't I see it before? Because you trust in authority figures, said Iona.
Not after the trial. Not true at all.
You came to Kotari thinking everything would be normal. Zuri hated that Iona was right. She had trusted in the school to forget that she'd gone against one of their own.
There's another option, you know. As soon as Iona said it, Zuri grew anxious.
While most of the rumors about Blake were centered on the 2nd level, some students occasionally mentioned seeing him heading up from the basement.
Let's face it, if Blake somehow got control of the obelisk, we'd already know it.
Whatever he's doing, it's not related to the monster issue, said Zuri. She was about to tap on Iona's arm to let her know to continue, when she felt the smallest quiver in the floor. Iona started to ask a question, so she shoved her hand over her friend's mouth. Iona was smart enough to follow her lead. The shaking grew more pronounced until Zuri was certain something large was headed their way. She tapped on Iona's arm and they moved down the hallway. Zuri kept her cane elevated as not to bump or knock anything. They were about to head around a corner when Zuri pulled Iona back. The monster was ahead of them. Iona sucked air through her teeth, signaling her alarm.
Hecate, whispered Iona.
It was the frog-mouthed and tentacled creature they'd done battle with during the welcome dinner. Justine, who'd become their chief monster researcher, had identified it in an old book she found at Left Tower Books. Its origin realm was unknown, but it was extremely resistant to magic, and capable of fighting despite grievous injuries. The last reported sighting of the Hecate was in Alexandria during the 1700s, when one appeared in the old city, killing wantonly for days despite all attempts to destroy it, only to disappear without a trace. There were other accounts in history, but none of them as well documented. The ground shook with each step of the massive beastie. Iona pulled her backwards, and they tried to back down the hallway without making a sound, but it was moving faster than they were, and eventually they had to hurry to a cross passage that was a dead end.
Trapped and no chance of killing the creature.
It was much too powerful. Besides the beating of her own heart, Zuri could hear the Hecate's tentacles slapping against the walls, and its mouth smacking as if it were expecting a meal. The idea that she might die to a monster in the obelisk was an indignation that burned in her veins.
Not this way.
Or at the very least, she wasn't going down without a fight.
What are you doing? Whispered Iona in her ear.
If it turns the corner, hit it with everything you've got and then we'll try to make a run for it.
That thing barely fits in this hallway. We'll never make it past. The heavy steps of the Hecate grew closer.
Zuri gripped a cane tightly and leaned forward as Iona sucked in a breath, probably at the sight of a tentacle slipping around the corner. This was it.
This was the end.
A trilling sound like bird call came from down the hallway past the Hecate, which froze the creature as it oriented towards the noise. The creature was as graceful as an elephant. A second trill drew the Hecate away. It picked up speed, shaking the ground and bumping into the walls. Zuri could hear its progress through the basement level for another minute, and then nothing. She pressed her ear against the wall to catch a vibration, but it was as calm as stone.
I think it's gone.
Iona exhaled.
Let's get out of here while we still can.
Iona took her hand, and the two hurried from the basement. The entire time she wondered who had made those noises to lure the Hecate away. It had to be a coincidence. No one knew they were there. She hoped whoever had made the noise knew enough to get away before the Hecate arrived. Back on the main floor, with hallways leading back to the grand dining hall, and the staircases that went to the student levels in the classrooms, Zuri found a measure of relief.
Even if the Hecate appeared now, there were ample escape routes.
Then she heard Iona mutter a curse word under her breath. Zuri didn't understand until she smelled his cologne.
"What are you doing, Blake?" "I might ask the same of you," he said. "The basement level is off limits to students." "When have you ever cared about breaking the rules?" she replied. "They only matter if you get caught."
"Did you find anything interesting below?" Her entire midsection tightened.
"Nothing interesting." "Shame," said Blake. "There are so many secrets in the Obelisk."
"You wouldn't believe what's hiding in these walls. I sometimes think that even Malden didn't realize what he had when he stole this place." Zuri shouldn't have been surprised that Blake knew that, but it must have registered on her face because he chuckled in response. "Anyway. Things to do. Secrets to uncover. Enjoy your day.
Try not to die."
Zuri could tell that he was gone by the way that Iona uncoiled.
"I should have killed him," she said. "No," said Zuri. "You couldn't have.
He was ready for us."
"That was him that lured the Hecate away." "Why would he do that?"
"He hates you. Why wouldn't he want you to die to that thing?"
"I don't know, but I assume it has something to do with the elixir of foresight. He knows something we don't. Or he's bluffing."
"We can't walk around him on eggshells just because he has those potions. Eventually they're going to run out, and he's going to be blind to whatever we want to do."
"Which means the longer we wait, the better," said Zuri. "I'm not so sure about that. That bastard seems like he's up to something, and I don't like it." "You're right about that."
"I worry that he's playing a much longer game, and when we find out what he's up to, it's going to be too late."
"This is my fault.
I've been too damn worried about the day-to-day problems to see the larger strategy. One of the few good things about losing my sight is that I'm starting to see that. In the meantime, I have ideas," said Zuri.
"What kind of ideas?" "A way to shift the balance in our favor. I just hope I'm not too late." Chapter 13.
The passenger van dropped Orion and Iona off at the end of a long road. The trees had edges of yellow and orange, which was more pronounced the further north they'd driven into upstate New York.
"Come back in 4 hours," he told the driver. "He's not coming back," said Iona after he was gone. "Why do you say that?"
Iona snorted softly.
"Did you see his face when he pulled up? I thought he was going to shit himself, and then every time your horns hit the roof of the van he started grinding his teeth. That dude couldn't wait to get rid of us. He probably thought we were taking him out here to kill him."
Orion hated that she was right, but he'd barely been paying attention.
The trip had left him anxious and unable to sleep, despite the elixir he'd downed.
The closer they'd gotten, the more he found his thoughts scattered. He checked the sky, which was a dark grey, threatening rain.
"Come on." At the head of a black asphalt drive, a sign said "No visitors."
An orb with the 5 elemental colors was below the words, a warning to anyone who disobeyed, that the owner of the property was a mage. He hadn't seen one in a while, since no one bothered to announce that in the city of sorcery.
"What if she doesn't want to see us?" asked Iona. He bunched up his face at her.
"How could she say that now?"
"It was your idea." "I know, but just in case, you should be ready," she said.
Orion squeezed his hands into fists, cracking his knuckles as a pattering of cold rain released from the sky. Before they continued, they applied enchantments to protect themselves from the worst of the storm, but then it came down heavier, soaking them through their light clothing. Near the edge of the trees, Iona pointed out a section of the forest that was scarred as if it had sustained a heavy explosion, or fiery magic. Neither of them spoke about it, but it weighed on his mind the rest of the way. The asphalt led through the thick forest until it fell away, revealing a colonial-style mansion atop a green hill.
Wow, said Iona, adding a whistle. Now that's a house. Barely a cottage. Really? Asked Iona.
Adeline showed me a picture of Leo and Jackie Dreadmarsh's place outside of Invictus.
It's bigger than most halls. Should we be worried about security? Asked Iona as they approached the front.
Convincing his feet to carry him up the portico was balanced by the desire to get the day over with. He banged on the door, which rattled it in the frame, making him cringe. Dogs barked from somewhere inside the house. A short time later, the sound of heels approached. The door opened, revealing a striking woman he knew as in her 40s, but barely looked older than 25. Silver asymmetric hair was highlighted with a streak of jet black that curled beneath her jaw artfully, while she wore an outfit that Zuri would have called gardening chic. Orion knew he should say something. A greeting. An apology for barging onto her property without invitation, but his thoughts were gummed up in her presence, which always happened to him when he was around the elders of the Dreadmarsh clan.
It's lovely to meet you, Orion, said Victoria Dreadmarsh, extending a hand which he stared at until Iona elbowed him in the side. As well, likewise, hello.
He wanted to crawl inside his own skin, but Iona saved him by stepping forward and offering her hand.
I'm Iona Storm. I know, said Victoria, accepting the handshake. Please come in. But do remove that rain from your clothes first. I don't want my hounds slipping on the marble.
He had a hard time remembering the spell until Iona performed it first, breaking him from his stupor. She gave him a look, but he shook it off, not wanting to bother their host.
You don't seem surprised we showed up, said Iona as Victoria led them through the stately mansion. I have both scrying devices and cameras watching every inch of my property. To keep your privacy, I bet, said Iona. I wish it was that easy.
No. Both my last name and parents invite lunatics who think I shouldn't be allowed to live. Orion recalled the scorch marks on the edge of the property as they joined Victoria in a greenhouse. A table filled with croissants, donuts, and other breakfast foods, as well as a carafe of coffee and other delights, was arrayed before them.
I didn't know what you might want to eat, so I had the staff make a little bit of everything. Travel always makes me hungry, said Victoria. Thank you, said Iona. That's very generous, especially when you don't know us. He's a Dreadmarsh and you're both coterie.
I'd be a terrible host if I didn't.
That last part gets overlooked a lot, said Iona.
Victoria smirked and gestured for them to sit.
Please eat and drink before we turn to heavier conversation.
Orion was going to say he wasn't hungry, but Iona gestured for him to eat. Once he bit into a chocolate croissant, his appetite awoke, and between the two of them, they demolished the table of breakfast foods, which were much better than the ones he ate in the Obelisk, despite their similarities.
He told Victoria as much.
She laughed, and the melodic sound made him want to kneel before her and offer his fealty. The compulsion made him stare at the food as if it had been tampered with.
I haven't poisoned it, she said, sensing his thoughts. It's different. I feel different. Food tastes better outside of the Obelisk, said Victoria. That doesn't make sense, intruded Iona. Food tastes better after a terrible fright or a long exertion.
Everyone knows that. Victoria gave Iona a glancing rebuke before training her black eyes on him. He felt like Victoria was stripping away his armor piece by piece, seeing beneath the hulking form, beneath the horns, until there was only the scared little boy beneath. The one his grandmother, Adeline, had tried to protect, until he so foolishly joined coterie.
Food tastes worse in jail.
The corner of Victoria's lips curled upward.
You understand now. But that's not all of it. Why? You will soon enough, but let's not rush.
We have plenty of time since your driver abandoned you. Iona cleared her throat.
We're sorry to impose on you.
Victoria waved her away.
It's not an imposition.
When we're done here, you can spend the night, or I can call a car for you.
There was little chance he would spend the night.
As welcoming as Victoria was so far, he wasn't sure he could stay in the same place as her. He didn't like the way his mind was reacting to her presence.
Until then, let's talk as fellow coterie.
She smiled and smoothed her hand across the table.
Your time in the Obelisk has been quite unusual.
Brutal even.
Even for coterie.
Victoria was looking at him, but Iona answered, so it hasn't always been this bad.
Slack in the leash oscillates through the years.
Too many kids get killed one year and the leash gets yanked, but then the alumni complain about weak-minded fools and the grip is loosened.
I don't think there's a leash now, said Iona. The events of last year complicate things, said Victoria. Or have I misheard what's really happening?
Iona went on to explain the flood of monsters, without giving away that the obelisk was a portal.
How strange, said Victoria, picking up her champagne glass. Why haven't the faculty reined in the introduction of the creatures? I don't think they can, said Iona. Some big creature called the Hecate tried to eat the professors during the welcome dinner. The Hecate? You've heard of it? Asked Iona.
Victoria was about to take a drink of her champagne but set the flute down instead.
Professional curiosity.
The phrase had no meaning to Orion, not that he was willing to speak to Victoria, unless she directly asked him a question.
What was it like in your time? Asked Iona. Not like this.
We had our fair share of intra-coterie battles, but we were in a leash titan time with Malden being more active than he had in decades.
What was he like? Asked Iona, leaning forward. A contradiction, said Victoria. He was kind and an attentive teacher, but could be ruthless when called upon.
He was brilliant but had terrible blind spots when it came to certain subjects. I considered Malden a friend after graduating, which is not something many alumni can say, though he changed in the years afterwards and we grew distant.
Why did he change?
Victoria tapped a fingernail on the glass.
Nothing important. But I do wish he was around. I'm certain none of this would have happened if he had been. Where is he? Asked Iona. No one, not even the professors, seems to know.
If we could find him, maybe he could fix what's wrong with the obelisk. I could not say for certain, but Malden was known for disappearing into the obelisk for weeks or even months. He knew more about that place than all the professors put together. He could still be inside it for all I know. Orion shared a glance with Iona. It was optimistic to think they could find him in the obelisk, and to do so would require exploring the upper levels, which were teeming with monsters. The answer to their problems might be locked behind a door without a key. Victoria speared him in her gaze, leaving him sweating.
But you didn't come here to talk about Malden, Antarist.
Did you, Orion? He shook his head, while Iona leaned forward in her seat.
We came because...
Victoria silenced Iona with the snap of her fingers.
If he truly wants to learn, he must do it himself.
He closed his eyes momentarily, feeling the weight of her presence. It was as if he were trapped beneath a mountain crushing his chest and driving the air from his lungs.
Orion.
Victoria was staring directly into his soul.
What is it you feel?
He could barely choke out an answer, and when he finally did, it came out as chains.
Then you understand. He shook his head.
Do you know the history of your branch of the family? She asked.
No, he managed.
Before the City of Sorcery, before the 100 Halls, using magic was a death sentence. The early mages died as frequently to their own hubris as they did to pitchforks. My parents, Leo and Jackie, they were much different then. Now they wear the veneer of civilization, but back then they were more ruthless, merciless even, because they had to be. The world wanted to kill them, and not just the people.
What most don't appreciate is that the advent of television and the internet made it harder for those powerful beings that used to roam the lands and take what they wanted to continue operating.
Back then they could be gods because no one understood what they truly were, monsters. These powerful beings didn't like knowing that anyone might challenge their position, so they sought them out and killed them when they could. My parents survived many such attempts, but they grew tired of fighting and desired a way to track these beings down and kill them first.
What does that have to do with me? He asked, anger filling his chest.
A thick glass shattered in his fist, sending shards across the table. He looked into his palm to see blood trickling through his fingers. Victoria wasn't afraid, as he'd first feared. Instead, she stared at him with sadness and curiosity. She took the napkin from her lap, folded it carefully, and handed it over.
Here, wrap this around your hand.
We'll attend to it later. Thank you, he muttered, confused by her kindness.
You and I are a lot alike, she said. No, we aren't, he spat back.
She gestured to their surroundings.
I don't mean this.
Victoria tapped on her chest.
I mean in here. How? Have you not heard the rumors? Asked Victoria.
Dead branches get no water.
Like you, I was experimented on. My parents don't like me talking about this.
Her gaze flickered to Iona.
But they've rarely liked the decisions I've made. Experimented how?
Desperate to protect themselves from those powerful, otherworldly beings, they bred some of their family members with supernatural creatures. Mostly infernal, but sometimes they tried others.
With demons? Yes, demons.
Your strength and size, your powers. She glanced upward at his forehead.
Your horns.
All gifts from those experiments.
Curses. A double-edged sword.
Do with them what you want.
How would you know?
She leaned forward, eyes burning like lava pits. Victoria cracked her knuckles, and the smooth white flesh disappeared to be replaced with grey stone skin. Because they did more than just breed for me. Victoria leaned back and the crimson eyes and stone skin disappeared.
What did they do? Summoned an infernal creature and bound it to my soul.
I was 9 years old. I barely survived that battle.
And if you hadn't? You wouldn't be talking to me.
Orion stared at the colorful flowers, the bushes, and the dome. Anything other than looking at Victoria Dreadmarsh. The anger that tried to rise up kept getting washed away by sadness. He'd never asked for this. He'd never asked for any of it.
That doesn't make sense, said Iona angrily. If he was bred to be a monster hunter, why is he living with his grandmother in a shitty apartment in the city?
Why isn't he standing guard at the Palace of the Dreadmarshes, or whatever bullshit building your parents live in? Victoria stared back with cold calculation.
Because it didn't work. There were problems with the breeding.
Most had no powers to speak of. Those that did either went mad or became monsters themselves. The family considered it a failed experiment, and tried to pretend that branch didn't exist. Victoria fixed her gaze upon him.
Until now.
A broken toy. A forgotten thing. He'd always felt that way, but now he knew why. He had been discarded, and not just him, but his whole family. Orion smashed his fist on the table, shearing off a section, which startled Victoria.
Adeline is in pain.
They cursed her to a life of agony, barely able to walk because her bones are too big. Can never go outside because of what people will think of her.
They made her a monster. They made me a monster. I'm sorry, Orion. I truly am.
These are not things I would wish upon anyone.
Not you, not your grandmother, and not me. Your parents are evil, he said.
Victoria stared out the greenhouse.
Evil. No. But they are not good people.
They came from a time.
You already said that.
Victoria took a sip of her champagne.
My apologies.
You're right. I can't apologize for them.
Nor do I want to.
He wanted to give in to the rage, but the sadness in her eyes made him realize he wasn't the only one tormented by this choice. Then he remembered he'd broken her table.
I am sorry. Don't be. I was inconsiderate. This is all new to you. Of course you'd be angry.
Orion closed his eyes to ward away the flood of emotions.
Why do I feel chains? Oh yes. That.
When they were breeding your ancestors, they wanted to make sure they didn't turn on them, so they put in some hooks to keep you obedient.
A slave you mean, barked Iona as she half stood. Why is it people in power are always trying to take more?
Victoria arched an exquisite eyebrow.
I can see you've suffered too.
Piss off, said Iona, returning to her seat, crossing her arms and facing away.
The direction of this discussion has turned regretful. If you'd prefer, I can come back later. What was it? Asked Orion. What was what? That they bred me with. I don't know.
In my 20s, after coterie, I tried to find out more, but if there were any records about those programs, they'd been destroyed long ago. The only reason I know anything about my own situation is that I confronted my parents and forced them to tell me, or I'd go to the papers with everything.
You're lucky they didn't kill you, said Iona.
The idea that they might have had never occurred to Victoria by her expression. Orion almost felt sorry for her.
She was as much a prisoner as he was. Call me a ride.
It wasn't a request, but a demand. When he'd walked into her mansion, he'd never in a million years have expected to talk to her like that, but knowing what he did about himself and the Dreadmarsh name dispelled the compulsion placed on his weary bones.
Of course.
Victoria disappeared, giving them a chance to talk in private.
You okay? Asked Iona. Better to know than not.
Iona's gaze flickered in the direction their host had gone.
Do you think she's telling the truth? He nodded. What if she's trying to protect her family from you? From me?
Conversation ended when Victoria returned. My driver will take you back to coterie.
He's pulling around front.
I can walk you there. Remembering that he'd shattered the glass previously, he checked his palm only to find the wounds had already healed. Not entirely, but the bleeding had stopped.
Outside the mansion, Victoria kneaded her hands together. I'm glad you came. Why? I hope something I said might have helped.
She reached into a pocket and produced a card.
If you'd like, my specialist can visit your grandmother. She might be able to help with the pain.
I'll pay for everything. He accepted the card in both hands before slipping it into a pocket.
Thank you. You're welcome. She held out her hand. It was lovely meeting you, Orion.
And you, Iona. Come back anytime. Orion wasn't sure he believed that, but he wasn't about to tell her that to her face. He knew people like her and her parents were prone to niceties while preparing a dagger for your back. Neither spoke for the entire ride back to the obelisk. It was only when the vehicle left that he felt the tightness around his chest relax. Iona collected his hand in hers and they walked towards the entrance.
What are you thinking? Let's go kill some monsters. Chapter 14.
A spring coiled in Zuri's chest as she surveyed the frost-covered sand with the cane in her fist. She couldn't see the mist rising from the crusty white surface except as faint shadows across her strange vision, but she could hear it crackling, knowing that any disturbance would serve as an alarm. As she waited for their adversaries to find them, Zuri contemplated her time in coterie. She'd come to the hall expecting a rough nobility. Ruthless. A firm yes. Immoral.
Probably. But she'd thought structure would be imposed on the students by the adults who should have known better, but her 3.5 years in the Obelisk had proved one thing: there was nothing but barely contained chaos. The crack of ice had her tilting her head.
Close but not yet time. She heard Orion grip the chain and waved him off. Patience was required. That, she realized, was her mistake when she was younger.
She'd lacked patience.
Rather than bide her time and get her revenge on Blake when he least expected it, she'd rushed into failure, involving the judicial system in a case it never wanted. Punishment was for the poor. The wealthy could buy their way out of just about anything, even murder. Zuri focused her hearing on the middle distance. Their adversaries were clever, brutal. She had no wish to fight a fair battle, not when mysteries were multiplying by the day. Why had they found winter on the second level where a hot oasis had been their challenge during their first year? And where did the hyena-like beasties that now roamed the frosty dunes come from when they'd never been seen previously? After closing 2 more broken portals on the first level, making it safer for everyone to move about, they'd come to the second, thinking they'd find the same challenges they'd bested before. A chill wind blew across the roof of the sandstone building, whistling as it ripped through the gaps.
The crack of ice was unmistakable.
Zuri gestured to Iona, who was perched on the building behind them, using enchanted goggles to see through the ever-present fog. Iona created a little illusionary balloon that Zuri could see with her special vision. They'd worked out the code ahead of time which told her what was coming, a full pack of hackers. Orion took a step forward, but she shushed him back, shaking her head for good measure.
It wasn't time.
Their adversaries wouldn't just charge over the ridge and into their trap. Every other attempt to clear them out had ended in failure. Zuri gestured towards their flanks, making the sign for C. She had no idea if Iona had gotten the message, but as long as they didn't move, they were safe.
Or so she hoped.
Another illusionary image, this time an arrow pointing towards the far ridge.
Left, whispered Orion.
7 hells. A problem, but not insurmountable. She was preparing to give Justine instructions, when Iona made a second arrow pointing the opposite direction.
Right.
Not good. She didn't let her disappointment reach her face. 3 packs. Or 1 pack and 2 partials. Once the first pack made it to the chain field, they would have sprung their trap, only to have the hacker escape and then the 2 others collapse upon them. Calm, she reminded herself. Patience. Neither were traits she was familiar with, but she needed them now.
Orion, how far can you drag the chain? Not far. There's a lot of it, and it's buried in the sand. How about to the building that Iona is on? Maybe. Can you or can't you?
A pause.
I can. Quickly to the building.
Zuri had memorized the area as best she could, going so far as to place enchanted poles in the sand to help her find her way, but she stumbled twice getting to the building and had to have Orion toss her to the roof.
Pull the chain in.
Iona, you help too. The pair yanked the net of chain they'd buried in the sand as a trap for the hacker, but the beasties had anticipated them and moved to avoid. With the original plan abandoned, the hacker started barking and yapping, collapsing on their position.
The chain won't go around the building. That's okay.
3/4 if you can or half if you must. We just have to be able to focus our magic. The yips grew louder and closer. She had Justine put her on a corner, facing her towards the outside.
Tell me when. Now.
Zuri saw the battle as a series of bright, colorful flashes against the darkness, which sometimes revealed the hacker as negatives within the vision.
She heard their screams.
High-pitched yelps.
The scratch of claws on sand.
The crackle of electricity, as Orion filled the chains. The first wave of attackers fell from their sorcery, before the other 2 packs found a gap between the magic and the chain. Iona screamed on her left when a hacker got through, followed by the crack of its spine on the sandstone. Zuri flooded the air with careless magic. Flame crackled, scorching the previously frozen stone.
Watch out.
A shoulder caught her in the gut, throwing her over, followed by the gnashing of teeth and claws on stone.
The scramble of battle was frustrating.
She wanted to help, but feared hurting her friends. Orion screamed and more hacker yipped and barked. They were surrounded, with more of the beasties leaping onto the building, and then the world collapsed beneath her feet. She slammed into hard ground with sand, ice and bodies landing all around. 2 crunches and the hacker that had fallen in with them yelped and then silence. Disoriented and in pain from landing on her ribs, Zuri lurched about until Iona grabbed her.
Fire up.
Force only. Surrounded by complete darkness, Zuri blasted the air above with force magic, which rained sand upon her head.
More left, more left.
As the hacker tried to dive into the hole, they fired their force bolts outward, snapping necks and spinning the beasties off the building, until eventually the pack lost too many, and they skittered away, leaving nothing but heavy breathing in the darkness.
Everyone okay? Where are we?
Mumbled spellcasting was followed by a bright orb that Zuri could see.
Oh shit. What is this place and what's that smell?
Zuri reached out and put her hand on Justine's shoulder. Something was rotten nearby.
It smelled like roadkill left out in the sun. It's coming from below, said Justine. We fell into a temple of some kind, added Iona.
Zuri was led down steps and knew something was significant when the others muttered curses beneath their breath.
What's wrong? We're not the first ones here, said Iona. It looks like a ritual. There's a body. Does he look familiar? No, but let me check and see, said Justine. Yes, he still has his wallet.
Oh shit.
It's one of the first years. He went missing a few days ago. She pulled out a ticket stub. 3 days ago to be exact. He probably went to the concert, and this happened when he came back to the Obelisk. Tell me what you see, said Zuri. It looks like a ritual of some kind.
They drained the kid's body of blood.
There's a basin in which you can still see the remnants, said Justine. This isn't something with Fenris, is it? She asked tentatively. No, said Iona. Completely different. But sick all the same.
It looks like this ritual opened up a secret panel on the back wall. There's an empty space here and an imprint of dust.
Something was taken.
Whoever killed him did it to get something in the wall.
I know who, said Zuri. Seriously, asked Iona. It could only be Blake. Or Professor Dreadmarsh, said Orion. Why do you say that? Asked Zuri. When I went into his office last month, he was sketching in a notebook when I arrived.
The runes on that hidden compartment look similar to what I saw.
Similar.
Zuri grumbled under her breath.
Do you want it to be Blake? Asked Iona. No. I just can't imagine that we've a third professor to worry about.
Blake is the more likely culprit.
He's been seen heading to this level. How? Asked Justine. The hacker have kept us busy. There's no way he could move around alone. He might have found a way to keep them from finding him. Or maybe it's easier for a lone mage. We're not exactly the stealthy type. She tilted her head. I don't hear the pack anymore.
They left the temple through the front door, which was accessible from the inside. From what the others told her, bodies of the hacker lay strewn around the building, and the ice that covered the sand had been melted or cracked apart with sorcery. The smell of burnt hair agitated her nose.
We killed a lot of them.
Can't be but a handful left, said Justine.
Until we've closed their portal, I'm not ready to let my guard down, said Zuri.
Travel over the sand was slow due to the ice, and their abundance of caution as they followed the tracks across the second level. It wasn't as big as the others above it, but it still took them a half hour to reach the edge safely. Zuri didn't need anyone to explain what they saw, because it was as bright as a light in a tunnel.
That's the biggest portal yet, said Iona.
Zuri walked closer. The others seemed like rips in the fabric of the realms, while the one she was looking at was more solid.
Is there anything around it? She asked. Yeah. Looks like this was an actual portal at one time, said Iona. 7 hells, you can kinda see through it. What? That's not possible.
Portals are travel points, not windows.
This one is, said Justine. I guess that makes sense, said Zuri.
Whoever made the obelisk was more advanced in portal magic than we are.
What do you see? Not much other than snow and wind.
Also, the hacker tracks lead back and through the portal. Blood too. They must have gone back to their home realm.
What if we went through? Asked Justine. Just close it, said Orion. It's more stable than the others we've encountered.
Maybe we can find a way to close it, but leave it available if we want to explore more later, said Justine.
Is that possible? Asked Zuri.
Justine took a few minutes to study the runes. She was the most studious of the four.
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm fairly certain we could go through and come back without any issue. How certain? 70%. That means we have a 30% chance of failure, said Iona. Fenris taught you basic math, it seems, said Zuri, hearing a raspberry blown her way.
Go through or close it and return to the lower level. The others must have had the same thoughts because no one spoke. She could sense their anticipation, maybe even their grins.
Go through. Hell yeah. Chapter 15.
Icy winds whipped against Iona, throwing her pale blonde hair around her face, but she didn't care as the enchantment protected her from the worst of the storm.
Snow's not too deep, she shouted over the wind. Have to be careful of avalanches, said Zuri.
Iona had no idea how to be careful of an avalanche. Either you were in one or you weren't as far as she was concerned. The idea of exploration was a draw that outweighed the danger.
Let me recharge my tattoos.
Filled with phase, they made her hum with warmth and magic. The wounded hacker left a bloody trail they could follow across the steep slope. Iona took the lead so Orion could carry Justine on his arm, while Zuri followed in their wake. Iona pushed through the thigh-high snow.
The hacker had bounded over, using the crust on top for purchase, while they were too heavy to follow that way.
The path took them through narrows, which gave them a moment's reprieve. Down the slope and across a ridge, Iona spied a yawning cave entrance that faced away from the wind.
What's that?
Shouted Zuri. Iona thought her friend was talking about the cave, but when she turned, Zuri was facing away from the mountain. Iona squinted but couldn't see far through the heavy winds.
I can't see anything. It's big, whatever it is. A mountain. Too smooth.
Far away. Iona was going to ask how she could see it, when she caught movement in the cave's entrance.
A hacker stood guard.
Angular, it had a bony face and thick spotted fur. The four-legged beasties were brutal and cunning. It disappeared into the cave, daring her to follow.
They're going to be ready for us, said Iona. Then let's not give them a chance, said Justine.
Do you all know Evergaard's blackening? No one did.
That's okay, I can teach you.
For the next 10 minutes they cleared away the snow from the ridge, using the knife-like upthrust of stone to block the worst of the wind. Justine applied ritual lines and runes along the frozen ground, using paint markers from her pack. The icy hoarfrost made for a good canvas for the ritual. Once Justine was confident they could perform the ritual, they stood at opposite sides and began chanting the ancient words. Within a minute, a ball of darkness formed at the center of the circle, growing thicker and pushing against its boundaries as if it were a living thing. At the conclusion of the ritual, Justine sent the ball of darkness into the cave. The screams and yips that followed were thankfully muted by the storm, but sounded much worse than the battle on the second level. When it was finished, they explored the cave, finding only mangled bodies, including dozens of pups which had been cowering in back before their ritual took their lives.
Don't think we'll have to worry about them returning to the portal, said Iona. I think the winds are dying down, said Zuri, head craned towards the cave entrance.
Iona wasn't sure how she could tell, but by the time they returned to the outside, the sky was visible above them.
Clouds streaked across the jagged mountaintop.
She was transfixed by the stark, brutal beauty, knowing that without their magic they would have already frozen to death. Back on the ridge she watched as the clouds dissipated, expanding the horizon until the object Zuri had somehow spied entered their view. Iona almost couldn't believe what she was seeing. In the center of the valley, far beneath them, at least a day's journey by her estimate, lay a massive pyramid made of grey stone and covered in plant material. The snows, it appeared, were confined to the peaks where they were standing, while halfway down the mountain white turned dark green. Opposite them, and at least twice as far as they were from the pyramid, lay another range of mountains, smaller but more jagged and inhospitable than the ones they stood upon.
"Look at that," said Orion with his arm outstretched.
Across from them, huge creatures winged through the sky. It was hard to tell their exact size, but they had to be the size of a horse at least. Then, as the wind cleared away the clouds, Iona spied herds of creatures moving around the pyramid, including packs of hacker that threatened the edges.
"What do you think this place is?" asked Iona. "Forgotten," said Orion. "It glows with faint magic," said Zuri. "It's all I can really see." "Would love to explore it," said Iona, then added after catching their looks, "Not now. But it would be hella less claustrophobic than the Obelisk. Can't say I want to contend with those hacker packs though."
"They look 3 times the size of the one we slaughtered," said Justine.
"Have we satisfied our curiosity?" asked Zuri.
They returned to the portal, finding it untouched since their journey through it. Stepping back into the obelisk barely gave Iona any vertigo. Zuri approached the portal, and after a brief examination touched a series of runes, which made the shimmering view of the other realm wink out of existence.
"Let's collect our things and get back down," said Zuri. "And take special care with the cameras.
Since we wiped out the hacker, we won't get to do that again."
"What exactly are you going to do with that footage?" asked Iona.
The black girl gave her a ghost-eyed smile, saying nothing.
Chapter 16.
Iona's hand felt small and fragile in Orion's hand, even though he knew that wasn't the case. She might be a third his size, but she was made of tougher stuff than most people her age. He paused at the end of the hallway, not wanting Professor Dreadmarsh to see him lurking outside. He didn't trust the older man, and not because of his last name, though that didn't help. Orion wasn't convinced that the sacrifice on the second level hadn't been the professor's work, rather than Blake Lockwood's.
"I'll meet you after class," he told Iona.
She smiled upward and rolled her eyes.
"I'm not a fragile flower, and besides, these floors are safer now.
No one has died around here in weeks." Orion cupped her face with his massive hand. He could palm her head like a basketball.
"Iona." "Fine," she said with a sigh. "I'll wait for you."
That advice goes both ways.
"What are you going to do?" "Are we attending class or having a make-out session, Miss Storm?" asked the professor, sticking his head out of the auditorium.
Iona beckoned Orion to lean over and kissed his cheek, standing on her tippy toes.
"Bye."
He waved, then felt self-conscious because of Professor Dreadmarsh's heavy gaze. Orion wondered if he knew what he was.
Probably suspected.
He was a learned man and had sent him to Victoria, which suggested he knew something of what he would tell her. Laughter reached him from far-off rooms.
He smiled.
Those kinds of noises hadn't been heard in the halls of Coterie in months. The reprieve was just in time for the holidays. The city had been dyed green and red. No one had bothered in the obelisk yet, except for the Great Hall, which had been decorated with white lights, wreaths and candles. Turning a corner, he spotted a group of second years heading towards the auditorium wing, so he went a different way, not wanting to spoil their mood. The path brought him towards the lesser-used classrooms. Between the monsters and the low number of students in Coterie, much of the 4th and 5th floor, Telkeen's Circle and Telkeen's Star respectively, were empty. Orion had overheard Professor Petrov complain that the younger students were too scared to come to class, mostly hiding out in their suites. When all this was over, Orion suspected there would be major changes to the operation of Coterie. The current path was unsustainable. In a room that looked like it was meant for practicing the 5 elements, with phase-resistant target boards on one side and pedestals for the students on the other, Orion found a statue that looked like it could be one of his ancestors. The bronze man was nearly as big as he was, which given the time had to be enormous. The nameplate read, Isaac Dreadmarsh, 1843 to 1898. "Did they fear you too, old man?" he asked the statue.
That wasn't the question he wanted to ask, but he feared to voice it aloud in case anyone was listening. And someone was always listening on the first floor of the Obelisk.
He wanted to ask Isaac if people treated him like a monster too. Maybe they were too polite back then, or maybe he only looked monstrous and was a calm, erudite man. It was possible. He did have a watch chain sticking out of his pocket. Orion doubted it, however. The Dreadmarsh family wouldn't have bred people like him and not used them.
On the other hand, magic wasn't yet accepted in that century, so perhaps his monster hunting skills were in great use.
A rumble from a nearby room set off alarm bells in Orion's head. The first level was safer, but not yet safe. He crept to the doorway as silently as a big man like him could, thankful the obelisk used marble or thick hardwood for its flooring. In the far corner of the next room, the Hecate was painting blood on the walls with its tentacles. Orion didn't see a body, but there had to be one nearby. He knew he should leave, but he wanted to study the beastie in case he had to fight it another time. Its outer grey scales were resistant to magic, and its tentacles were strong enough to snap a stainless steel kitchen table in half. Orion wondered if his desire to stay was rooted in his blood. Whenever they'd fought monsters in the obelisk, he'd found calm, rather than adrenaline. Injuries rarely hurt. Maybe he was in fact made for this. Orion scoured the Hecate for weaknesses. A chipped scale there, another that was partially coming off.
Not enough to make him think he had a chance against it, but a start.
He was preparing to head back down and warn any other students to leave the area, when he heard laughter coming from behind him. 7 hells.
The Hecate rotated towards him before he could slip away unnoticed.
Shit. The beastie was large but not as mobile. He sprinted across the 5 elements room, as the Hecate lumbered behind him, knocking over pedestals and cracking doorframes in haste. Orion didn't want to lead the creature into his fellow coterie students, so he went a different, unexplored path. He was sure he'd been in the area one time during his 4 years, but he couldn't remember and got turned around. Drag it to an uninhabited area, and then lose it.
That was the plan.
He reached a corner and cast an icy surface across the marble while he waited for the Hecate to catch up. The creature's 4 stubby legs were stiff and immobile. Orion delayed his movement into the next room, wanting the Hecate to follow over the ice. When it did, the creature wobbled, but used its tentacles to grab the walls and ceiling to remain upright. Noted. Unlikely to be knocked over.
But everything had a weakness, he just had to find it.
Orion led the Hecate on a merry chase through the empty classrooms, testing different kinds of magic against the creature's scales. Flame and force were practically useless, while water spells seemed to have an effect, albeit minor. He made it back into the 5 elements room, before realizing that the Hecate was no longer following. Either it had given up, or was trying to anticipate him. He hadn't determined how intelligent the Hecate was. Sometimes big impervious creatures were relatively dumb, relying on their protective shell to keep them safe, but Orion wasn't so sure that was the case for the Hecate. Peeking around the next corner, he almost didn't see it until the last moment. The Hecate had anticipated his movement, and went around the other way to cut him off. Tentacles grasped after him, briefly wrapping around his arm before he was able to yank it away, taking skin with it. Better a little blood than the whole arm. Or worse. Orion sped through the hallways, determined to lose it this time, and hurry back to the lower floors. He found himself in a dusty auditorium, with one other exit. It was a place he'd never seen before. The dais was long and made for dueling, while a wheel with various magical materials was sitting against the wall. Curiosity delayed him a moment too long when the Hecate squeezed through the narrow doorway, cracking the frame as it attempted to get through. The other exit was blocked when he reached it. Orion smashed his shoulder against it, then kicked it twice, but the other side had something heavy against it. He turned to find the Hecate standing in the center of the auditorium, perfectly placing itself in range of the only exit. A standoff. Orion wondered if the Hecate had blocked the other exit.
It wouldn't surprise him. Not going to let me out, are you?
To his surprise, the creature made noises that sounded suspiciously like speech. Orion walked towards one side of the seats, and the Hecate adjusted accordingly.
You can wait all day or all week, can't you?
Eventually, Iona would come looking for him, but it would take time for her to find him. She wouldn't know to look in these hallways, probably suspecting that he'd gone back to the suite.
I hope you sleep.
Orion didn't think that it did, and prepared himself for a long wait, unless he could figure out how to distract the Hecate enough to slip past its tentacles. A noise that sounded like a drum, or a fist on a door, reverberated into the auditorium. The Hecate appeared indecisive, swaying towards the noise and then returning to its sentinel watch. The banging continued.
It wasn't Iona, that much he knew.
Professor Dreadmarsh's classes were famous for their length. He'd given a lecture on the relationship between the infernal realm and the proliferation of fays in the Undercity for nearly 6 hours, never once stopping for a bathroom break or a drink of water. A red-haired figure darted past the doorway, lobbing something small and shiny at the Hecate. The object broke across its back, sending out a yellow-green corrosive mist. The Hecate smashed its tentacles against the door and the table against the wall, shattering it to splinters. 2 more figures went past the opening, lobbing more vials, until the Hecate smashed through the open doorframe, lumbering after the other students. Orion wasted no time in leaving in case the Hecate realized its mistake and circled back. He was jogging down a hallway when he heard a distinct whistle. The changeling Margot waved him towards a pop door that he'd never noticed before.
Trusting the other students in coterie was usually a bad idea, but he figured they could have left him to the Hecate.
He squeezed into the tight space, turning his body sideways to navigate the passage until they came into a classroom he'd never been in. Margot was surrounded by 5 other second years. They looked cautious but ready for action.
Thank you. We should be the ones thanking you, said Margot.
He hadn't seen the changeling much this year, but she seemed less of the starry-eyed first year that had fawned over Zuri. Necessity or chance had changed her demeanor to something harder.
Why?
The second years all looked to each other, as if he'd said something outlandish. Because your group has been the only ones looking out for coterie. The rest of the upper class has been in the city getting drunk, or wasting time in their suites. Whatever you all did to get rid of the Gloomrend invasion alone is worth any help we can return, said Margot.
If we don't help each other, there won't be a coterie left, said Orion, repeating what Zuri had said many times.
Margot shot a glare at a tall kid on the end, who hadn't been making eye contact. It appeared their help hadn't been unanimous.
We were wondering if you had any more plans to clear out the other levels. We do. Tell Zuri to count us in. She knows how to get a hold of me.
Orion nodded. Margot looked like she wanted to say more, but couldn't due to the other second years. No one other than Em knew she was a changeling, or that she'd gone with them to Vicious last year.
See you around, said Margot, leading her group out.
Orion gave it a few minutes before finding his way back to the classrooms on the 4th floor. He sat against the wall outside of Professor Dreadmarsh's auditorium, and listened to his muted voice. When class was over 3 hours later, Iona startled when she saw him sitting against the wall.
I thought you were going to walk around.
Not wanting to tell her about the Hecate or Margot's offer in front of the other students, he merely replied, tired. Iona raised an eyebrow but said nothing as she sensed his obfuscation.
Later then, she said, and hooked her arm around his, a quiet smile on her lips. Chapter 17.
Constructing the power fencing had been Justine's idea, so she'd been tasked with its construction. To make it flexible and capable of carrying different types of magic, required manufacturing runic switches. The small magical devices were used as an arcane circuit, which required dangerous processes to create. She worked with the first and second years that had come to their aid, utilizing the small kill rooms on the 5th floor in case one of the runic switches exploded. Justine felt like an adjunct professor for coterie, and while many of the students didn't know what to make of her at first, once she was helping them through the runic switch creation process, they stopped looking at her like a construct. Maybe not entirely as a human being, but once they understood that she knew what she was talking about, the whispers stopped.
While she was working on the fencing, Zuri and the others were on the third floor clearing out the mess of crystalline spiders that had taken over the area around the portal.
Normally, the eight-legged hunters relied on surprise, but without a predator to cull their numbers, they multiplied until they were a colony, secreting massive crystalline webbing structures that the spiders used like miniature tunnels. The webbing was resistant to most kinds of magic, and reflective of the more obvious answers like flame, which required a more manual destruction. Though she spent most of her time on the fencing, Justine was delighted to watch Iona and Orion smashing the webbing to dust with huge hammers. It wasn't just their entertaining destruction, but the camaraderie that was developing with the student corps.
Not all, of course.
Most of the third years and above were keeping to themselves. It was mostly the first and second years that had joined the call to action, given their inexperience with the dangers of the obelisk, and having come along at a time when the normal hierarchy had been upended. Once the crystalline webbing structure and the spiders that had made it had been removed from the portal, the group could tackle the other monsters that had taken over the third level. Most of the critters had no identifiable name.
At first,
there were the flat snakes that could slip through the smallest cracks, birds with feathers like steel that could dive fast enough to explode a chest cavity, and finally the armored rock creatures that attacked in groups. The last group was the largest danger, and the one they were primarily focused on countering. Justine stepped over the runic pathway. The traps had been disarmed, and the black goo pools that had plagued them their first year had been removed by a clever boy in Margot's group, who had figured out that they were excellent heat conductors. They placed buckets of enchanted ice near the pools, which would eventually draw interest from the black goo. Ingesting the super-chilled ice froze the creatures until they could be broken into dust.
Marco.
Amelia. The fencing needs to be on the left side of the runic pathway, or the trap isn't going to work, she said. The two first years looked to each other as if they were going to try and lay blame, but eventually sighed and returned to the ritual bolts. As Justine moved to the next section of fencing, the sound of incantations rose behind her.
Arrowbird.
7 o'clock. The call came from the observation tower they'd built near the front. Zuri was standing atop it, using her special vision to spy the aerial creatures. They'd had many injuries the first few days of clearing, until Zuri realized she could see the slender speedsters. The other students ducked, checking the air for the dangerous bird, while Justine stayed calm and craned her neck. It wasn't that she was immune to the arrow birds, but after 4 years in the obelisk, minor dangers barely registered.
Diving.
2 first years with channeling staves put up a nearly invisible dome of force. The arrow bird hit the deflective magic hard enough to pierce it, but lost most of its momentum, spiraling through the air, until a series of elemental magics crashed into it. It wasn't dead when it landed, until Orion smashed it with the runic hammer they'd had made for him. Justine visited Brock's station last.
The handsome first year was putting the finishing touches on the outer barrier wall, which would be crucial in their mission.
Hey! His smile lit up like a mage light. He shifted to one knee, leaning on the diamond-tipped drill they'd been using to sink the anchor bolts.
You catch the Flame Herders game last night? Only the last bit, she lied.
He shook his head incredulously.
One of the best Thunderball games of the season. If you get a chance, you should really watch the whole game.
Justine caught the knowing glances from the other 2 students working with Brock. She didn't want to start any more rumors, so she made her tone harsh.
Is that why you look so tired?
The obelisk doesn't forgive. We need everyone to be on their toes. The other 2 students working smirked at the reprimand. She hated having to do that to him, but the last thing she wanted to see was him getting hurt.
Told you, Brock, said Samantha.
Justine turned.
Do we have any more of the S-tier runic switches left? I was thinking we could put in a variable gate on this side, said Justine. Sure, I can check, said Samantha. Travel in pairs, I'll stay with Brock, said Justine, which left the two of them alone. I'm sorry about that. I shouldn't have been so rough. No. Not at all. You're looking out for me.
For us. He smiled and glanced away, the shadows on his face deepening.
It actually wasn't the Thunderball game. I haven't been sleeping well. We all react to stress differently.
He massaged his forehead with his fingertips.
Not that.
Bad dreams. Justine sensed this was more than the reaction to stress.
What kind of dreams? At first Brock couldn't muster the words, but once he started, the explanation came out like an avalanche. I was somewhere in the Obelisk. I thought I was wandering by myself, but then I realized my hands were bound.
I was led into a great room with dozens of robed figures wearing lion masks.
They chained me to the floor while the ritual continued. I wasn't the only one. The high priest cut their throats, spilling blood into a pool which was overflowing. Then they got to me and...
Brock frowned and stared into the distance with his lips squeezed white.
You've had this dream before. He nodded. Any idea what it means? I don't know, but there's something else.
His voice dropped to a whisper.
It doesn't feel like a dream. It feels real.
More than any dream I've ever had. The only reason I know it's a dream is that the moment my throat is cut, I wake in my bed, covered in sweat.
I have to take a shower afterwards. How often? Not every night, but you know enough. I'm sorry, Brock. Me too.
I knew Coterie was tough, but not like this.
Sometimes I wonder if I made a mistake coming here.
She remembered his admission to her that he'd wished he'd joined Arcanium instead. Justine hadn't been sure at the time if he'd been messing with her, but now she could see that he was serious.
The best thing to do when you don't know what to do is to put one foot in front of the other, she said, echoing a saying of her father's. I'm not giving up, he said, looking her in the eyes.
Besides, if I'd gone elsewhere, I wouldn't have gotten to meet you. If it were possible, heat would have risen to her face. Instead, she hid her smile behind a cupped hand. She was about to say something when Samantha returned with the S-tier runic switches.
They spent the next half hour putting in the swing gate.
As soon as they were done, Zuri called them to the center of the arcane fencing.
It was time to spring the trap.
With 24 students at their disposal, preparing for the rockhounds was simpler than when it had just been the 4 of them. Justine was placed with the fence group, which unfortunately wasn't with Brock. He was placed in the law group. Justine told him good luck as he headed to the front. Once every group was confirmed, Zuri gave the signal for the culling to begin. The law group performed a ritual that sent shadow warriors into the rockhound area of the level. No one knew if the shadow beings would be substantial enough to draw out the creatures, but Zuri didn't want to risk anyone's life if they didn't have to. A rumble in the ground announced the approach of the rockhounds. Zuri gave the signal for the lead group to pull back and join the others. Their job was complete.
Fence teams ready.
Along with 3 other students, Justine placed her hands on the support rod and waited for Zuri's command. The rockhounds appeared past the Sphinx necropolis, thundering like a stampede as they rushed towards them. If Justine had possessed a gut, it would have seized up seeing how many of the dangerous critters there were. She'd expected a number close to 100. It was more like 300 or 400. Justine glanced to the next station where Brock was. He gave a grim nod, which she returned.
There was no point in having cold feet now.
The rockhound herd flowed towards the opening gates. Zuri called out commands to the edge fencing.
Earth.
The rockhounds were attracted to the element earth, which diverted the herd into 2 gates. More commands were given which activated other portions of the fencing, splitting the rockhounds into smaller and smaller groups. The fencing was only so wide and the rockhounds were made of sturdy stuff, bouncing and jostling the magical barriers until Zuri gave a new command.
Force. The barrier was filled with force magic, which distressed the rockhounds but kept them to the center of the pathway. The herd had covered half the distance through the maze of fencing and came to the empty goo pools.
There had been a discussion about keeping the black goo, but the corrosive slime was too dangerous to work around, and the massive influx of fleshy material would make them grow at an accelerated pace that would have created an entirely new problem. Instead, the rockhounds crashed into the pits, smashing into the walls as more of them followed, until the hole was filled and the ones behind leapt over the others.
This was the point that Justine knew they were in trouble.
With a herd more than 3 times the size that they expected, there weren't enough goo pools to contain them. The rockhounds bounced and smashed into the barriers. A few managed to leap over, avoiding the painful force magic.
Spark team.
As Justine kept funneling force magic into the barrier, Orion and the rest of his team surged to the front. The rockhounds spilled over the barriers, heading towards them in large numbers. Using Orion as a focus rod, the other student sent a power plant's worth of electricity through him and into the fencing. The power overloaded the whole system, jumping into the rockhounds and frying them in place. Frightened and in pain, rockhounds did whatever they could to escape the trap, trampling over fencing even as it was cooking their hardened skin. The last remaining group of rockhounds, nearly 5 dozen strong, burst through the final barrier. A call of defense went up, but Justine was already moving towards Orion and the others. The first few seconds of the fight, Justine worried they were outnumbered and would be overrun, but most of the rockhounds that had made it that far had injuries, making them less dangerous than before. In the midst of the battle, Justine saw Brock get sideswiped by a rockhound that was lunging to avoid a hammer blow from Iona. Justine ran over to his fallen form, but he was climbing to his feet already. When he saw that she'd been coming over, his lips cracked a smile. She joined him in the chaotic defense as fencing was smashed and sorcery filled the air. Twice she felt flames wash over her back and singe her clothes. Justine wasn't sure when the battle ended, but it seemed abrupt. One moment there was a rockhound bounding towards her, and the next, she was looking over the battlefield at the mess of bodies.
Your shoulder, she said to Brock when she found him again.
He was gripping it and grimacing.
It's fine. Okay, Pinocchio.
He snorted, which made him grimace harder.
That's rich coming from you. But yeah, it hurts like hell.
Dislocated for sure.
You fought through the pain, she said, touching his arm reverently. Can I reset it? You know how? Sadly, yes.
He nodded stoically. The moment it popped back into place, Brock muffled his scream, rocking on his heels until he opened his brown eyes.
Thanks.
Justine was still holding his arm.
He wasn't moving it either.
It wasn't until Zuri called them to clean up the remaining rockhounds that she pulled her hand away. They joined the others, who looked equally beat up.
As far as she could tell, there'd been no deaths, and the ones that had taken more severe injuries were being treated.
The next 20 minutes they moved through the destroyed fencing, killing the wounded rockhounds. Justine always stayed within reach of Brock, catching him looking over frequently too. Zuri led the team to the far wall where the portal rip was suspected, following the high-pitched keening. They found it around the same place that the creature Ammit had made its home, though the bones and remnants of bodies had long ago been removed. Justine moved to the front and with Zuri's help fixed the portal. Her ears felt relief once it was closed. Everyone cheered once they knew it had worked, hugging each other in victory. Brock found her first, picking her up in a hug that lasted much longer than the others, grinning when he put her down. A party was planned for that night, once everyone had a chance to recover and clean up. In the city, of course, as no one wanted to have their good time crashed by a lone monster. Or worse, the Hecate. Even before she made it back to the suite, Justine was planning a surprise for Brock. His interest in her was undeniable, so she booked a nice hotel near the party space. It was going to be a night to remember. Chapter 18. Early into the new year, Iona was heading to class thinking about Professor Dreadmarsh's challenge when she smelled blood. The coppery scent was unmistakable to her attuned nose, giving her a pang of hunger, which she quickly pushed away.
The trail led her onto the 5th floor, which was only used for the kill rooms these days, like when they'd made the runic switches.
Fewer students in the Obelisk meant there were many unneeded classrooms, but Iona moved cautiously, remembering this was the area where Orion had encountered the Hecate. She spotted a bead of blood on the ground. And another. And another. Following no longer required her nose. Iona squatted down at one point, marveling in the perfect spacing between the beads, almost as if they'd been purposely created. A warning shiver went down her back. Returning to the suite and grabbing Justine, who was the only one not busy in class, seemed like a prudent idea, but what if someone was injured and needed help?
Don't be stupid, Iona.
A short pause gave her a chance to apply more enchantments and charge her tattoos. Iona crossed through a bowl-like auditorium that looked like it was meant for dueling or competitions, with short walls around the bottom section. Runes lined the tops of the barriers to protect the spectators. The smell of blood was growing stronger, making her salivate. At the threshold of the next room, Iona understood why. She suspected it was originally a regular classroom, but that's not what she saw. Blood was everywhere, and it wasn't random. Nor was it the only disturbing thing. The centerpiece was a body splayed out on a golden disc, pinned to the hardwood like an insect in a display case. Ritual lines had been drawn into the circle, which wasn't native to the room. Slices had been made along the limbs. The gusher of blood must have been immense, but there was no sign of the volume that had to have come out of the body. The similarities to what they'd found in the building on the 2nd level was strong. Iona had no doubt that whoever had killed the first year had also performed this bloody ritual. Now more than ever she suspected the trail of blood hadn't been accidental. Someone had meant for the body to be found.
Had it been for her alone? Or had she been lucky or unlucky to find it?
Iona crouched by the edge to figure out who the victim was, but his face was bruised and beaten, and she had no intention of stepping into the circle to check for identification. The scuff of footsteps warned her of the approach of others. Dead-eyed, identical twins stepped into the room.
The Siren Sisters.
Candy hissed when she saw the body. Iona started to back away when a group of 5th years, led by Dedda Billington, came from the opposite direction. The posh British girl looked from the body to Iona and back again.
No, said Iona, really regretting not getting back up. That wasn't me. I found it a moment before you all did. That's Nigel Hughes, you twat, said Dedda, raising her hands in a threatening manner.
Iona checked back to the body. Nigel. She remembered him, but he looked nothing like what he did normally. The Siren Sisters said nothing, but they were eyeing the body and checking back to her. Everyone suspected she'd done it, but they weren't positive. Iona tried to think of something to allay suspicion. Dedda crouched by the body, tears streaking down her cheeks.
He's not my group, but he was a friend. I told you I. Shut up, pig girl, said Dedda menacingly.
Iona gestured towards the Siren Sisters, who hadn't moved from their location right inside the doorway. They stood as silent sentinels. Like judges.
You came in right after me. Please tell them.
I couldn't have done this.
I don't have any blood on me. I followed the trail just like you all did.
Trail? What trail? Asked Dedda.
We heard a scream and came to investigate. Scream? There was no scream, said Iona, checking between the two groups.
She was feeling exposed and asked the Siren Sisters, did you hear a scream? No answer.
This is just like those dreams, said one of Dedda's group with his arms crossed. Maybe Pig Girl is trying to get back at us. It's not like she couldn't clean herself. I've heard she drinks blood, said another.
The tension in the room dialed up another notch. Iona backed towards the wall. She had nowhere else to go with the Siren Sisters blocking the only other exit, and she doubted they would step in if things came to a fight.
"This wasn't me," said Iona, quieter. "Even if it wasn't her, she shouldn't be here," said the first guy, pushing back his sleeves.
"And if it was, then we've taken care of a problem, once and for all." 5 against 1. She knew she was better than them, but there was no way she'd survive against those odds.
"Candy.
Coral."
The word please died in her throat.
They would never accept a plea. Coterie was for the strongest of the strong. Weakness would be punished. Dead black eyes returned their answer. Iona exhaled. Maybe she could break through them and escape before they could stop her.
"Come on, Deda. I didn't do this."
"Killing me won't change what happened, and then the real killer will go free."
"This isn't the only time this has happened, and it'll happen again. I'm sure of it." "What do you mean?" asked Deda. "On the second level, when we were clearing out the hacker, we fell into an old temple.
One of the first years had been sacrificed just like this." Everyone glanced to each other. This was news. Disturbing news.
She felt their anger dip slightly. "Then why didn't you say anything?" said Deda, hardening.
Iona held out her hands.
"We've been busy, you know.
Clearing levels. Making it safer for everyone. Why would we kill someone?"
"Bullshit," said Deda. "No one does anything in the Obelisk except for selfish reasons."
"You're probably doing that to lure the dumbass first and second years into a false sense of security, so you could do this."
"Nigel's not a first year," said Iona. "You saw an opportunity and took it," said Deda. "I've made up my mind."
Candy. Coral. Will you interfere? The Siren Sisters both took a step back and crossed their arms.
"That's all I need."
"Whether or not you did it, you were never supposed to be here in the first place, so I figure I'm not wrong no matter what happens next." The mutter of incantation filled the air. This was it. They were going to do what they'd been dying to do since she arrived in the Obelisk. Iona prepared to burst through them at the last moment, in hopes of avoiding their spells. It wasn't much of a chance, but she prepared to take a few of them with her on the way out. The Siren Sisters suddenly backed into the room, followed by a large group of first and second years, led by Margot. The tint of unused phase filled the air as spells were released before being used.
"What's going on?" asked Margot, glancing quickly at the body but staying focused on Deda. "This twat killed Nigel and we're taking our revenge." "Iona. She couldn't have done it," said Margot. "That's not her style." "How would you know, you chubby little bitch?" said Deda.
Margot smirked, ignoring the old slight.
"I know you're a group of big bad fifth years, but do you really think you can stand against 10 of us plus Iona? Even if the Siren Sisters get involved, which they do not look inclined to do, it's not going to be a happy day for you."
Deda glared at Margot but eventually scoffed.
"Come on.
Someone needs to tell the professors what happened, and you can be sure I'll be informing them of my suspicions." Deda led her group out of the room in a whirlwind. The Siren Sisters stayed for a moment before following without giving so much as a nod to signal their thoughts.
"Thanks, Margot."
"Thanks, all of you."
"I thought I was going to have to fight my way out," said Iona.
"Anything for the only other people that give a shit," said Margot, chuckling. The other first and second years smiled and nodded. They'd worked together as a team doing dangerous things.
Trust had been earned.
A strange warmth filled Iona's chest. Pride at fostering friendship in an unlikely place.
"What happened?" asked Margot, gesturing towards the body.
The way they stood around a dead classmate that had been ritualistically murdered as if it were a diorama, reminded Iona that her pleasant feelings only went so far. Coterie raised monsters. Plain and simple.
It just happened that the monsters in the room were friends. I found it right before the others.
The body is fresh, as far as I can tell. It wasn't long before I arrived that Nigel was sacrificed.
Why? I don't know, but it's not the first time I've seen this.
Iona explained what they'd found in the temple. No one was surprised.
It's a blood cult, said Margot.
In the Obelisk. Margot shrugged.
Be a good place for it, honestly. But the question is why? Do you know much about them?
Blood cults. Margot lifted one shoulder.
Only what I've read. She checked back to the others. Simon and a few others have been having horrible dreams. The same dream. So I've been doing research. And
blood cults have been around for millennia.
There's too many to narrow down.
Margot crouched on her heels.
But seeing this,
the golden disc, the runes, it's Kemetic in nature, which could indicate worshippers of Bes, Shesmu, Sekhmet, or maybe Isis. A few others possibly. Then again, those are just old cults.
It's not like the gods are real.
Iona bit her lower lip, thinking about Ammit. The crocodile-headed being had killed Professor Cornwallis and escaped through a portal. He'd intended to take her somewhere else. What if he'd come back?
Could it be Ammit?
Margot screwed up her face.
Doesn't really track.
Why? Iona shrugged.
No reason.
She could tell Margot didn't believe her, but she wasn't about to reveal that in front of the others.
As far as everyone else was concerned, they didn't really know each other, except for recent events. The gods might not be real, but people are, and some like to think they're a god, said Iona. That's for sure.
Iona looked around.
If it's all right, I'm going to head out before anyone else comes up.
I'd like to avoid getting into a pitched battle over a body I had nothing to do with. Margot smiled.
We'll wait here until the professors arrive. Thanks again for the intervention. Our pleasure.
Iona returned to the lower floors using the distant stairwell, so she didn't run into anyone else. Class with Professor Dreadmarsh had already started, but she had no intention of joining, instead returning to the suite to inform the others what had happened. She had no proof other than her own suspicion, but given the way she'd been set up to be caught by the others, Iona was almost certain Blake had been behind it.
Chapter 19.
The date with Brock was the first time Justine felt like a real woman since she'd entered the doll's body. It wasn't just the way he looked at her across the table, or the way he'd held the door open with a smile in his eyes. She felt it deep in her core, where twin heartbeats thundered in anticipation of later that evening.
It's not like they hadn't consummated their relationship.
She'd been sneaking off to his room day and night, whenever she wasn't busy researching new spells or clearing out the levels. Brock claimed he liked her hard body.
It's soft in the only place that matters, he would tell her when she grew self-conscious.
Dating.
She had to remind herself that's what they'd been doing.
It was much different than the boy from last year. She'd had a fling with him, visiting the fetish bar and sneaking upstairs for wild, unadulterated fun. This was different. She didn't feel like she was doing something dirty.
That she was a perverse thrill.
Brock liked her for who she was rather than what she was, and that made all the difference.
Not that it hadn't come with questions. Even her friends had been worried that he was using her somehow.
They questioned his motives and scrutinized his actions, but eventually came around to his side.
He treated her like a lady.
More than she would have expected, had she been in her old fleshy body.
She put some of it down to respect.
She'd managed to pull off a great sorcerer's feat that maybe no one else in history could claim. Coterie more than any other hall respected power.
Its motto was limitless for a reason. But she saw it as more than that.
He liked the other side of her too. The weird bookish kid that loved spending bright summer days indoors, curled in a nook studying her favorite spells. After sex, they fell into a routine of reading in bed amid the messy covers, legs entwined, occasionally telling each other about what they were reading. For their night out at La Sorcerelle, a prestigious restaurant in the financial district of the First Ward, she wore a slender black dress, hiding her doll joints with makeup and putty. Brock had told her she should come as she was, But her height would already make heads turn, and she wanted the date to be about them, and not the others who would stare. Their table looked over the second ward, with a good view of both the spire and the glitter dome. A parade of illusionary dragons flowed over the streets below, looking like long, elegant WYRMS.
When the end of year 5 comes, do you get to graduate? Asked Brock as he rattled the ice around his amber drink.
He'd had 2 already, and the muscles in his face were lazy.
Outside of the Obelisk, it was easier to relax and forget about the horrors inside. I don't know. The professors think I'm dead.
Most of them.
What a weird hall we live in. I bet they're all weird in their own ways, said Justine. Which do you think the weirdest is? And you can't say Eastermancium. That one's too easy.
Justine tapped her fake fingernail on the glass. She'd ordered the same drink as Brock, but he'd been the one drinking it. Blue flame. 'Cause no one really knows what goes on there.
I don't think I've ever met anyone from that hall, or heard of anyone meeting one.
Brock leaned back in his chair, arm resting casually on the table.
Oh, good one. I forgot about that hall.
For obvious reasons. He bit his lower lip and scrunched up his face, which was both unattractive and adorable because it was a sign he could let down his guard around her.
I'd say game makers. I heard they spend their entire time living in a game world. I have no idea why you do that, but it works for them. Good answer, she said. If you weren't in Coterie, which hall would you have wanted to join? Arcanium, maybe.
He chuckled lightly.
And not just because you said you put them down in the tome too, though that would have been a bonus. But they're probably the only other hall that treats general magical scholarship so seriously.
Did you just imply that Coterie treats scholarship seriously? He asked playfully.
We treat the exercise of power seriously.
Books and learning can fuck right off. She'd said the last part too loud, catching angry glares from nearby tables. Almost everyone else in the restaurant was in their 40s or later. Justine hunched behind a cupped hand, giggling along with Brock.
She found herself acting like a kid when she was with him. What about you? She whispered, barely restraining laughter. And it has to be somewhere else than Arcanium. This may sound weird, but Tinker's Hall. They have to know a lot of magics for creation. It sounds fun.
The way his voice died as his eyes shifted across the restaurant told her that someone he knew had entered. She half turned, expecting to see one of the professors, only to find her father striding between the tables with 2 other older men she recalled were business partners. The other customers were staring at him. While it had been decades since he'd played, he'd been one of the most famous Thunderball players during his time. A spike of horror went through her as the waiter led him past their table. He glanced over, smile rising to his lips.
Brock Dillinger.
Brock shot her a brief worried glance before beaming a smile at her father. Justine made herself perfectly still, feeling like a mouse trying to avoid a circling hawk.
Hello, Mr. Thornlock.
A flicker of attention came her way before her father returned his attention to Brock.
How's old Basil?
Still hunting at the stag.
Never misses a hunt, Mr. Thornlock.
Their last trip he bagged 2 boomers in Danir. Before that he got a Miss Draken, though it nearly got him first.
He's a real one, that Basil. Just like you're going to be. Thank you, Mr. Thornlock.
A heavy calloused hand gripped her chair.
Who's this pretty lady?
Justine had no choice but to stare up into her father's face. While she'd briefly seen him at the alumni meeting last year, it hadn't been this close, nor with him staring right back. He was a thick, solid man with a lumberjack's forearms and hands that could crack walnuts. The crescent scar on his jaw had deepened with age. Sorcery could fix it, but he liked to remind people that he dove through an electrified ice wall to win his 4th Thunderball championship when he was only 28. Confusion racked his face as he tried to make sense of her short stature and the joint lines along her neck. Justice was a man's man. Ambiguity was uninteresting.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Thornlock, she said, offering a hand.
He took it, giving it his patented justice squeeze, but found no give.
Hello, and you are? Lord Miller.
His touch lingered longer than he would have normally, due to confusion that she could see ripping through his eyes.
He sensed something.
Maybe it was her voice which hadn't changed, or maybe he was just weirded out by her strangeness.
I should get to our table, said Justice, removing his hand. Don't want to cause a scene. Tell Basil we need to hunt sometime.
He left, shaking his head, while his business associate stared. By the time he was seated at his table, her twin hearts were beating a double bass in her chest. She wished she could drink, because if she could, she would have downed the entire whiskey.
You okay? Asked Brock in a low voice. Let's not ruin a good time.
His gaze flickered across the restaurant.
Do you ever think about telling him? He might be shocked at first, but I bet he would be proud of what you've accomplished.
Justine stared at the amber liquid in the glass in front of her.
My father doesn't eat vegetables, because he thinks they would make him weak.
When I was a kid, and we put on those stupid plays at school, he refused to come because he thought they were a waste of time. But he would talk for hours over dinner about every point he'd scored in Thunderball, or how many kids he'd hurt or killed in Coterie. My father is a simple but brutal man. If I told him who I really was, he'd probably try to burn me like a witch, fearing that I'd stolen his daughter's soul. Huge booming laughter went up at her father's table. Justine watched as the other customers followed his lead, even though they hadn't heard what he said. He could piss on the table, and they would applaud him. Justine had thought her hatred for him had dissipated with time, but seeing him again brought back the worst of her feelings.
Can we go?
Brock took her arm. They snuck through the restaurant, paying on the way out, and headed to the street level. He got them a ghost taxi and had it drive past the second ward so they could see the great WYRMS fly over, while he cradled her against his side.
Chapter 20.
The classroom had less than half the students Iona expected from Professor Ravenscroft. Normally when she attended one of his lectures, she had to sit on the edge near the door, but the scattering of students made finding a spot near the front easier. Iona spied the other students covertly. It was a mix of early years, with a few upperclassmen. Since they'd been clearing out the levels, other students had been returning to solve them so they could pass the year. Life in Coterie was returning to a semblance of normalcy, if one could call it that. Zuri had them working on the 6th level again. New spells and techniques they'd developed on the lower ones proved useful for clearing out the creepers, though progress was slow. It was hard to believe that it was almost March, and they'd barely advanced further than they'd been at the end of last year. Professor Ravenscroft shuffled in 10 minutes after the appointed time. Normally he was precise, starting exactly when the clock ticked over. Today he was disheveled, with his normally coiffed hair looking like he'd just rolled out of bed. The bags under his eyes could hold all of Zuri's clothes, and she could smell him from across the auditorium, making her wish she'd kept her normal spot in back. He poked around his desk for a few minutes, as if he were trying to figure out what he was supposed to do. Iona might have thought he was recovering from a 3-day bender, if she wasn't aware that he was a teetotaler.
Where were we?
Muttered the professor.
Then to the class, anyone?
Where were we?
I seem to have misplaced my notes.
Jessica Goodhart glanced over her phone, annoyance on her brow.
The 6 epochs of Kemetic magic, she said, adding an eye roll. We're on the 4th. Oh yes.
The 4th. The 4th. The professor cleared his throat and ran a hand through his ragged hair. His eyes were bloodshot. For the next 10 minutes, Iona watched as the professor struggled through his lecture, losing his place multiple times, and for a painfully long minute stood with his eyes closed before snapping awake. Half the students snuck out the side door during his moments of inattention, which were frequent enough that no one had to try that hard.
The left-handed feather rune is the left-handed, right feather rune. I said that.
My apologies.
He took a deep breath. The left-handed feather rune is important for tying together enchantments that might normally repel each other. But make sure you don't mistakenly use the right-handed feather rune, which would deepen the conflict rather than resolve it.
The professor glanced up to realize that only a handful of students remained. He'd only been at it 30 minutes, but the constant restarts and long moments of silence had made it feel like an eternity. He was about to speak again when he put a hand to his nose, coming away with blood. The professor grabbed a tissue and blotted away the leakage.
That'll be all. Class dismissed.
The rush of students quickly left Iona as the only one in the room. She approached the professor, who was balling more tissues and shoving them against his bleeding nose.
Are you okay, Professor? Not getting my iron, I guess.
Might have to ask the cooks for liver in cod oil. He blinked heavily.
How can I help you, Miss Storm?
From her seat he'd looked like a homeless person masquerading as a professor, but from up close she saw that his hands were dirty with dried blood beneath the fingernails. A claw mark on his neck peeked over the collar of his striped shirt. Been getting those a lot? She asked, gesturing towards his face.
First one, he said.
Other details of his clothing came into view: a rip in his shirt, a bit of brown paint marker along his sleeve, and the pinky nail on his right hand looked like it had been half ripped off.
I was wondering if I could get some extra credit. Extra credit?
Miss Storm, you are aware? Oh yes. A joke.
Are you really okay? You look like you haven't slept in a week.
The professor sighed heavily as his eyes fluttered.
Sleep?
Unfortunately yes, that's when. Oh never mind, he said.
That's when what?
His eyes snapped open, as if he was suddenly and brutally awake. The sleepy demeanor changed to anger, making her take a step away from the desk.
Why are you asking, Miss Storm?
The verve and intensity of his voice sent chills down her spine.
Nothing. Just checking on you, she said as she shouldered her backpack on the way out the door. Have a good day.
Iona left him staring after her, no longer a disheveled professor, but something dangerous. She ran into Justine on the way back to the suite as she was coming from Brock's room. Iona told her what she'd seen on the professor.
It could be anything really, said Justine. The professors all have their weird little projects.
Maybe he's poisoned himself somehow. I remember hearing about the time Petrov accidentally got some harpy blood in her coffee and started blurting out prophecies in the middle of Charm's class. Supposedly a good number of them came true.
What about the blood under the fingernails?
He could have killed Nigel. All this chaos is providing opportunity for mischief.
Didn't you say he had a bloody nose? His first, he said.
Justine shrugged.
He could have forgotten. He certainly doesn't seem himself based on your description. Maybe you're right.
None of those things necessarily mean he was the killer, said Iona, searching her feelings for the truth.
I'm not saying he's not, said Justine. But seems unlikely. I'll keep my eyes out. Me too.
By the time they got back to the suite, Iona had pushed the encounter with Professor Ravenscroft out of her mind.
Chapter 21.
Orion stood outside the hallways that led to the offices of the professors. The ornate chandeliers and paintings of the more famous of the faculty was a reminder that he didn't belong.
Come on, Orion, said Iona from behind. He's not that bad. He'll talk to you.
Spurred by her encouragement, he strode through the passages until he was at Professor Dreadmarsh's door. When he hesitated to knock, Iona did it for him. 3 quick raps. Then nothing.
Maybe he's in class, offered Iona. He's not in class. I know his schedule. He should be here.
Iona shrugged and banged 5 more times, hitting so hard it rattled the door in the frame.
He's definitely not here, she said with a smirk. What's all this racket about?
The firm authoritarian voice made them both spin around. Professor Horace Green stood not far from their location, one hand in a cardigan sweater pocket.
I'm sorry, Professor.
We're looking for Professor Dreadmarsh, said Orion.
Does that require treating his door like a drum?
Iona stepped forward.
That's my fault, Professor.
You haven't seen him by any chance?
Why do you ask?
Iona glanced up at him.
He has some family matters to speak to him about, said Iona. Then why are you here? Never safe to travel alone in the Obelisk.
Professor Green started to go back into his room, but then he half turned.
I wouldn't bother Nikolai. He has his own demons to slay. The professor stared at the ceiling. There are more immediate issues that require our attention. What do you mean? Asked Orion. I mean what I said.
No more, no less.
He paused. But if you want to bother Nikolai, I saw him heading to the stairs. Thank. The rest went unheard because the professor disappeared into his room. Your call, said Iona.
They hurried to the stairs, passing a few groups that eyed them warily. While trust amongst the lower classes was at an all-time high, the upper classes treated them like pariahs even more than usual. Orion spotted Professor Dreadmarsh near the portal that led to the upper levels. He was about to call out when Iona grabbed his arm. Confusion about her interruption lasted until he noticed that the professor had a carry-all over his shoulder with various implements sticking out the top, including a brass knife, steel cords and other strange items.
What do you think he's up to? Asked Iona after he was gone.
Orion marched after the professor.
There was only one way to find out. At the portal, he looked to Iona. Which one do you think he went to?
Could be any, including some we don't have access to, she said.
I don't think so.
The upper levels are stranger and more difficult.
True.
He didn't have a machete, so it's probably not 4.
That leaves 2, 3 or 5 since we haven't seen him on 6. 3, said Orion, thinking about the brass knife which could be used for rituals. On the 3rd he saw no one at first.
The scattered buildings, half-empty pools, and leftover equipment from clearing out the rockhounds made it hard to pick any one detail out until Iona extended her arm. The professor was headed to the part of the level where Amat had tried to sacrifice them.
Are you sure about this? Asked Iona. This level is still dangerous.
Feeling like he needed answers, Orion marched across the landscape, taking care not to step on runes and avoiding the black goo pools that hadn't been drained. He stayed behind buildings in case the professor ever glanced back, but he seemed oblivious to their presence, and a bit arrogant in the way he was treating the danger. Halfway across the level they lost Professor Dreadmarsh. Orion had been taking care to stay hidden, but that created a window where he couldn't see him anymore.
Where'd he go? Asked Iona.
Orion found no sign of him near the last place he'd been. Iona checked for residual phase, but he'd used no magic either.
Maybe we should go back, said Iona, checking over her shoulder.
Before he could speak, a sudden dislocation nearly made him drop to his knees with vertigo. It only lasted a fraction of a second, but the aftereffect was strong.
Was that just what I think it was? Asked Iona. But we fixed the obelisk. Did we? Or has someone broken it again? She looked across the level. Shit. Maybe we need to find the professor.
What if he's screwing with the portal system?
Why? I don't know, Orion. You're the one following him. But he is acting strange. Sometimes I think he's an asshole in class so no one will attend.
A glimmer of light far to their left had him striding over the runes, peering around buildings and checking for the source.
He was here. How do you know? Asked Iona.
Orion searched his gut.
I don't. But if he was going to cause trouble, it would be here. This is near the room with Amat.
Though it had been a few years, they bypassed the secret wall that Justine had showed them back then. A ramp led down to a wide room covered in murals. The depression where he'd been chained remained, but nothing else from that day was the same.
He's not here, said Iona. Amat left through a portal in the wall. Why would the professor do that? He's looking for something.
Why else bring extra gear?
What if that something is another student to sacrifice? Asked Iona. It was a possibility.
Orion hadn't discounted it. Another portal waver had them quivering in place. While he recovered, he heard something heavy shifting. A door. Or a wall. Iona heard it too by the way she brandished her teeth and fingernails, as if she were ready to pounce.
I wonder if...
The words died on his lips as he saw something tall, dark, and terrifying stepping through an opening where a mural had been. The room had a high ceiling at least 12 feet, and the creature's sharp-pointed ears nearly brushed it. A jackal-like head was matched with talons as long as butcher knives.
The creature stomped towards them, ready for a fight.
Iona blasted it with a twist of flame and earth magic, but the creature battered it out of the air as if it were a water balloon. Realizing they were outmatched, they hurried towards the ramp with the jackal behind them, but when they reached the secret door it was closed and no amount of pushing would make it budge. Orion turned and ducked as the jackal swiped, talons ripping gouges in the sandstone wall. Iona threw her shoulder into the creature's midsection, barely knocking it back a few feet down the ramp. As the jackal raised its razor-sharp talons, Orion blasted it with electricity, freezing it long enough for Iona to duck through the opening. He followed. The jackal was on them fast. Orion used the occasional pillars of the wide room as a distraction, but the jackal's talons sliced them in half. When the creature darted after Iona, Orion caught it with bolts of electricity, forcing it to face him.
Come on, you ugly bastard.
He knew he couldn't win, but he hoped to distract it long enough for Iona to come up with a plan. She stood apart, muttering quickly under her breath as the jackal loped after Orion, forcing him to dodge attacks that would take a limb off if he guessed wrong.
The dance was fast and deadly.
Orion snuck in bolts to distract the jackal, but except for a moment's delay, they seemed to be doing nothing substantial. He managed to catch the jackal with a fist, barely making it grunt. The counterattack caught Orion across the thigh, slicing his flesh down to the bone. He barely dove out of the way of a second swipe, one that would have removed his head, but now he was on the ground with the jackal towering over him. The jackal plunged its talons downward, but Orion rolled to his left where a pillar remained, and the blade-like extensions pierced the stone as if it were butter. Each time Orion rotated to his injured leg, he wanted to scream but couldn't afford the delay. When he looked up, he saw the jackal hadn't moved, which didn't make sense until he saw its feet sunk into the stone. Iona had melted the stone around its ankles, immobilizing it. Orion thought they might have won by default until it thrust talons into the stone, cutting away its prison. Iona caught up to him, putting her shoulder under his arm and helping him limp away.
The ramp is closed. Then where? He asked.
The only other exit was the dark space where the jackal had come from. Without discussion, they hurried towards the gap, hoping something beyond would help them with their predicament. The dimly lit room was no bigger than their suite, except it was plain sandstone with the outline of a portal on the wall. Runes marked it as a warning. A door not to be opened. Someone needed to tell that to whoever had released the jackal.
Help me, said Iona with her fingers jammed into the thick pocket door, pulling on the stone barrier.
The jackal had cut one leg from the ground, and was working on the second. Orion squeezed his fingers into the gap, feeling the sharp edge cut his flesh, and pulled with Iona. The door didn't move at first until he put his back into it, and then the entire thing shifted a few inches. And stopped. But it gave them more purchase for their fingers. Orion got a full hand grip and pulled as hard as he'd ever pulled before, grunting along with Iona as the barrier shifted across the space, ignoring the pain in his thigh from the deep slice. With the door halfway closed, the jackal freed itself and immediately loped in their direction, arms swinging at its side like deadly pendulums, closing fast. Orion shifted to pushing. The heavy barrier slid across the gap as the jackal reached them.
It slammed into place.
Orion stepped back, expecting the jackal to cut through the stone, but he only heard light pounding.
It can't get through, he said.
Good for us until we have to leave, said Iona. Orion frowned, checking back to the shimmering portal.
What is this room?
Iona joined him at the back, examining the runes with her fingertips. She looked between the portal and the barrier that was keeping the jackal from killing them.
These are serious runes. Meant to kill anything that tries to come through, said Iona. Then how did it get out? Someone did something in the control room, I bet.
She glanced down.
You're bleeding.
Blood soaked his leg. He needed to stop it, or he was going to bleed out. Before either one of them could consider a healing spell, the world shifted around them. Orion saw himself in 3 places at once. When he came to, he was on his knees, horrible vertigo swimming through his senses. Iona was standing above him. She looked unaffected by the dislocation, with hands at her sides and eyes closed, not to protect against the dizziness, but as if she were holding something back. A low moan slipped from her lips. She was breathing heavily. Then her eyes snapped open, and Orion knew something was wrong. Iona was staring at the wound in his leg, licking her lips, hands grasping empty air.
Iona.
The pure lust in her eyes was striated with fear.
I'm sorry, Orion.
The voice came out as if she were not entirely in control.
Why?
Iona bared her teeth and leapt.
Chapter 22.
Iona had never been so hungry.
It was as if she'd never eaten in her life.
An all-consuming appetite colored the world in blood. Fresh blood. Sweet, hot, wet blood that was only a few feet away. When the world had shifted around them, Orion had fallen to his knees. He was still as tall as she was standing, but she hadn't experienced the same thing. Hunger. Lust. Killing. She saw men and women fall beneath her sword like wheat, being cut down for the harvest.
A harvest of blood.
Iona stood over a smoking ruin. A wasteland of war and death. One that she had created. Glorious, beautiful, bloody death. Standing in that place, she'd been as proud as a sculptor creating their masterpiece. She'd been the Da Vinci of death. The Michelangelo of murder. Only a moment, but it felt a lifetime. Many lifetimes. Iona opened her eyes to the smell of blood. Fresh blood. Orion's blood.
Iona.
He was there for the taking. A meal fit for a warrior queen.
I'm so sorry, Orion. She saw the fear in his eyes.
He was 3 times her size, but he saw instinctively that something was wrong. Very, very wrong.
Why?
Iona leapt with her teeth bared and her hands curled into claws. She wanted that blood. Wanted to suck the marrow from his bones, snapping them like twigs.
Teeth cut through his shoulder.
Orion screamed and threw her away. She landed on the stone and came up faster, dodging bolts of lightning until she slashed him across the jaw with her fingers. She'd expected his flesh to fall away, and checked back to her hand to see short fingernails rather than a sword. 2 red lines creased his jaw. Iona pounced, catching a fist to the forehead, snapping her back, but pain did not dissuade her. She fought against the monstrosity of a man, wishing she hadn't blown her phase battery on the jackal, so she could knock him out and feast on his blood. Great hands grabbed her around the midsection and spun her away to slam into the wall. She came up fast, but Orion was faster, pinning her to the stone with a cage of electricity. Pain filled her body as hair smoked and teeth felt like they were going to fall out. He released the electricity, which gave her a chance to regain her feet. Orion looked like he regretted his choice. She chased him to the barrier where she tried to bite him, but he slapped away her hands and clocked her across the midsection with powerful blows. Iona wrestled with him as a pair of talons slipped through the gap and started opening the barrier. The jackal had an arm through the door and was pushing it wider. A part of her screamed that this was the real danger, but she was so consumed by the glory of drinking copious amounts of blood she couldn't make sense of the difference. A foot caught her in the stomach, throwing her against the barrier. A talon pierced her shoulder. Iona screamed, turning on the arm. Like a wildcat escaping a trap, she thrashed against the limb, smashing it against the opening, putting her entire weight against it until she heard a terrible snap. The jackal screamed an unholy noise that sounded like 100 hyenas dying. Iona finished the job, breaking the arm clean off at the elbow, but that didn't stop the jackal.
The door slid wide.
The towering creature raised its other arm, but she took the talon fist that was no longer connected, and shoved it into its midsection. The impossibly sharp blades went right through its belly. Then Orion grabbed the jackal by the head, slammed it into the stone frame, and shoved the door against it. He smashed the heavy stone against the jackal repeatedly, until it slumped over and fell to the ground. The head was a bloody mess, oozing putrid green liquids and white chunks. Iona fell to her knees and placed her mouth against the exploded veins, drinking the glorious liquid, feeling its soul-deep warmth, knowing this was what she was meant to do. The world felt whole and right with her mouth filling with the hot, gushing blood. The jackal was a never-ending fount of life. Sometime later, she couldn't tell how long, Iona collapsed on the ground, the rage and bloodlust no longer consuming her whole. Eyes peeked upward to find Orion standing over with hands ready to hit her again.
Iona. Yeah, she breathed. Me again. What happened? I don't know.
She pointed across the room. Go over there and fix your leg. I can smell your blood. A few minutes later, he returned with the lower half of his pant leg removed. His thick thigh had a pink smile across the side where the cut had been closed.
Can you control yourself? I think so.
Iona put a hand on the broken jackal head near her hip.
He was kind enough to volunteer. Are you safe to move? The strange thoughts that had consumed her earlier no longer seemed relevant.
They were like a distant dream she could hardly remember.
Let's get out of here.
Clothes ripped, covered in blood and injuries, they made their way back to the portal. Iona caught his worried glances. She feared their relationship had been damaged, especially because she didn't know what had happened. One moment she'd been herself, and the next she was someone else completely. A different time. A different place.
But the bloodlust had been real. After passing through the portal, they headed towards the suites, pausing at the mermaid fountain to wash the worst of the blood away in case they ran into other students.
The rumors around her were bad enough.
She didn't need to fuel the fire. I hear someone, whispered Orion. They backed into the next room, staying pressed against the alcove.
Orion had his hand tentatively on her lower back. A sign she hoped that this rupture could be repaired. Iona peeked around the corner at the sound of footsteps. Blake Lockwood. Muttering and talking to himself in a low voice. He looked shaken, as if something terrible had happened, and given what she knew of Blake's state of mind, it was a high bar.
What was that? She asked after he was gone.
Orion shook his head.
He didn't like that either. Maybe he got attacked by something like we did, said Iona, even as she didn't feel like that was correct. Let's get to the suite. I need a shower and a beer. Chapter 23.
The grand portal at the end of the 6th level, past dunes, past traps, past the edges of her sanity, reminded Zuri of the innards of an enormous clock. They'd fought and killed so many beasties to make it this far. Herds of rockhounds. Hunting packs of crystalline spiders. A tentacle beast that had lain in wait in the sand only to make the mistake of grabbing Orion first. There were toothy bats with glowing eyes. Slime that could eat through metal. And just as inexplicable, a short toadstool creature that wandered into their camp one day and then meandered away without so much as a peep, never to be found again. The portal, which was at least 3 meters in diameter, was ringed in metal, a mixture of brass, iron and something else they couldn't identify. Tiles could be flipped to various runes, and the ring could be spun to any point on the 360-degree axis. It was both a marvel and a mystery, one that she'd been working at solving for the past 3 weeks while her friends played defense. Zuri checked her notes, which were written using an ink infused with phase so she could see it with her strange vision. She'd been over the solution 3 times, and she'd had Justine check it too, as she was the most scholarly of the group. Everything was in place. Everything but one.
Iona. Can I have a word? We'll check the perimeter again, said Justine as she pulled a confused Orion away. Come on, big guy.
I can't slay rockhounds alone. 10 meters out and arrayed in a semicircle was an invisible barrier that would let them know something was approaching, whether it was in the air, on the ground, or beneath the sand. Zuri waited until the other 2 were out of range, using the time to marvel at Iona. Even though Zuri couldn't see in the same spectrums as when she had normal sight, Iona was no less transcendent. Her pale white hair glowed like a mage light, and she exuded ever-present phase. Whenever Iona turned away, Zuri could see the outlines of her tattoos, which provided the ability to store phase amongst other unknown abilities.
How are you feeling? I don't want to rip anyone's limbs off and drink their blood, if that's what you're asking.
A few days after the fight with the jackal, Iona had confided that she'd been having dreams about a warrior queen slaughtering thousands on an ancient battlefield and drinking their blood in the aftermath. She feared that the compulsion that had taken hold that day would return and put them all in danger.
Do you have it with you? Of course. I'm not going to be around you guys without it.
Iona pulled a vial from an interior pocket and flicked a fingernail against it.
Whether or not it works is another story, continued Iona. It's strong enough to take down a Miss Draken at full speed.
If it won't knock you out, then we've bigger problems.
Does this mean we're ready to activate the portal? I think so. If you're not sure, then no one is, but I'm ready when you are, said Iona.
The others returned shortly after, remarking that there were crystalline spider tracks outside of the senses, but they hadn't moved close enough to set them off. The critters on the 6th floor were getting smarter by the day. Zuri really wanted to move on before they had to resort to new tactics.
Everyone in position? Asked Zuri.
3 answers returned. She stepped to the focal point for the circle, which was a pillar they'd uncovered 2 meters outside the disc. All the flip runes had been set to the correct one, and the entire portal had been rotated into the position that solved the magical puzzle.
On my count, I'll activate. 1,
2, 3. Zuri fired a pinpoint microblast of fire at a top left rune that looked like an upturned claw, then an ice shard at the mid-right rune that was a sleepy eye, and finally a long spear of force that impacted with the 2-hound rune.
At first she feared it hadn't worked, but then a couple of breaths later the runes started to glow, faint at first, but growing in intensity until she could feel it against her exposed flesh. Then to her complete surprise, the portal ring began to turn clockwise. What's going on? Asked Iona. Hold, said Zuri, studying the movement, looking for clues to the next phase. The ring spun faster, until the individual runes turned to a glowing blur. A whine grew from barely audible to a high-pitched shriek. Something's wrong, said Justine. I know. They'd missed something, or the portal had been damaged during one of the dislocations. Sand blew past her legs, stinging ankle flesh. Zuri racked her brain for a solution. It was making so much noise and vibrating so violently that she worried that it was going to come off the connecting structure. The screech of metal was painful to her sensitive ears. Or did I miss a clue? Or is it damaged, and we're better off running? Stay or go, said Iona, anticipating her thoughts. Hold. Zuri didn't want to lose their progress. The year had been such a waste with all the monsters. She didn't care that no one else had progressed much further, because she wanted to prove to them that she was better than them. Better than Blake. It didn't matter that Blake seemed to be doing something entirely different. There. The runes were spinning so fast they were making new patterns. Like how old motion pictures were made by spinning still images past a projector. The images appeared at 5 equidistant points along the ring. Iona, come take my place. What about? Now.
She came over and stepped on the pillar, allowing Zuri to scramble across the sand. The wind blowing from the portal was growing stronger.
She had to struggle to make it to the spinning ring.
Up close it was harder to see what she'd seen from the pillar. The new runes moved so fast that it was like trying to pick out an individual piece of clothing in a dryer. Zuri watched until she had the rhythm inside her head. She counted out the beat, thankful for the piano lessons when she was in middle school. 1 and 2 and... She'd had to guess which one was first. Fire, associated with destruction and transmutation, was considered the base element, because whatever had come before had to be changed. So her first blast was pure elemental fire. The rune lit up with a crimson aura.
Had it worked?
She wasn't sure, but at least it hadn't blown anything up. The second element was earth.
Creation.
First destroy what came before, then create new. The rune lit up greenish-brown. Next was water, which stood for life, which happened not long after the new realms were formed. Then air, because you have to have beings before you could have pain or movement. Last came spirit, which was associated with knowledge, the final stage of magic. The moment the last elemental rune was lit up, the entire portal ring flashed with pure white light, making her squint. After the glow died down, Zuri lowered her forearm, as the rotation slowed and the interior revealed a dim secondary place. Zuri felt a spot on her forearm warm where the portal key embedded itself. They were good to move to the 7th level.
"What do you see?" she asked the others when they approached. "A dark place," said Iona. "I see platforms and huge blocks of stone. I think we'll be climbing." "Should we go through?" asked Justine. "Not today," said Zuri. "I'm tired, and we don't want to get ambushed on the other side."
As far as we know, no one has been there since last summer, which means it's teeming with monsters.
"Let's take the rest of the day off.
We've earned it."
"I'm starving," said Iona, stretching her arms.
A grunt from Orion was his answer.
"Me too," said Justine, receiving a short laugh from everyone else.
Once they left the proximity of the portal, it slowed, coming to a stop as they made their way across the dunes. A few critters drew near, but warning blasts of magic had them scurrying back to their holes. Zuri knew something was wrong the moment they reached the lowest floor on the first level where the huge dining hall was located. A few groups of students were hurrying towards it, but it was clear they weren't looking for food by their worried expressions. No one was going much further than the wide double doors. Orion had to push through the group so they could see. The sucked-in breaths told her it was bad.
"What is it?" asked Zuri, wishing she had vision. "Another sacrifice," said Iona. "Right in the middle of the hall."
"Anyone we know?" asked Zuri.
"One of the first years."
"Nolan. He was the kid that volunteered to go into the crystalline spider hive first."
"7 hells," muttered Zuri. "How could it happen here?" "Yeah, that's a problem.
Whoever is doing this feels like they can't be caught now." A sigh.
"At least there's one good thing about this."
Recoiling internally, Zuri asked, "What?"
"I don't think anyone believes we're behind it now." Chapter 24.
The group returned to their suite after discovering the sacrifice. No one was hungry except Iona, but she didn't want to bring that up, considering her condition. The splatter of blood across the tables was both artful and hunger-inducing. She went for the kitchen, even though she knew it wouldn't satisfy her. Later on, once everyone had settled, she'd probably go to Orion for a small drink, until she could find something more suitable.
"Who do we think is behind this?" asked Zuri.
She was sitting cross-legged on the gold chaise lounge. Ghostly eyes made her appear as an oracle, which didn't seem far off given how clearly she saw solutions to problems. Iona was still mystified how she'd figured out the second phase of the portal on the fly.
"Treadmarsh," said Orion.
No one needed clarification that he meant the professor. Orion had been clear about his suspicions, despite the help he'd offered in suggesting Victoria for answers.
"I don't see it," said Zuri. Why come back to coterie after a successful career in artifact hunting and television to throw it all away? He's looking for something, said Orion. What?
The big man didn't answer.
What about Blake? Asked Zuri. He's been poking around the obelisk for years.
Everyone knows he could do something like that.
He's a suspect for sure, said Iona. But why now?
Why not a previous year?
Then who do you think? Asked Justine, lounging on the sectional couch.
It was strange how used to the living puppet Iona had gotten. No longer did she see an animated body, but a real woman in a short body.
I've told you all my concerns about Professor Gideon.
He had blood under his fingernails, and appeared a little shaken.
Wasn't he getting bloody noses? Asked Zuri. Yeah, but when do you get blood under your fingernails from that?
His clothes were ripped and he hadn't been sleeping.
He looked like he had a guilty conscience if I've ever seen one. I just can't believe it, said Zuri, shaking her head. He wants to be loved by all the students, not murder them for some ritualistic purpose. So we've got Professors Ravenscroft and Dreadmarsh, and our old friend Blake Lockwood.
Anyone else?
What if it's not a student or professor? Asked Orion.
No one spoke because of how right it seemed.
I guess it could be a monster, said Iona. What about the Hecate? Asked Justine. I doubt the Hecate would take the time to do all that when it prefers to just eat people, said Zuri. We're not getting anywhere with all this speculation, said Iona.
Zuri nodded without looking in her direction.
You're right.
We need more information, said Zuri. We need to know the whereabouts of everyone at all times.
Are we planning on not sleeping? Asked Iona.
A slow, strange smile rose to Zuri's lips. Do you remember those devices I was using last year to spy on people?
Yeah, they mostly didn't work, said Iona. I think I've solved that.
The obelisk is naturally resistant to hidden cameras and such, either on purpose or a natural byproduct of the giant portal system, but if I tune them to the same frequencies and add a few spells, I can get some grainy footage.
What about the portal dislocations? Asked Justine. They could blow out the spying devices, but it's a chance we'll have to take.
All right, what do we need for these devices?
Runic switches. Great, said Iona. We can reclaim the ones that didn't get destroyed.
Going to take a few days, but I think we can get that done relatively quickly. Zuri got up and used her cane to navigate the suite, until she reached the closet. From inside its depths, she pulled out a wooden bin filled with the small familiar devices.
I asked Margot for a favor.
They harvested all the working ones a few days ago.
All right.
I guess we're in business.
What's the next step?
Zuri set the wooden bin on the misshapen coffee table, in the center of the living room.
The first thing we need to do. Chapter 25.
The tome, Sigils of the Endless Worm, was far less interesting to Justine than it normally would be, as she was distracted by Brock's naked back as he sat on the edge of the bed thumbing through his phone. She couldn't believe her luck, that she'd found someone who accepted her for who she was. A prospect she'd thought impossible after her transformation. She set the book aside and crawled behind him, resting her chin on his shoulder while leaning against his back, which made him turn his head slightly.
The smile was apparent, even though she couldn't see it. We should go out to dinner again, she said. The last time didn't go so well.
Justine ran her fingers along his neck, making him hum with pleasure.
I doubt we get interrupted by my father again.
There are plenty of restaurants in the city he'd never be caught dead in.
There's a hot new place in the Enochian district I hear has great blue lizard tongue bites.
Brock turned his head.
Why do you care? You can't eat it.
Being out with you makes me feel normal. He half turned, slipping his hand around her back, which made Justine feel supported.
I've told you. I don't care about normal. Which is why I think you should come out to your family.
They'd be ecstatic to have their only daughter back.
She booped him on the nose. You're cute. But no. You don't know my father like I do.
He searched her face with his soft brown eyes. Sometimes she wondered how he could survive in coterie with such a kind soul.
Think about it, Justine.
You've done what no one else in the history of magic has ever accomplished. The other students are in awe of you already.
It's going to get out.
Why not own it and reap the rewards?
What rewards?
Condemnation.
Ostracization. You know how insular high society is.
They would see me as a joke. A sideshow.
You'd be punished for it too. Maybe at first.
Maybe.
But they'd come around.
Your father would too. Think about combining our families.
What you've done already surpasses your famous father, and my family has plenty of wealth from our businesses. What is your family business? You've never said.
Brock went blank for a moment, his expression paling to ghostly white.
It doesn't matter. Why don't you want to tell me? Because it's stupid.
He cast his gaze downward.
You wouldn't approve. Are you enslaving people or something? No, nothing like that. Brock. Tell me, she said, poking his shoulder.
He rolled his eyes and leaned back his head.
Fine.
We trade in ancient trinkets and artifacts. Nothing really powerful, mostly the low-level comedic stuff that's more interesting for historical and scholarship reasons than actual power. Justine stiffened with her hand flat against his naked chest.
Comedic.
Why am I just learning this now? Because as I told you, it's boring.
Not to me. Not to anyone in coterie. The half-smile on his lips turned sour. Can we talk about something else?
His reticence didn't make sense. Having prior knowledge about one of the major coterie topics was usually a reason to brag.
Fine.
My book was more interesting. Feeling suddenly cold, Justine released him to return to his phone. Before she picked up her book, she started to cast a little shock spell out of spite, but let it dissipate rather than go through with the petty gesture. She was reaching for the tome when she saw lines appear on his back, revealed by the unused phase in the air. A tattoo.
Not just any tattoo either.
The lion head of the goddess Sekhmet was outlined across his shoulders. The tattoo faded quickly, giving her little time to examine it, but the result was unmistakable. Justine considered asking him about it, but decided she wanted to muse on it first. Is this why he'd been having bad dreams involving sacrifices?
She didn't think he could be involved.
He was too kind, and it would make no sense to bring them up to her unless.
Decided not to read. Ha? Asked Justine, realizing he was looking at her. You said you were going to read.
She plopped onto the pillows next to the tome, shifting it onto her lap.
Thinking about a spell.
Brock cocked a smile.
I bet it's a good one.
He faced the other way, leaving her to her thoughts. Not only had Brock admitted his family was into comedic artifacts, but he had a Sekhmet tattoo on his back. What if he wasn't interested in her, but the magic that had allowed her to slip into this body? Like he'd said, it was a kind of magic that had never successfully been performed before. Justine went cold inside, realizing that he might only be interested in her because of what she was, rather than who she was. Why couldn't anything ever be good?
Chapter 26.
Persistent beeping roused Zuri from her unexpected nap. She'd been sitting next to the receiver for hours, waiting for something interesting to happen when she'd drifted off.
Hello. Is anyone here?
The clip-clop of wooden feet announced Justine's arrival. The puppet girl went straight for the monitors, adjusting the knob until the low static turned to silence.
Which one? Third level.
Around the spot, Orion saw Professor Dreadmarsh poking around.
7 hells, said Zuri as she grabbed her cane, preparing to leave the suite. Are we going after him? Asked Justine with far too much excitement. Why else have the senses? Oh good.
I've been waiting to get out of the suite.
Why haven't you been at Brock's? Asked Zuri as they headed towards the portal area, but the shorter mage made a non-committal noise that served as an answer.
A backpack rested comfortably on Zuri's shoulders, filled with gear, potions, and other trinkets she thought prudent for unexpected exploration. She didn't want to get caught like Iona and Orion had by the jackal creature. Justine led them to the portal, though Zuri thought she could have found it on her own. The third level was a different story. They swung wide around the edge, taking a route where there were fewer traps and critters. A few times, Zuri sensed something nearby, and they huddled behind a building until it was gone. When they reached the sensor outside the secret hall, Zuri had them reapply wards, not only because of Professor Dreadmarsh, but the danger of unexpected creatures.
No sign of him, whispered Justine as they headed down the short ramp.
The wall where the jackal had come from was closed. Nor were there any other exits. Professor Dreadmarsh had disappeared.
What now? Asked Justine. Check the walls.
Look for murals or runes that are interesting.
I'll try to see what I can see with my vision.
The two of them circled the large room, studying the runes in both normal and special vision. Zuri had to breathe out unused phase to wake the magic in the walls, which made her nose itch. There were lots of images dedicated to the gods of Egypt. Osiris, Horus, Seth, Ptah, Isis, Sekhmet, Hathor, Anubis, and so on. Kemetic magic taught that some of these gods were really mages that had cloaked themselves in fantastical visages and used their power and longevity to shape Egyptian culture. Zuri had never thought the explanation completely explained events from those times, but didn't have a specific reason why. She was examining a strange mural showing a tower backdropped by pyramids that didn't make sense, when she heard the shifting of a wall somewhere in the huge room. Zuri grabbed Justine's shoulder and had them hide behind a pillar when her puppet friend spied Professor Dreadmarsh slipping out from a hidden door. He left the area right after, whistling softly with a carryall over his shoulder that Zuri could see because it exuded magic. Zuri waited until the professor left, before heading to the secret door. A few breaths of phase revealed a mural of the largest pyramid, Khufu.
Did you see how he closed it?
Justine pressed her hands on the stone.
It closed without him touching anything. We need to find the activation. It could be anything, including a spell, said Justine. How long was he here?
Maybe 40 minutes from the time the sensor went off to when we arrived, asked Zuri.
Yeah. Damn.
Too long to check phase residue.
That would have disappeared a long time ago. Can we brute force it? Asked Justine. I know some stone melting spells. They'll take a while, but we can get through.
Good idea, but this area is probably protected from magic like that, and I don't want him to know we were here. We might get through this door to find another barrier, she said. Good point. Justine kept searching while Zuri thought through the problem.
She was about to give up when she had a revelation. Come with me.
She led Justine to the sensor that had been hidden along the ceiling above the ramp.
Which direction is that pointed?
A moment's pause before Justine answered. It might have caught him.
On the edge for sure.
Zuri helped the puppet onto her shoulders so she could take down the sensor. It had been a lot easier when Orion had put it up. He'd barely needed to reach.
There's a device in my bag, said Zuri. I got it from a cyber magics guy.
The mix of arcane and technology was precarious.
The two didn't always work together.
She breathed a sigh of relief the moment the screen crackled to life.
What do you see?
Justine took the device out of her hands, fussing with the buttons to find the moment when Professor Dreadmarsh arrived.
It's not pointed exactly at the wall, but I can see the professor. He's not touching the wall. He's talking to it. Can you hear him?
No. Too quiet.
Rewind and hand it to me.
While Justine was preparing the recording, Zuri applied a new enchantment to her hearing. It was already supernatural, but now it could pick out the twin hearts in Justine's chest as if they were double bass drums. The initial moment she hit play nearly made her drop the device in pain.
It was too loud. Sounded like a jet airplane. But as she held it away from her ear, she could pick out the incantation.
Zuri listened to it 3 times before she realized she didn't know it.
"What was it again?" asked Justine.
Zuri repeated what she knew.
"I know that one.
It's a fragment of an old poem, but I guess it's not a poem but a passage spell." The next few minutes, Zuri repeated the wording until Justine had the spell memorized. There were a few minor gestures, but the viewer had caught them. The only thing left was any mental pictures or shapes. If they were required, then the spell wasn't going to work. Back at the wall, Justine performed the ritual, while Zuri watched from the side with her heart in her throat. The moment she was finished, Zuri thought it had failed, until she felt the shifting of the wall in the balls of her feet.
"It looks like another room." "I can see it," said Zuri, leaning through the opening. "You can. It's covered in wards.
Don't touch anything.
I think most of them would kill us both."
The room was only a few meters in diameter, with every surface covered by a golden mural. Justine confirmed the surface was actual gold, which indicated the space's importance. There were 3 new sides, with the wall they'd come through mirroring the outside of the other room.
On the 3 new walls, one was the story of Sekhmet and the pool of blood. The second was the story of Osiris being murdered by his brother Seth, only to be resurrected by Isis. And the final was Ra's journey across the sky, which was a story depicted in the Book of the Dead. "There has to be another door," said Zuri. "Most definitely, but I don't see anything that suggests it."
Zuri examined the walls, ignoring the major story and looking for unrelated details which were often clues to puzzles.
After reviewing each one twice, she said, "I don't know if it means anything, but there are sacrifices just like the ones that have been happening in the obelisk on each one of these murals." "Not an exact match, but pretty close," said Justine. "What if the professor had to kill them in this manner to open up the next wall?" "Why?" "He's famous for his knowledge of artifacts.
Maybe he knows about something buried deep in the obelisk that he's never had a chance to get after. But with all the monster chaos and the acting patron, he's decided it's the perfect time to retrieve it."
"Look here," said Justine, pointing to the mural of Ra.
These rays are pointing at the Egyptian pyramids, and at the bottom of the Khufu, hidden in the swirls of the sand, is a falcon eye.
The Eye of Horus.
The artifact was rumored to be capable of great feats of healing or protection. The value of the artifact would be immeasurable, and cement the professor as the world's best artifact hunter.
"What if it's here?" "Why would it be here?" asked Zuri.
Why would Patron Malden hide such a powerful artifact in the obelisk?
"He didn't," said Justine. "It was probably here when the tower was stolen." "I guess that makes sense."
If it is here, or something like it, that would explain why the professor would go to great lengths, even killing people, to acquire it.
"What should we do?" "Close it up before he comes back." "That's it."
Zuri sighed.
"We should talk to Patron Sinclair. He needs to know what his newest professor is doing."
After closing 2 secret doors, they returned to the faculty quarters on the 1st level. There was no answer from Patron Sinclair's office, so they swung by the lounge to find him seated in front of a modest feast including roast duck in a balsamic cherry sauce, Brussels sprouts, and a parsnip carrot puree.
The server in a white coat passed them on the way out. "Miss Musa and Miss."
The words trailed to silence as he leaned over his plate, confusion wrinkling his brow. "Patron Sinclair," said Zuri, interrupting his train of thought. He looked away from Justine, but clearly was still trying to figure out who or what she was.
"What's on your mind?"
"I'm always available for my students," he said, eyes darting back to Justine.
"Of course you are. Which is why we came to see you about one of your professors. If you don't like what they're teaching, don't attend their class.
We give our students the freedom to pursue their interests." The professors are there as a support system, but are not required.
That's not it, except for mentors, of course. You must have one before your 4th year. We are 4th years, said Zuri. Oh yes, silly me.
He leaned over towards Justine.
Who are you again?
Patron Sinclair. We believe that Professor Dreadmarsh is the one behind the student sacrifices. Interest in Justine fell away as he paled, leaning back and setting his fork and knife on either side of his generous plate. Zuri gave him a quick rundown of what they'd found on the 3rd level, while he listened quietly.
Miss Musa,
are you aware of the consequences of such an accusation? Especially given your history, I would think you'd be more careful with something like this.
I'm not asking for him to be prosecuted. I'm asking you to stop it.
If Professor Dreadmarsh is killing students, then he's violating the spirit of coterie.
It wouldn't be the first time a professor killed a student, but I doubt Nikolai would do that. He's got too much at stake to dirty his hands with something like that. Besides, it's hard to find anyone willing to take the job, what with the monsters and the alumni and everything.
What? That's it.
You're just going to blow this off? Asked Zuri angrily. Miss Musa, need I remind you that I am your patron?
A position that deserves your respect and obedience.
Is that clear?
The urge to remind him that he was only acting patron was strong, but she knew enough not to taunt even the most milquetoast of coterie faculty.
Yes, Patron Sinclair.
My apologies, Patron Sinclair. He sighed and resumed cutting into his roast duck.
Now, unless you have something else, I'd like to get back to my dinner. He squinted at Justine. Now would you please tell me, who are you? I know all my students, but I don't recognize you.
Justine started to answer, so Zuri pulled her away, leaving the acting patron with a piece of succulent duck poised before his waiting lips.
He's worse than useless, said Zuri, once they were back in the student area. I almost wish we'd let him get replaced.
We might as well be led by a piece of damp tissue paper.
What are we going to do about Professor Dreadmarsh?
For now, nothing.
But we'll double our watch and add a few more sensors in the mural room.
Maybe he'll show us what he's up to soon enough.
Zuri.
What?
What if the patron is in on it?
In the unlikely event that he could do something like that, we're screwed.
There's no way we could stand up to the combined might of the faculty. So you're saying not to worry about it?
No. What I'm saying is that if Patron Sinclair is involved, we should get the hell out of the Obelisk and never look back.
Chapter 27.
With events coming to a head in coterie, Justine found herself thinking about her father more and more. The arguments that Brock had made about reconciling with Justice had angered her that day, but now that she'd had time to think about it, she understood the appeal. She had accomplished a feat of magic no other mage in the history of magic, as far as she knew, had done, and that had to count for something with her father. Justice had always talked about the world in terms of numbers and records. I had the most hits in Thunderball history, 7,844. 4 championships, not a lot of players can brag about that. I was the most feared striker in the league, number 1 in all their quivering hearts. So on a rainy Tuesday when the city had pulled into itself, hunkering down waiting for a sunny day, Justine left the Obelisk. High heels and an enchanted trench coat provided the illusion that she was a short woman on a mission, striding through the few crowds that dared the soggy city. Justine headed to the 3rd ward. Her father was a member of the Society of the White Stag, an elite hunting club that took expeditions to other realms. She'd never thought of him as much of a hunter, but rubbing elbows with the most important last names in Invictus was important to him. Justine had always wondered if they grew tired of his constant revisiting of past glories, or if they liked having a celebrity in their midst. Tuesdays were a ritual for Justice. There were rarely hunts scheduled. Mostly it was a day to stand around, drink expensive whiskey, and reminisce about the past.
He hated missing Tuesdays.
An illusion hid the existence of the society building, but she knew what to look for. Justine stationed herself outside the entrance where vehicles would drop off their charges. They'd left him on the sidewalk countless times, so she knew exactly where and when to expect him. Right on time, a black SUV pulled up. Justice stepped out of the back, adjusting the tight jacket that looked like it was going to explode off his thick frame. He'd put on weight around the middle, a paunch that he'd never had before, and something in his eyes told her that he wasn't sleeping well. Twin hearts beat a double bass drum in her chest as she willed her feet to move before he slipped inside the door and disappeared forever.
It was her one shot.
She knew she wouldn't muster the nerve to return if she missed it.
Justice.
He turned his head slightly, a passing glance at a fan, but he didn't look in the mood for interaction. Or at least interaction with a lowly peasant, when he could be bumping shoulders with the mayor or patrons of the halls inside.
Father, please. He slowed but didn't stop. It's me, Justine.
A snarl of anger curled his lip. He gestured to the doorman to hold off as he stalked over.
Get my daughter's name out of your mouth.
He searched her face, recognition of meeting her on the date with Brock smoothing the valleys in his brow.
You're with Brock, yes. But that's not why I'm here. It's me.
I didn't die like they told you my first year. I managed to slip my soul into this. She paused to think of a better word than puppet, which would only turn him away, vessel. A swallow and a clenching of fists later, Justice barked his response, "You're a liar. A con. You'd better move before I snap your head off your body."
Remember when you took me fishing in Aon when I was 6?
I hated the bugs, but we got to watch a pack of hellbenders drinking by the water's edge. The little one grabbed a fish out of the water and snapped it in half.
I named him Snappy.
You had a plushie made for me a week later.
As she spoke, the anger turned to recognition and then devastation. Justine, I don't understand. What are you? Living in this body wasn't easy at first. I didn't know who I was or what I wanted.
It ends up that shifting your soul into a new body kinda messes up the software.
But it is me.
The real me.
I wanted to say something the day with Brock, but I was afraid you wouldn't understand.
Her father stared back with his jaw pulsing.
She wanted him to say something.
To acknowledge her existence.
To welcome her back.
Something. Anything.
No one's ever done this before, she offered hopefully. What is that?
He extended his hand towards her, and at first she thought she had something on her, but then she realized he meant the doll that she inhabited.
Lurt Miller. I'd had her made special.
She was the perfect vessel for me.
I finally feel like the real me. Lurt Miller.
He said the name as if he were tasting something bitter.
But that's just the outer casing. It's still me in here. She tapped on her chest. I'm still your daughter.
Justine Thornlock.
And I don't want to hide anymore.
I'll graduate in a little over a year from coterie, and then people will have to get used to me. I'm a grown woman, I'm just shorter and constructed a little differently.
But powerful. You should see what this body can do.
What it can withstand. You always said I was too weak, too scrawny, but now you could shoot me and I'd survive. I'm not scared anymore as Ludmilla. As myself. I'm powerful. Like you.
Like you always wanted me to be.
A storm of emotions crossed his face as she spoke. He looked on the verge of tears or screaming in rage, she couldn't tell. When he couldn't look at her anymore, he turned his head towards the street as cars sloshed past. Justice closed his eyes and rocked on his heels. When he opened them again, he speared her in his sight.
My daughter is dead. I don't know who you are.
Before she could speak, he disappeared into the society building, leaving her standing in the rain. Thunder rumbled overhead. She stared at the spot where double doors had been moments before, where her father had been standing. Justine called a taxi and after climbing back inside she said, "Take me to the Obelisk."
Chapter 28.
Based on the last few classes Iona had attended with Professor Gideon, there was little reason to come back. He'd been late, forgotten most of his material, and looked like he'd woken up beneath a bridge after a bender. She wasn't the only one to come to this conclusion, as the entire auditorium was filled with a meager 4 students, and based on their demeanor they'd only come to watch the train wreck in person. Iona had come for more serious purposes. She suspected he might have something to do with the ritual murders, or at the very least, was being used against his will. The clothes, the blood, and the general lack of cognitive ability told her something was wrong. So when he came into the auditorium on time, neatly dressed, and looking like he'd had a shower and a good night of sleep, Iona was confused.
"Good morning, Coterie," he said cheerily.
"Today, we're going to discuss the role of power in the use of comedic magics." While the class looked at each other trying to figure out what was going on, the professor drew a diagram on the board.
At the top there was a list of gods like Ra, Osiris, and Sekhmet.
The middle was populated with the pyramids and pharaohs, while the bottom was a bunch of stick figures signifying the people of the time. "Can anyone tell me what this means?" Sasha Bard, a second year, raised her hand.
"That the gods were the true rulers of the Egyptian empire." "Close, but not quite," said the professor. "Anyone else?"
With a small class, there were fewer students to take a chance, and given no one had attended for actual learning, no more hands went up.
"What about you, Miss Storm? Hazard a guess."
It was the first time he'd ever called on her, so it was a surprise, but not as much as the strange smile.
Was he sending her a message?
Iona sat up in her seat and studied the drawing. The way he drew the lines connecting the levels suggested they were reaching upward, rather than flowing down.
The gods drew their power from the people, not the other way around.
The dead-eyed stare told her she was right.
I wouldn't have expected an unworthy acolyte to know the answer, but that's where we are.
He turned back to the drawing and underlined the rows of stick figures. In the time of the pharaohs, much as society relied on slavery to achieve their greatness, the gods required the worship of the people to fuel their powers. Iona checked around the room to find the others as confused as she was.
This wasn't in any book that she'd read on the subject of comedic magics. What was he playing at?
Had the professor gone completely around the bend?
Ra,
Osiris, Sekhmet. He jammed his marker on the last name. These are but a few of the gods that roamed the dunes at this time, under the guise of gods, but they were truly powerful beings, probably from another realm entirely. Which ones we have no way of knowing. The professor returned to the board, and drew a pair of squiggly lines beneath the pyramids.
Anyone know what this is?
The Nile, said Iona right away.
Just as the people powered the gods, it was the Nile that powered the people.
Every year beginning in April the river flooded, its waters rising until they peaked in August, celebrated by the festival of Wafar el-Nil.
This was a prime day for the celebration of the life-giving waters of the Nile.
It was also a day that sacrifices were made. Professor Gideon leaned over the table, looking suddenly haggard. He closed his eyes and rocked on his heels, eventually putting his fingers to his temple. The silence drew out an uncomfortable amount of time until Sasha spoke up.
Professor Gideon,
are you okay? When he opened his eyes, Iona sensed the change immediately. Gone was the studious professor. In his place was a mien of anger with deep lines betraying his mood. After spotting the diagram, he threw himself at the board, erasing it in big swipes until nothing remained. Go, said the professor, and then when no one moved he raised his voice.
Go. Class is over.
Stunned and confused, the few students slipped out of the auditorium. Iona was last, using the opportunity to study Professor Ravenscroft. Even the way he was standing seemed markedly different than only moments before, as if he were a ruler readying a fit of anger, and when she passed and caught his gaze, she steeled herself from recoiling as his eyes were blood-red. Not around the whites as if he were hungover, The actual iris was deep crimson. Iona's whole body tingled with warning. Something strange had just happened, and she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The beginning of class had seemed benign until he'd mentioned the sacrifice.
And what was all the stuff about the Nile, and how power was created?
Rather than go back to the suite, Iona headed to the library, knowing she was likely to be the only one there. She dug through the ancient Egypt section until she found a book on the agriculture of the Nile. The festival of Wafar el-Nil was not unknown to her, but she read through the text looking for any mention of sacrifices.
As she thought, there was none. Was he trying to tell her something?
He'd seemed himself at the beginning of class, but by the end he was completely different. Possessed.
7 hells. Was that why he'd been acting strange before? The professor was getting possessed.
If true, it meant she was right about who was doing the sacrifices, but not completely. If he wasn't in control, then someone else was actually doing it. This could also mean that he was trying to relay a message before whatever was possessing him took over. He put an emphasis on Prime. Why? And the festival. Every year beginning in April, the river flooded, its waters rising until they peaked in August, celebrated by the festival of Wafar el-Nil. Iona pulled out her notebook and wrote the days of the months, calculating the time between them. 137 days between April 1st and the beginning of the festival.
It was a prime number.
The only thing she could think it meant was something about the sacrifices.
Oh no.
The people had to power the gods. Sacrifices.
It was a warning.
The students getting killed were powering one of these old beings. She had an idea of which one, but didn't want to throw herself down that path until she was certain.
If the kid we found in the old temple was the first. He had a ticket stub in his wallet.
If they'd been right about the date of his death, and she added 137 days, it meant whatever the professor was warning her about was going to happen on April 26. 2 days from now. She was almost sure she was right. Iona was about to put the book away when she spotted a familiar image in the drawings. A scepter. The stylized image wasn't immediately recognizable as a scepter, but the description told her it was used by the priestesses of Sekhmet during the Nile ritual. She stripped off her shirt, knowing she was unlikely to be stumbled upon, and took a picture of her back tattoos. The shoulders were falcon heads, which she'd always associated with the god Horus. He was a god of war, which explained the batteries, which could be used for great rituals. Or great destruction.
But the tattoo along her spine had always been a mystery.
Until now.
As she compared the two images, she realized they were a perfect match. The scepter of Sekhmet. He emphasized Sekhmet, she said, remembering the beginning of the lecture.
Everything was falling into place, but she didn't like the picture it presented. Whatever had been happening in the obelisk was coming to a head in 2 days, and involved the goddess Sekhmet. She was known for war and destruction. When her bloodlust had become uncontrollable, Ra had tricked her into drinking a lake of beer, dyed red to look like blood. Iona ran her finger down the picture of the scepter.
Is that who I am?
Is that who Fenris was? She slipped the book into her carry-all, determined to take it back to her friends. They had to know about the strange class with Professor Gideon, and the ritual that was going to happen in 2 days. She was going to tell them everything she knew, except a scepter tattoo on her spine.
Chapter 29.
No one in the group doubted what Iona had said, least of all Zuri, but she felt like her friend was holding something back about the strange encounter with Professor Gideon. Maybe it was irrelevant. A sideshow to the greater mystery, but she was certain that Iona wasn't being completely honest.
Who do you think is possessing him? Asked Justine. The material he presented would suggest Sekhmet, but that doesn't make any sense either, said Zuri. Why? It seemed like something powerful was inside him when I walked out of class.
His eyes were blood red, said Iona. Zuri tapped on her chin with a fingernail. She couldn't figure out if the thing Iona was holding back was related.
What if it was Blake?
There are powerful spells that can control others. Hard to use, but we know he has the elixir. He might have found a way to take control of the professor. Maybe that's what he's been searching for these last 2 years. He found a powerful artifact that helps him control Gideon, and he's using him to lure us into a trap.
It's a trap for certain, said Iona, but I don't buy Blake's involvement. What about Brock? Asked Justine timidly.
She'd shared her concerns about her boyfriend and the hidden Sekhmet tattoo on his back.
I wouldn't tell him anything right now if that's what you're asking, said Zuri. His tattoo might be unrelated, but it might not too. Hasn't he been having weird dreams? He's not the only one, said Justine.
The other students, especially the younger years, are having them, or hearing drums in the walls. Everyone is spooked.
For good reason.
If Gideon's warning is correct, we've only got 2 days to prepare, said Iona.
We should leave.
The deep voice was Orion's. He'd been sitting quietly at the end of the sectional, playing with the end of his horns. He tended not to keep the illusions up whenever he was in the suite.
Leave? Asked Iona. Whatever happens next isn't our concern. And leave the other students to Blake's mercy? Asked Zuri. We'll tell them to leave too. No one's going to take our word for it, said Iona, shaking her head. The younger students will, said Justine. And I agree with Orion.
We should leave. Why be here on the day something bad is going to happen? We'll be safer in the city.
It's not our responsibility to fix everything wrong with coterie.
Zuri hid her displeasure behind an acknowledging nod. She hated the idea of Blake getting away with whatever he had planned.
She knew he had to be behind it. There was no one else that made sense.
He'd been lurking in the shadows for years, and now his plans were coming to a head. Okay, we should warn the rest of coterie, said Zuri eventually.
But it'll be up to them if they leave or not. I'm not playing nursemaid if they decide to stay. And you know some of them will. What about the professors? Asked Orion. What about them?
Warn them.
No, said the big man. What if they're involved?
The evidence against Professor Dreadmarsh is compelling, and before Iona's encounter with Gideon, I would have guessed that he was behind it.
But now? I'm not sure, said Zuri. When are we leaving? Asked Iona.
If the ritual is in 2 days, we should leave tomorrow just to be safe. No one disagreed. Zuri had her doubts about how the whole thing was going down, but she didn't think it was prudent for them to hang around.
Are we coming back? Asked Justine.
No one spoke for a long time.
Hopefully, said Zuri eventually. But I wouldn't leave anything you'll miss. As far as we know, this could be like last year or worse. Much worse.
The group broke up, with Orion and Justine headed to one of Professor Kingsley's classes. Hey, said Zuri before Iona slipped out the front door.
Is there something you're not saying about what happened with Gideon?
Iona looked offended.
What are you talking about? I'm not sure, but I felt like you were holding something back. Just because you have supernatural senses doesn't mean you know everything.
Iona, I'm not accusing you of lying.
Then what? She responded harshly. That you have more to say. I said what I needed to say, said Iona.
Zuri swallowed.
There's something else I wanted to say. And I don't think we should leave.
Zuri, don't let your obsession with Blake get your friends killed again. The accusation stung, but before she could refute it, Iona left, leaving Zuri all alone in the suite. She headed into her room and started packing, sticking to the things she would miss most if they were left in the Obelisk. It took an hour, but she filled 4 entire suitcases with clothes, books, and other materials. Zuri sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the weight of her things behind her.
Leaving was the smart thing.
The safe thing.
But it's not what she wanted to do.
Maybe the others would come around, given a chance to think, or they'd find out that the younger students were intending to follow them out of the obelisk.
I hate this. Then she got up and packed a new bag.
A carry-all. But instead of filling it with things she needed if she left the obelisk, she packed it with gear she might need if she decided to stay.
Chapter 30.
Morning came like every other day, except this one was different. This morning, Iona and her friends were going to leave the obelisk, and there was a chance they wouldn't be coming back. She'd packed the previous night, putting her things into a single suitcase borrowed from her friends who had too many.
What was she going to do next?
Would she come back to Kotori? The future was a hazy dream that she couldn't remember. Living in the obelisk did that. It turned anything more than a few days into the future into a vague shadow. Survival was more important than dreaming. The plan was to move back into the apartment they'd been in over the summer. Iona wondered if they'd be back in the obelisk in a few days after the ritual was over. She would love it if they were wrong. The derogatory comments from the other students would be worth the knowledge that no one else had been killed. It really made her wonder how parents could send their kids to a place like this.
But she knew the allure. The promise of power and wealth.
The Great Society game required sacrifice and to make a monster of themselves. Sometimes the sacrifice wasn't your own. What a lonely, lonely life. From what she'd seen of the other students' parents, they wrapped themselves in their careers, or found expensive drugs to hide the pain.
The entire thing was a race.
Who could be the fastest to strip away their own humanity? Who could kill their own morality first, giving them the advantage over everyone else? That was Blake's gift.
He didn't care about anyone.
Only himself. Everyone else was a piece on the board to be moved or sacrificed. Which made leaving Kotori all the more painful. This year, they'd gotten various groups to work together towards a common purpose. The intra-year rivalries were nearly non-existent. They'd made Kotori a little less, well, Kotori and more like the other halls. Orion stuck his head into her room. Magnificent black horns curled from his forehead. In a different light they looked bone white, but today they matched the thunderclouds over his head.
Ready?
Yeah. I've been done for a while.
Just wondering how we got here.
Orion scrunched up his nose.
Leaving, she explained. It felt like we were making progress.
The first and second years working together. Clearing out the monsters instead of killing each other. If it weren't for these stupid sacrifices and whatever's going on, we might make a normal Hall of Kotori.
You don't want to leave?
No. She paused.
I get why we're doing it, but I don't like it. I don't like running away. You ran away from Fenris.
She chuckled.
You never say much, but when you do, it's always a zinger.
Yeah, I ran away from Fenris.
But he had all the power and I had none. It's different now. You want to stop Blake. Or whoever is doing this. But yeah, Blake too. We can stay if you want, he said, leaning against the wall. The only problem is if we stay, the younger students will want to stay too. Better for everyone if we get the hell out. She bit her lower lip. I have an idea. Are the others out there?
Zuri and Justine were sitting on the sectional amid piles of luggage, looking forlorn. They both perked up at her arrival.
Something wrong? I don't think we should leave. Or, I think we should lead the younger students out of Kotori, and then come back and try to figure out what's going on.
And if we can't, then we can leave again, but we have to try to stop them. Zuri lifted a bag lying by her feet that didn't look like it was intended for the apartment.
You too?
Zuri nodded.
I don't want to get any of my friends killed, but I also don't want to leave Kotori to that asshole.
Justine. Orion. The puppet girl nodded, while a grunt from Orion was his answer.
Okay, then let's haul our stuff to the apartment.
We can be back in a few hours and try to figure out the rest of this. A series of carts waited outside the suite. They bound the luggage with cords and sorcery, and pushed the carts to the stairs because they hadn't wanted to involve the staff. Zuri had already slipped a note to the kitchen manager that they should leave the Obelisk for a few days, forging Patron Sinclair's name in hopes that they'd listen. The Obelisk was eerily quiet. Normally they could hear distant noises or the laughter of students from another area, or even the sounds of battle. But not today. Iona kept checking over her shoulder, expecting an ambush around every corner. Her friends were equally spooked, if she was any judge of their expressions. It wasn't until they reached the lowest level, heading past the grand hall towards the double doors that led outside, that they heard anyone else.
Not just anyone.
Everyone. The cacophony of discussion grew louder the closer they got until they came upon 60 or 70 students, mostly first and second years, but there were a few older students too, combined with 40 kitchen staff milling around the front door. Heads turned.
What's going on? Asked Zuri, leaning on the cane that gave her an extra sense of authority.
Margot came running up, eyes darting, lips squeezed to a white line.
We can't get out. What do you mean we can't get out? Asked Zuri. It's locked. But not like regular locks.
Something heavier. Deep arcane.
You can't even touch the door. It nearly killed Sebastian when he touched it.
Shocked him to high heaven.
Let me see, said Zuri, charging ahead. The crowd parted for her.
Iona watched from afar.
This was her friend's natural element.
It was a shame that Blake had ruined her reputation, but that made sense. People like him had to take down those that were the biggest threat first. Once they did that, everyone else knew they had to get in line. The black girl stood before the wide double doors made of carved wood and black steel ribbing. A wave of her hands and sparks appeared across the entire exit, followed by ripples of sorcery from further up and down the wall.
It wasn't just the door.
The entire obelisk seemed to be encased in a barrier. The display brought back the cacophony, as everyone started talking at once, offering suggestions or panicking about what it meant. They'd already been frightened by the bloody dreams and the sacrifices, and now they were trapped in a place that they'd been told was going to be the site of a terrible ritual, on behalf of a vengeful god.
The talking turned to shouting, which turned to general chaos.
Not even Zuri could get them to stop. Iona tried as well, bellowing into the crowd, but she might as well have been throwing a bucket of water into the ocean.
Silence.
Iona ducked from the noise, turning to Orion, who was standing at the head of the group with his horns showing. Everyone looked like children caught by their parents doing something wrong.
Listen to Zuri. She knows things.
Leaning on her cane, the origin of which was the worst-kept secret in Kotori, with ghostly eyes that could see things others couldn't, Zuri spoke in a firm, patient tone.
I don't know why the way out of the obelisk is barred.
And my brief investigation tells me that it's not going to be possible to get out. The murmuring rose like wings until Orion cleared his throat.
Which means we're not safe.
Nor is the obelisk. As if the structure heard her, the ground shook, rattling the chandeliers and the candlesticks in their sconces on the wall. A fearful exhale went through the crowd, especially the staff, who had no magical protections like the students. A few shouted concerns, but Zuri ignored them.
What I want you to do is to return to your suites. But not alone. Take the staff with you.
Stay in larger groups, combine them if you must. No one should be alone. Nor should anyone be moving around the obelisk. Go straight to your suites, bar the door, put up wards, and don't come out until you know it's safe.
How long could that be?
Shouted someone from the back.
I don't know, said Zuri. But you should grab food from the kitchens on the way. It could be a few days.
And if you can, try to stay in suites next to each other. If we figure out what's going on, or how to get out of the obelisk, we'll come get you all.
How will you know where we are? Asked another.
Zuri frowned, so Iona shouted out, Tell Margot. She was a great sub-leader for the monster clearing days. Give her your names and which rooms. We'll stay in contact with her. Zuri gave her a curt nod.
What are you going to do?
The "you" was understood by all. Everyone wanted to know what the four of them were up to. Iona checked glances with her friends, catching their resoluteness.
We're going to try and stop it. Who's behind it? Asked another.
Zuri spoke up.
We have some ideas, but until we know for sure, speculation is useless.
No one moved in the aftermath until Orion said, "Go." The chaos wasn't as bad as Iona expected. Everyone quietly teamed up, gathered kitchen staff to their sides, and started moving in large groups to grab food. Margot came over to her and Zuri after speaking with her group.
Let me come with you, she said. You need my help.
Iona caught a glance from Zuri.
You should stay with your group, said the black girl. Come on, Zuri.
If things are as bad as you say, you need more than the four of you, and you know you can trust me, said Margot.
She's not wrong, said Iona, receiving a frown from Zuri. Fine. But you need to organize the groups first.
Get those lists together and hand them out so everyone knows. We'll swing by your suite before we dig too deep.
Good.
I don't want you to face this alone, said Margot. Then she threw her arms around Zuri and then Iona and Orion in succession. When they were finished, they found Justine and Brock talking quietly. The puppet girl turned when they arrived.
Brock's going to join us. It didn't sound like a request. Are you sure, Brock?
Things are going to get bad. Real bad.
You'd be safer in your room. I don't want Justine to get hurt.
And if there's a safe place in the Obelisk, it's with the four of you.
Fine, said Iona. But you need to go back to your room, load up on any trinkets and wards you know, and then we'll get you shortly. But make sure your friends are safe first.
The pile of luggage near the entrance reminded Iona of pictures she'd seen of past, terrible events, hoping that she wasn't in the middle of one.
Where now? Asked Orion. To the faculty level, said Zuri.
We need to find any professors and let them know what's going on.
They won't be able to avoid it now.
The stairs were filled with the younger students and staff heading for their suites. They bypassed them and headed on to the level where the professors lived. Iona was in the lead. She turned a corner only to throw herself into Justine, nearly knocking her over. It had only been a glance, but she'd seen Professor Dreadmarsh heading out of his office loaded with gear and a bucket. She didn't need to see inside to know it was filled with blood. Her stomach grumbled with hunger even though she'd eaten recently. The sheer volume was like stumbling upon a feast.
What?
Mouthed Zuri. She quickly and quietly explained what the professor was doing. He looked like he was headed for the far staircase, away from the one the students were using. They crept after him, staying out of visual range, but Iona could almost see the blood scent in the air, it was so strong. When he went through the portal, Iona was poised to go after him, but Zuri held her back.
Why? I don't think it's him, said Zuri. He has a bucket of blood. What else could he be doing? Last I checked, you took blood from your victims, you didn't bring it to wherever you're going. Maybe he's already performed the sacrifice, said Iona. Come on. We have to check.
Zuri hesitated before nodding.
You're right.
Come on. The third level was sheathed in an eerie quiet. There was no sign of the professor, even though there shouldn't have been enough time for him to cross the open area and get out of sight. Iona led them across, stepping over the lines of chemetic runes in the flooring, remembering the day Fenris had tried to kill her upon the pyramid. Lost in thought, she nearly didn't see the movement until it was too late. A swirling magical darkness ripped towards them like a sideways tornado, scattering them like bowling pins on impact. Iona tried to make it back to her feet, but there was no air to breathe, and she was stuck to the floor.
Chapter 31.
Zuri had been examining a small glowing spot on the floor that looked like spilled blood, when the magical darkness slammed into them. It felt like a hand scooped her up and tossed her through the air, and she landed on the hard surface. Her hip screamed in pain from the impact, but she was scanning the area to see if any more threats were coming. The magical darkness would have swallowed her normal vision, but because it was made from magic, she could see right through it. Near the Necropolis building, she saw the outline of Professor Dreadmarsh preparing another spell. Given their immobility and blindness, there was little chance they could resist. Zuri shifted to her knees, using the cane as support, then activated the slider button beneath the handle. A warm hum emitted from the end. She funneled a ward through the cane, expressing it as an umbrella of force which was pointed towards the professor. Shards of stone and ice slammed into the barrier, deflecting around them. A long piece stuck half a foot into the stone, and the other pieces bounced into the darkness behind them. Had she not gotten the shield up, it would have torn through them like tissue paper. Surprised by their survival, the professor scurried back around the building. Probably to prepare another spell. Using an arcane cleanser, Zuri managed to get rid of the sticky cloud of darkness. "He's behind the building," she told the others. Orion smashed his fists together, creating a cloud of crackling electricity around him, and headed at an angle towards the professor's location before anyone could tell him otherwise. "You protect us," Iona said over her shoulder. They stalked towards the edge, using the force shield as cover. When they reached the other side, they found it empty except for the abandoned bucket of blood and a satchel he'd had over his shoulder. The professor was running across the level, looking back as if they were monsters chasing him. "Let me get him," said Orion, growling. "No," said Iona, staring into the bucket hungrily. "Let me." She lifted it to her lips, drinking deeply. Zuri watched as the spark of power drained down her chest and into her belly. When Iona set the bucket down, she glowed internally like a lightning bug. "I'll be right back." Zuri saw her friend as a glowing blur, shifting across the level in a zigzag pattern in case the professor tried to hit her with sorcery, but she moved so fast he must have thought he was safely away because she caught him before he reached the pyramid area. Iona brought him back with a knife against his throat. The professor stared at them as if they were ghosts. "What is the meaning of this?" "I'm your professor. Unhand me." "You tried to kill us," said Zuri. "You were chasing me." "What else did you expect?" "This is the fucking obelisk." "We weren't chasing you," said Justine, pointing at him. "Then what were you doing?" "Having a Sunday stroll in exactly the same direction," asked the professor, his voice dripping with indignation. "Following, not chasing," said Zuri. "But I get your point." He looked between them. "What are you doing?" "I should ask you the same," said Zuri. "It's none of your business." "A bucket of blood makes it our business," said Zuri, kicking it with her toe. "It's not human blood if that's what you're suggesting." "Then what is it?" "Pig blood. It's surprisingly cheap to acquire at the slaughterhouse." "It looks fresh," said Justine, peering over the edge. "Sorcery, my dear." "I assume you would know that." Iona smacked her lips. "So that's what that flavor is. Tastes like it was old. You drank it. No wonder they call you Pig Girl." "Oh shit, I guess I did that one to myself," said Iona. "Professor. Focus. There's something terrible going on in the obelisk. Something awful is going to happen. The students and staff are scared." "What are you doing?" "Something I wish I'd done decades ago when I was a student, but I was too afraid to risk it. I'm no longer that frightened young man. I plan to take it." "Take what?" He held his arms defensively to his chest. "None of your business." "It's the Eye of Horus," said Zuri, hearing a gasp from the professor. "How did you?" "We followed you. I remembered the murals." She frowned. "So that's all you're doing? Going after an old artifact?" "It's not just any artifact. The Eye of Horus is one of the most important artifacts of the ancients. I will become a legend, if I can acquire it.
What does that matter if you can't get out of the obelisk? Asked Justine. I can't. No, Professor, it's blocked.
No one can get out.
They can't keep me locked in forever.
I can assure you that, he said. Zuri sighed. If we release you, can we assume you'll not retaliate? The professor nodded towards Orion.
He might be family, but I doubt he would hold back if I tried to do something.
You can be assured I'll be on my best behavior. Assuming you let me have the bucket and my other equipment.
So you could care less about what's going on in the obelisk? I assume someone will take care of it, he said. Let him go, said Zuri, shaking her head in disgust. After he was gone, Iona muttered, what an asshole. We need to get back to the lower level, said Zuri. The professor distracted us. I could still catch and punish him, said Iona with a wry grin. Maybe later. She leaned on the cane. We need to find Blake. He has to be behind it. What about Professor Gideon? Asked Justine. Speculation doesn't matter now.
The only thing to do is stop them.
We need to find them first, said Iona. Where has he been seen last?
Iona shared glances with Orion.
We saw him after the jackal. He looked shaken. Do you know where he was coming from?
Iona looked askance, her lips curving down.
No, but I bet if something bad is happening, something like the rituals everyone is dreaming about, I'll be able to smell the blood. Chapter 32.
The droning of the ritual filled the air with sweet sorcery. Blake stood back, watching his group work through the spell led by Professor Gideon Ravenscroft. The older man was enraptured by the effects, eyes closed, head leaning back with a faint smile on his lips. He hadn't been a willing participant at first, but the goddess had taken care of that. They'd needed his access to some of the forbidden parts of the obelisk. Gideon knew places that few except the head patron did, because of his longevity in coterie. 3 bodies lay drained of blood along the wall, stacked up like cords of wood. 3 down, 2 to go. The crimson pool shifted as if it were being affected by a storm, rising and falling but never leaving the bounds of the brass container. Blake studied the professor. He was a vain man with delusions of grandeur that hadn't had to make a single sacrifice since he joined coterie as a professor. The faculty, for the most part, was weak. Blake would have never suspected it, but now he knew the truth. The others were no better. Especially that Sinclair, who had the spine of a wet noodle.
But the goddess had wanted Gideon. She saw something in him that Blake couldn't.
He checked back to the remaining offerings. Bound with ropes and sorcery, quivering in fear with eyes wide.
They knew what was coming next. But it wasn't time.
Blake didn't know when the exact moment was, but he knew it was soon. Drinking all the elixirs at once had given him so many flashes of the future, that he often forgot about them until it was over.
But he was going to get what he wanted.
Control over coterie. He just had to free the goddess first. Finding her had been a surprise. They were kindred spirits, even if she came from the distant past. He would teach her everything about this new world, while she would grant him great power and help him claim what was rightfully his. Victory goes to those willing to do whatever it takes to win.
Nothing would stop him now. He could taste it. And it wasn't just the blood in the air.
The coppery metallic smell was like biting down on aluminum foil. The slightest wavering of a single word from the professor had Blake checking back. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He was struggling to get through the ritual. His was the most critical part, but it was also filled with pain. Blake gripped a ritual blade, already blessed with 3 throats. Watching the moment of surprise, followed by fear, and the quick slide into oblivion had been a thrill. His body still hummed.
The next 2 would be even better. But it wasn't quite time yet.
Not only was the ritual not to that part, but he was hoping for an audience. He needed her to understand that everything she'd done, All the pain and struggles she'd been through had been for nothing. He needed to see the devastation in her eyes. Then and only then would it be time to finally send her into the great void. Another flubbed word from the professor had the pool of blood shifting with upset. The goddess's voice filled his head. The professor couldn't be allowed to muck this up. Blake took position behind the circle. Heat radiated from the ritualists. The blood boiled at the center, sometimes forming brief pseudopods before falling back into the pool. A soft moan slipped from the professor's lips between the words.
He can't do this. He's too weak.
The voice sounded in his head like a battle horn. In the early days when he was searching for her, he'd felt her as a presence in his mind, or in the dreams he had, killing wantonly on a great battlefield. As he grew closer to releasing her from her cell, he began to hear her voice.
It was like the mountain was talking to him. Her power shook his chest. But he did not quiver. He did not tremble.
Fear was for other people.
Not him.
He took what he wanted, because he was better than them. The goddess quickly recognized his strength, and offered a deal that would benefit them both, but first he had to find a way to free her. There were many steps to break the chains, and now he was at the final step. Blake leaned close, smelling the professor's sweat, seeing the fear in his eyes as he struggled to continue the ritual. The armpits of his robes were soaked. He looked ready to dissolve into a puddle of piss. Blake wouldn't be surprised if he'd wet himself. The moment he'd cut the first throat, the professor had whimpered, muttering how he'd never signed up for this.
But you did, Professor. I signed you up.
For all of it. The rest of his group was performing better than the professor. They knew what it meant to displease him.
At the third flub, Blake knew it was time.
He steeled himself to take over the ritual.
It wouldn't be easy. He had to time it just right.
Blake spoke the ritual words in his head, preparing for the pause that would come after the next refrain. The moment the professor took an in-breath, readying for the next section, Blake cut his throat and spun him out of the way, taking his place in the circle.
The pain was immediate.
Blake felt like he was being burned alive, as if invisible flames were crackling around him.
But he did not waver. He did not misspeak.
As his older brother Spencer learned so long ago, he was willing to endure anything to get what he wanted. Blake poured his sweat and soul into the ritual. He filled each word with power, even as the pain cooked his flesh. The skin along his forearms bubbled from the force of the sorcery. A single human body wasn't meant to channel this much power. He should have split the role amongst 3 or 4 others, but didn't want to risk them screwing it up. No matter, I'll finish it. His eyes were growing hazy, as his eyes were being boiled.
Teeth rattled around his mouth as he spoke. A tuft of hair fell from his temple.
I will not be deterred. The pain he'd endured to prove his brother wrong was nothing compared to what he was experiencing now. Blake was certain that his body was going to spontaneously combust, turning into fire and ash from the power flowing through his body. Be strong, my prince. The soothing tone of the goddess helped him gird his resolve.
He could make it.
The moment the pain peaked, Blake nearly passed out. Vision went hazy, and he had to lock his legs to keep from tipping into the pool of blood. Then ecstasy. The ritual completed, like a bubble popping. One moment he was crying out in his head, wishing for death, and the next he was floating on a tide of pure bliss.
A half-formed shape lurked in the pool. Not quite a person, no longer a pool of blood.
We have visitors. Blake swam up from the depths of delirium. He could see them out of the corner of his eye, lurking in the shadows, trying to figure out what was next. It's time. The grin that crested his lips was made from pain and spite. He turned his head slightly, regripping the blade that remained in his fist.
Hello, Zuri.
We've been waiting for you.
Chapter 33.
Zuri heard drums, as they were making their way into the unused parts of the obelisk. Quiet at first, and then unmistakable, thumping against her chest. The world was dialing down to a pinpoint. Iona led them through the old rooms, past dusty chandeliers and statues of people she didn't recognize. The path was laid bare by her friend's nose,
which only meant one thing:
blood. Halfway to a room that looked like it had once been an alchemy lab, with beakers and titration piping hidden under clear tarps, Zuri heard voices in full-throated incantation. Somewhere ahead.
"Quiet, Orion," whispered Iona, tilting her head slightly. "You sound like an elephant." "That's not me."
4 sets of heads turned towards the creature that ambled into the room, from wide-open double doors.
"The Hecate." "Is it a guard?" asked Justine. "No," said Zuri right away. "But it's still a problem." The Hecate hadn't made a move towards them yet.
Zuri could feel it about to happen.
It was sensing them,
studying them. Previous encounters had proved it more intelligent than first thought. It wasn't just a hungry beastie, but something powerful with motives of its own.
"Let me take care of it," said Orion, stepping into the way.
His horns brushed the chandelier, making it tinkle. Iona put a hand on his arm.
"You can't take that thing." "No, but I can lead it away."
"Orion."
"No," interrupted Zuri. "He's right.
We need someone to distract it."
"There's not much time left." "Fine, but you be careful."
Orion leaned down and briefly entangled his lips with Iona's before saluting Zuri and patting Justine on the head. He whistled at the Hecate, like calling a horse to the stable. The beastie undulated its tentacles and stomped its feet towards the big man. He backed towards the other door, drawing the Hecate forward. When it hesitated, looking like it wanted to come after them, Orion hit it with a kiss of electricity. Not enough to enrage it, but enough to get it to follow. The next 2 rooms were similarly abandoned, but Zuri knew they were near by the pounding of the drums and the beating of her own heart. An entire wall had been removed, revealing a wide hallway.
"Be ready," she whispered.
This was it. The next room was too horrific to understand all at once. Bloody still bodies lay stacked along the wall. The air flashed with sorcery, dimly illuminating the disturbing scene. At the center was a pool of blood that had risen in the middle as if someone had fallen in and had stood up, but the blood remained coated over their form as if they were covered in crimson latex paint. Blake stood by the pool surrounded by his group with a bloody blade in his fist. The body of Gideon Ravenscroft lay behind him, discarded like used tissue paper.
"Hello, Zuri.
We've been waiting for you."
The "we" wasn't just him and his group. She knew that instinctively.
Whoever or whatever was in the pool was the thing that was creating this. The dreams. The sacrifices. Zuri could see every detail because the room was coated in phase. The amount of power flowing through the room could run a small city. There were other shapes in the back of the room, but she couldn't make them out.
"Whoever you made a deal with, it's not going to work, Blake.
Stuff like this never does.
You should know better.
Demons are not oath keepers."
"I'm not fool enough to summon a demon, dear Zuri.
But if I did, I'd have no problem controlling it because I'm not confused by my emotions.
I know what I want, and I know how to get it."
Zuri shifted her attention to the members of his group. They had their heads down like obedient little soldiers. Blake seemed to sense her thoughts and laughed cuttingly.
"They won't betray me if that's what you're thinking.
They know where the true power lies. When she finally takes her rightful place in the obelisk, you'll understand. If I leave you alive."
She. "Come now, Zuri. I'm sure you've figured it out by now. She's been waiting to meet you."
Sekhmet.
"But how could that be?"
"The gods aren't real. Because when Patron Malden stole this tower, it wasn't just a portal nexus, though it was at one time.
It was something else. Something more dangerous." "It's a jail," she breathed with understanding.
"The Hecate. The jackal. The other creatures that crept into the obelisk." Everything made sense. Malden had stolen a jail filled with supernatural inmates, and called it the home of coterie.
7 hells. Now you understand.
It's what I learned after our second year when I downed the elixirs.
At first I was searching for great treasures like our friend Professor Dreadmarsh, but eventually I realized there were better things than dusty old magic items.
Real power. Power that hasn't walked this realm in thousands of years. Blake, don't do this. You can't control whatever this Sekhmet being is. The bloody figure in the pool shifted as if it was speaking to Blake, but no words came out.
I'm not here to control, Zuri.
I'm here to serve. Sekhmet is everything I've wanted in a leader. Strong, decisive, powerful.
Not like the weakling that runs our pathetic hall.
Zuri wanted to argue, but she knew better. He was a sociopath. He would never bend to pressure or logic.
The only thing he respected was power. If she wanted to stop him, she was going to have to do it the hard way. "Oh, Zuri," said Blake, holding up a bloody hand. "I can see that resolve in you.
You're ready to leap into battle with those freaky ghost eyes of yours.
But you don't know everything yet. You don't know the most important part."
He snapped his fingers, and 2 bound, gagged figures were ushered into the light at the back of the room, eyes bulging with fear: Margot Carrington and Brock Dillinger. A quiet gasp came from Zuri's right, but Iona held the puppet girl back before she could run to her boyfriend. A pair of blades were set against their throats. Blake stalked towards the front of the pool, taunting them with his grin.
Decisions, decisions. What are you going to do now?"
"Kill you like I should have done so long ago." Blake shook his head.
"I'll make you a deal.
Walk away. Leave us to complete the ritual, and I'll spare your friends. We have others back there. Silly little third years that thought they were clever. Their blood is as good as any. Walk away and I'll kill them instead of these 2.
What's it going to be, Zuri?
Who are you going to sacrifice to get what you want this time? You already killed your friend Gemma."
"You killed Gemma? You sociopathic freak." "No, Zuri.
You did. You ignored the signs, ignored my wrath because you wanted what I could offer. Importance. Relevancy.
Power."
Zuri ready to retort, but the words wouldn't come.
There was truth to his accusation.
A fact she'd never allowed herself to realize. Gemma had been warning her for months, but she'd ignored the warnings. Belittled them. It was easier to remember Blake's role in Gemma's death, but not her own.
Not her own complicity.
Her willful ignorance.
Until it was too late. What's it going to be?
Do your friends live?
Or do they die? You're not fast enough.
Their throats will be wide open before you can get the first word of a spell past your lips. A whimper from Justine threw her thoughts into a tailspin. How can I walk away and let Blake finish the ritual?
But how can I let Margot and Brock die? Time's almost up, Zuri.
You have to decide, or I'll decide for you.
I think we can all guess what that means.
Zuri knew what she should do. The only thing now was to stop Blake, keep him from completing the ritual and bringing this Sekhmet into their realm. It was the best course of action. To walk away was to sentence coterie to chaos, and Margot and Brock would die anyway. Along with everyone else in the Obelisk. No good would come of letting this blood cult loose.
But how could she sacrifice Margot and Brock to that cause?
It would be as if she'd cut their throats herself. The answer rose up in her chest like bile. She wanted to choke it away, but the bitterness was too much. Too real.
This was the whole reason coterie was set up the way it was.
The only way to fight a monster was to be a monster. A bigger, badder one. Zuri jawed at the air. She couldn't say the words at first, because she might as well have been the one killing them herself. Then she realized there was no time left.
Die, Blake. Chapter 34.
Iona wasn't expecting Zuri to do it. She figured they'd leave and give Margot and Brock a chance to live until they found another way to stop Blake. The shock and surprise on their faces as the blade kissed across their necks was followed by a gasp of realization before they were tipped into the pool of blood. She would have expected screams. And maybe there had been. But their deaths came as silently as the slice of the knife. The world held the bubble of silence until it was pierced by a single yell.
Brock!
Justine rushed towards the pool, but Iona snatched her away, holding the puppet girl back. Then sorcery bloomed into the air like fireworks. Zuri unleashed a torrent of blackened energy, like the void made real, but Blake swatted it away. The magic hit a couple of his followers, annihilating them into dust. Iona surged forward with claws unleashed, only to get punched in the gut from a force wave that threw her into the hallway, slamming her into the wall and knocking stars into her eyes. Blake smirked at the front of the pool, cracking his knuckles. She knew he'd grown more powerful due to the elixirs, but she'd had no idea how powerful. Then Iona realized it was the woman in the pool. Sekhmet. She was fueling his sorcery. Before she'd merely been a person-shaped lump in the middle, but with the addition of 2 more bodies of blood, details began to form. She had a feline face, long delicate fingers, and eyes that would make mountains tremble. None of the beings they'd encountered in the Obelisk, not Amat or the Jackal or the Hecate, came even close to the power within Sekhmet. Iona. Join me. She felt her own blood tremble in response, as if they were related. Was this where her bloodlust came from? Was this the source of her power? If she were a tributary, then the supernatural being before her was a great flowing river, and they were about to get crushed from its force.
Zuri, no.
She grabbed her friend, dragging her into the hallway as sorcery slammed into the walls, tearing great holes and shaking dust from the ceiling. Iona imagined this was what it was like to be caught in a hurricane. The motionless form of Justine lay curled against the wall. The impact had knocked her out. Iona lifted her up like a child as Zuri protected them with a shimmering shield.
We have to kill him.
We have to kill Blake, Zuri gritted out as she maintained the spell.
We can't, said Iona, trying to pull her friend away. Sekhmet is too powerful.
We have to leave before it's too late.
No.
We won't get another chance like this.
She's not yet completely formed.
Once she is, then it's over. Help me, Iona. Help me, Justine. The puppet girl unsteadily climbed to her feet. Brief accusations shot Zuri's way, but then survival instincts took hold and she nodded towards the room.
Holloway's ritual of annihilation, said Zuri. Can you do it? Are you insane? That could kill us too. Do we have a choice?
Iona gritted her teeth and nodded.
I can use the cane to protect us while we do the ritual, but it won't last long.
Using the force shield like an umbrella, Zuri set it at the front of the hallway. Sorcery slammed against it, but failed to break through the barrier.
On me, said Zuri.
The ritual was one they'd learned in hopes of wiping out the hacker on the 2nd level, but realized the risks were too great. They were as likely to kill themselves as the hacker, due to the amount of power they had to channel through their fragile bodies.
The 3 of them stood at the corners of a triangle.
The ritual required no protection circle or other physical components. Instead, the power would be drawn from them. It was like burning a house down to stay warm, rather than going inside. Magic flooded through her veins, raising her internal temperature. Normally, the ritual required 6 or more mages to spread the flow, but they had no other choice. Sparks jumped from the ends of her fingernails, and the smell of burning hair grew more pronounced.
She felt like she could belch fire.
Iona almost faltered when she glanced into the room to see the being known as Sekhmet stepping out of the pool completely naked, blood dripping from her skin. The goddess curled her hand around Blake's neck as he leaned back in ecstasy. For a moment, Iona thought she was going to rip his throat out, but Sekhmet turned her attention towards them. The ritual was heading to its fiery conclusion, as Sekhmet raised her hands. Iona wasn't sure her body could take much more. A pinky fingernail popped off, and her lips cracked as if she'd been marooned in the Sahara for weeks.
Now.
Together, they channeled the sorcery into a beam of pure energy. The power was enough to punch a hole through a block of stone 10 feet thick, and when it hit Sekhmet and she disappeared in a wall of steam, Iona felt a moment of hope.
But when the blast was over, the goddess remained.
The impact had cleaned the blood from her flesh, leaving her a marvel of perfection as if she'd been carved out of living marble. Iona was about to tell her friends to run when Sekhmet clenched her fist.
Kneel.
Invisible hands pushed her down, kneecaps cracking against the hard floor. Iona fought against the force, but she felt like a child being handled by a gorilla. Sekhmet stalked towards them with sharp canines showing.
She was hungry.
They were prey. Iona hoped the end would be quick.
Come now, little children, said Sekhmet in perfect English. Did you think you could hurt me?
I who have conquered empires and destroyed them when they thought to defy me. Sekhmet approached Zuri first, cupping her chin and shaking it slightly.
Defiant, aren't we?
She glanced back to Blake, watching solemnly.
This is the one.
Don't worry. I'll break her until she can do nothing other than serve you. Justine was next. The goddess crouched down, tilting the puppet girl's head this way and that. She examined Justine's hands and then her jaw, squeezing it like a farmer checking a horse's teeth.
Strange construction. I see there is much to learn about this new world.
I've been listening at the walls for so long. So many centuries in the darkness, with only whispers to entertain me. They thought to shut me away, keep me locked up because they couldn't kill me, but now I'm free. The goddess held Justine's head from above.
Maybe I'll take this one apart and see how it's made.
We could use warriors like this, but made from heartier materials. Sekhmet stood over Iona. She could feel the heat of the goddess's gaze, picking her soul apart.
What is this? Asked Sekhmet.
The naked goddess leaned over and sniffed Iona, eyes widening with understanding.
How were you made?
A fingernail rested against Iona's chest. Anger infused the goddess's question.
Answer me.
Iona fought to speak before the goddess.
I was born.
A firm hand grabbed her mouth, squeezing her jaw until she feared it would break.
I smell.
Sekhmet snapped upright, releasing her jaw and staring at a side passage with a frown.
What do you want to do with these slaves, my prince? Asked the goddess.
Blake lowered his head. Keep the black girl. Kill the others.
They're too dangerous.
Sekhmet extended her arm towards them.
You may have this honor.
As Blake drew his blade, his demure expression turned to barely contained glee. Iona shared a quick glance with Zuri, who was devastated by this brutal reversal. As Iona prepared to have her life ended with the quick slice of a blade, she realized that Zuri's nightmare was only beginning. Chapter 35. Brock. Justine's mind screamed even as her body was held fast. Invisible chains kept her from moving a single finger. She knew her time was at an end, but she couldn't keep her eyes from the arm sticking out of the pool of blood. Brock's arm. The asshole Blake stalked towards Iona with his blade hanging low. Iona's death would be quick, which Justine found she was jealous of. Her construction was much hardier. It would take more than a sharp edge to end her life.
I'm sorry, father.
She wasn't sure why those words came to her in this time of need. Justice had never cared for her, had been confused about his strange little daughter, the girl who was nothing like him. Liked to hide in her room with books and dolls, and never wanted to play sports or watch a game of Thunderball. Funny how at the end of all things, those choices were clearer. Justine watched as Blake grabbed Iona by her white hair, pulling her head back to expose her neck as she struggled against Sekhmet's sorcery. How could this be the end? So much promise, so much progress, only to be undone by a fool in search of power. Blake's arm hesitated at the apex. He was readying the killing blow. Then the opposite doors blew open, thick wooden construction exploding into splinters revealing a menacing Orion, but he wasn't focused on them but what was behind. The big man barely threw himself out of the way as two tentacles slammed into the wall, scratching gouges. Sekhmet hissed when she saw Hecate. The frightening beastie paused its pursuit of Orion, reconsidering its prey. Then they rushed at each other like two irresistible forces. Justine realized she was free of sorcery an instant before Blake. He checked back to Iona and brought his arm down in a quick arc, just as Justine slammed her fist into his balls. The impact deflected the strike enough that the tip buried deep in Iona's shoulder, but failed to end her life outright. A blast, as if a meteor had soared from the heavens and impacted the center of the room, threw everyone off their feet. Twice rattled in her puppet skin, Justine rose, trying to find the dagger Blake had dropped in hopes of killing him before he recovered, but he saw her scrambling approach and threw himself towards the side exit. The battle briefly stayed in the room. A naked Sekhmet grappled with the tentacles while kicking Hecate in the armored chest. Then she was thrown through a wall and Hecate followed. Justine threw herself towards the bloody pool, grabbing a hand and hauling Brock from the depths. His slack jaw and unfocused eyes told her what the gaping wound in his neck should have, but she refused to believe he was dead. Was there no kindness in this world? Iona found her rocking with Brock's body. He dwarfed her, but he'd never looked so small. Fragile. That would have been her if she hadn't prepared herself with Ludmilla. Justine. He was kind. Too kind for coterie. Maybe it's better this way, so he didn't have to become a monster like the rest of us. We have to go. I don't know how long the Hecate is going to keep Sekhmet occupied, but we can't stay here. We can't leave, Iona. What's the point? Justine realized her other friends were standing above. She refused to look at Zuri. I'm sorry. If you were truly sorry, he'd still be alive. Hate me all you want. I understand. But we need to leave. Justine pressed her forehead against Brock's. Heat had been stolen from him, making him as cold as she was. You're like me now, she whispered. Iona tugged on her arm. Justine. Leave me. I don't care anymore. She kissed Brock, ran her fingers through his bloody hair. Big hands grabbed her, removing her from cradling her dead boyfriend. No. I'm sorry, Justine, said Orion, eyes creased with sadness. We can't leave you. Feeling like a babe in his arms, she fought back feebly, then buried her head in his shoulder, trying to forget the world ever existed. Chapter 36. A part of Zuri was screaming that she was a monster. That she was just like Blake because she'd sacrificed friends for a goal. It didn't matter that he'd forced her to make the choice, and they would have likely died either way. It had been her hand that had pulled the lever. The way back to the other part of the obelisk wasn't filled with fays, so she was returned to her cocoon of blindness, relying on the kindness of her friends to protect her. Iona held her hand, dragging her through the hallways, listening to the occasional scream or sounds of battle from another part of the obelisk. Not that way, she told Iona when she tried to take them down to the lowest floor. We can't leave, we can't stay. What are we going to do? To the suites. We need our stuff. For what? There's no time. Just trust me. The real reason she didn't want to tell Iona was she didn't want to get her hopes up in case she was wrong. Nothing made sense. Everything was chaos. Zuri was the first to hear them. Drums. Like the slow beating of a heart, they announced the ascension of Sekhmet. The primacy of her blood cult. Damn you, Blake. In the student quarters, they ran into the Siren Sisters. Zuri knew them by their damp smell as if they'd just crawled out of the ocean. What's going on? Demanded Coral. Everyone's running around like a bunch of idiots, and where are the professors? Zuri gave a short explanation. There wasn't time for much more. Sekhmet. The sacrifices. Blake's involvement. The Siren Sisters reacted as they did to everything, dead-eyed blankness. Zuri had a feeling they'd react the same way to their mother dying.
We should rally the older students, said Candy.
Together we can take down this Sekhmet. Maybe if we had everyone and the professors, but there's no time and she's already taking control. The best you can do now is run and hide.
Why not leave? It's blocked. That's why we're still here, or we'd have been in the city by now.
Zuri hesitated.
You can come with us if you want.
I can't promise you'll like my solution, but it's better than nothing. The Siren sisters looked at each other, crossing their arms.
We'll take our chances. Your funeral, said Iona.
The two sides awkwardly moved past each other. The front area of the suite was filled with piles of luggage.
Only what matters. Where are we going? Asked Iona.
Think of it as a camp-out, said Zuri as she shoved pots and other gear from the mini-kitchen into an empty suitcase. She grabbed 2 suitcases and hooked one backpack over her shoulder while the others, minus Justine, who was lying on the couch looking as inanimate as one of her dolls, gathered their things. When it came time to leave, Iona volunteered to carry Justine since she only had one bag.
The rest was left with Orion.
They were going to leave the huge mesh bag of dolls, until Justine snapped up and grabbed at them like a mother after her children. Orion shrugged and swung the bag of dolls over his shoulder.
The drums were louder upon return.
Inside the suite they'd been muted, a patient pounding in the balls of her feet.
Outside she felt like the war party was in the next room, ready to burst in and take them captive. To the portal. They passed other students from a distance.
Some paused. Most continued running. No one knew where they were going except them, she realized. Zuri's stomach unclenched the moment they went through the portal to the second level. If the intra-obelisk travel had been blocked, they would have been screwed. When they reached the sleeping portal that they'd gone through to kill the pack of hacker, Zuri trembled in anticipation.
Wait, said Iona. You want us to go through here? If it works, which we don't know yet. Are we going to leave everyone to Sekhmet? It won't be forever.
We need space and time to think without worrying about Sekhmet appearing and taking us captive. Do you have another idea?
No.
Iona was struggling.
I feel like this is all my fault. Your fault. How? I got the days wrong.
We could have left yesterday, but I thought we had more time.
A fact that Blake exploited.
He probably anticipated us with the elixirs, and either purposely threw you off or pulled ahead the plan.
I still feel guilty. You think I don't? Asked Zuri, looking in Justine's direction.
The big man carried Justine away from the portal, and out of earshot.
Sorry, said Iona quietly. You didn't have a choice. But I did, and now I'll have Margot's and Brock's faces in my head forever. I killed them.
I was the one that made the choice. We could have come back, but then Sekhmet would be free. I wanted the chance to kill him, but we failed, and that's all my fault.
We didn't create this mess, Zuri, we're only trying to fix it. Tell that to Gemma.
Had I listened to her, we wouldn't be here.
The truth is that I knew Blake was using me, because I was using him. I thought I was smarter, cleverer than him. But that's the thing about sociopaths.
They'll do the thing you never thought they'd do, because you can't conceive that anyone would be that awful. First Gemma, then Scarlet, now Margot and Brock. These are only the beginning.
What do you think the professors are going to do?
Zuri glanced into the distance.
Hell if I know.
Gideon's dead. Dreadmarsh is off playing treasure hunter.
I think some of the others might be out of the obelisk.
There are probably so few of them to resist, and I don't think they can against Sekhmet. You felt her power.
She comes from another time. It reminds me of Nandi's stories about the demon lord, Elosian. Running away is the answer. We're not running away.
It's a tactical retreat. A regroup. We need a place to hide, and no one but us knows about this portal or how to get through it.
How did you know how to turn it off? I meant to ask that last time.
Because the runes that activated it were clear to me, which meant turning them off to close it. No riddle or puzzle to figure out.
After a moment of quiet, Iona said, "What if we don't come back?"
What do you mean?
There's a whole other realm beyond the portal.
We could go through it and never come back.
There was a pyramid.
Civilization existed at one point.
I'm sure we could find it.
Or it's long dead, and that pyramid is a relic of an ancient time.
Or maybe it was put there by the people that created the obelisk. A fucking jail, can you believe it?
Zuri exhaled.
Sadly I can. Probably why our patron was able to steal it.
An interdimensional jail filled with ancient powerful beings. I bet once he figured it out, he just thought he'd paper over the old portals and move on with things, and then the critters started sneaking out.
The whole thing had gotten a little loose in the transfer to our realm, so he told the students it was all part of the experience. I wonder how many professors know.
Few, if any.
That seems like a dangerous secret to keep.
An explosion from another part of the level had them turning their heads.
The drums weren't as pronounced, but she could feel them against her feet.
Time moved against them.
If you want to stay, I'll understand.
No, you're right. We need a safe home base. A place we can hide while we figure out what to do, rally the other students, make a stand against Sekhmet, or at least find a way out of the obelisk and back into the city. Orion appeared with Justine. Clearly he'd been listening, which meant she'd likely heard too. They'd have to deal with what she'd done to Brock later, but for now survival was more important.
Once more through the breach.
Zuri touched the appropriate runes. She had a moment of worry when the portal didn't activate at first, but then it swirled into existence. The four of them stepped through, hauling their gear into a wintry mountaintop. Once they were on the other side, Zuri closed the portal, leaving them surrounded by swirling snow and frigid temperatures. She didn't bother putting on a weather enchantment, taking the brunt of the cold as punishment.
Chapter 37.
The cave system was larger than they'd anticipated, with 3 offshoots and a series of smaller tunnels they'd have to crawl through that headed deeper into the mountain. Justine had dragged her mesh bag of dolls into a side cave and crawled into the middle of them, disappearing for days. The rest of them cleaned up the bones and other refuse from the pack of Hacker. A few flame waves cleaned up the remaining stink, leaving blackened stone. Zuri was the only one that knew the right spells for purifying water or cooking meat, and Iona found it ironic that the blind mage amongst them was the most suited for their outdoor excursion. It wasn't that Iona didn't know how to kill and clean an animal for food, but there wasn't anything in the snowy reaches of the mountain range to trap. Together she and Orion hiked down to the lower altitudes, which required wading through waist-deep snow and avoiding regular avalanches, the latter mostly through luck, until they figured out that they could detonate explosive spells over the thick snow to trigger them safely. Midway down, which took about 3 hours to reach, small furry critters danced between the rocks, chirping warnings and scurrying below whenever they drew near. But the creatures, which Orion called marbits because they had chubby marmot bodies with floppy rabbit ears, could be killed using quick-shot force bolts. After collecting a half-dozen, they hiked back to the cave, reaching it by dark. Wards had to be deactivated to enter the cave, which crackled with warm sorcerous firelight. Zuri sat alone, poking the flames with a stick. Using the knives they'd brought from the mini-kitchen, and a bit of wire from their supply kit, Iona hung the marbits by the back of their feet using wire and a crossbeam aluminum handle taken from their disassembled luggage. The meal was lightly spiced and eaten in silence. 6 marbits had seemed like a lot when they were hunting, but the amount of edible meat was smaller than expected. No more than a half a cheeseburger, which would barely be a snack for Orion.
The 3 of them slept around the fire, which faded to nothing once the spell ran out.
Iona woke once in the middle of the night, convinced something had snuck past the wards at the opening of the cave, but never saw anything, even when she bothered to give herself dark vision. Making the cave hospitable took a few days. Extra clothes were repurposed as pillows and blankets. Zuri remembered a mage light spell that would remain for many hours without tending, and Orion piled rocks near the entrance to make it more secure and block the howling winds that were a constant at those elevations. The plant-covered pyramid in the valley was visible most days, except when the clouds condensed around them, creating a complete whiteout. When there were moments of calm, Iona liked to sit on a rocky outcropping and watch the herds of creatures moving past the base of the enormous construction. Every day, Zuri made a pilgrimage to the portal to check that it was still working. Iona went with her the first day, but after that she let the blind mage do it on her own. The path was clear, and the interior of the second level unexciting. The drums had stopped beating, and no sign of the students could be seen, but that wasn't unusual since the obelisk was so massive. A week after they'd escaped to a realm they still had no name for, the cave felt more homey, and the trips to mid-mountain for marbot hunting could be made in half the time. Justine rarely came out of her section of the cave system, reminding Iona of the first summer in the apartment when the puppet girl stayed apart, working on her strange interests. There was occasional talk about taking a longer foray into the obelisk, but Zuri said the drums still beat in the depths. The risk of getting caught seemed too great, especially when they had a safe place to hide. 2 weeks into the escape, Iona created a hot bath. She dug the pit by hand, lined it with rocks, and using a trio of spells turned the surface to a glassy substance which would hold the water. Orion broke off a huge icicle from a frozen waterfall 100 meters higher up from the cave, which provided nearly half the water while the rest came from melted snow. Sitting in the hot, steamy bath was a luxury that felt like a dream. She was reminded of her early life in the farmhouse with Fenris, when she was rarely afforded moments of peace and quiet.
Not just the farmhouse. The obelisk too. The suites never felt safe and danger always lurked around the corner.
And to think, a short walk and a quick portal travel away, all that still existed. Sometimes she thought about the other students trapped in the obelisk with Sekhmet and the arsehole Blake, but those thoughts never went places she wanted to go. Better to stay safe, even if it wasn't ideal, than confront the monsters in the dark. When 3 weeks passed, Iona wondered if they would ever return. They spoke little of what happened, about Sekhmet, the students that had lost their lives, or what might be happening next. The word for it was disassociation. Iona knew it from before when she worked hard for Fenris, knowing that someday he would likely kill her. All 4 of them had disassociated from the reality that had become too overwhelming for them to deal with. Justine still mourned Brock and resented Zuri for her role in his death. Zuri couldn't take that she'd let Blake win, and she couldn't help but wonder how things would have been different if she'd never joined Coterie. The only one that seemed to be dealing with the situation with any normalcy was Orion. He whistled when he worked, never seemed down about the conditions, and helped wherever he could. Iona would almost say he was thriving. Maybe it was because he was away from civilization and people who would judge him on looks alone, or maybe he just needed a break. They all did. 4 years in the obelisk had worn them to nubs. Iona could tell every time the topic of returning came up. They made noises about potential solutions, but then the conversation would trail off until silence or a new topic intruded. Around the 4th week, which would be late May back in their realm, they started making plans for an expedition to the pyramid. Justine had finally joined them. Not often, and mostly in the evening when they were having quiet conversation around the sorceress flames. There were real reasons to go down. Maybe they might find signs of current civilization where they could barter or trade. Or more opportunities for meat harvest. They also needed more different kinds of food. The lichen that Zuri had determined as safe with her camping spells were bitter and unappetizing, even as they were nutritious. Iona knew the real reasons had nothing to do with survival, and more to do with finding purpose. No one wanted to go back.
But they were 4 determined mages with energy that had to go somewhere.
But making plans and actually leaving on the expedition were 2 different things. especially when the obelisk was right there, not a few hundred yards, and a quick portal back. Thoughts of what was happening in the darkness with Sekhmet and her blood cult were always on the surface. Sometimes one of them would start to wonder aloud what was happening, and then quickly fall into silence. Survivor's guilt was a factor. They'd left the obelisk, escaping to a place that was safe, while those that still remained would be trapped and exposed to the dangers that Sekhmet and Blake presented. They'd intended to come to this realm and make plans for a triumphant return, but when facing a godlike power, how could one do that? They'd be running back into the obelisk to be chained and sacrificed like the others.
There was no way Blake would let them live.
Or Sekhmet for that matter. Then one afternoon, Zuri came back from her daily pilgrimage to the portal. Iona was preparing a piece of marbot hide, scraping off the gross bits on the backside with a kitchen knife, when she looked up to find Zuri staring into the cavern with her ghostly eyes.
"What's wrong?" "It's summer."
Iona glanced past the black girl to the swirling winds. While the temperatures didn't seem as cold and the snow not as thick, it was still winter in the mountains.
"Not here," said Zuri.
"Oh." Orion came in from a side cavern where he'd been napping. He stretched and raised his arms, careful not to extend their full length and hit the ceiling.
"Summer."
Zuri nodded. Summer in Invictus. The end to the school year. They'd had no idea if they would be able to return once the obelisk shut down for the summer. Zuri thought they would, while Iona wasn't sure, but now they knew the truth.
The way was blocked.
They were stuck in their realm for the next 3 months, at least until the way was open again. Justine ambled in shortly after, holding one of her smaller rag dolls against her chest. The puppet girl had been reading her spell tomes again, which Iona took as a good sign that she was recovering.
"Portal closed?" she asked Zuri.
Iona tried to hide her surprise, but it was hard. Justine hadn't talked to Zuri since they'd left the obelisk. Zuri gave a tight-lipped nod. The brief reunion broke up, as everyone returned to their parts of the cave system.
But Iona knew it was on their minds.
With no way back, they would need a purpose, something to do while they waited for the portal to open again.
"We can get a lot done in 3 months, said Zuri absently. "I can start preparing the packs," said Iona.
Zuri stared out the cave entrance.
"We'll need a way to block this off while we're gone.
Don't want any critters to think we're not coming back." Orion grunted.
"I can block off the smaller tunnels and put wards on them."
They talked for a few hours, making little decisions like how much food to prepare, how to carry that much water, and what kinds of enchantments would be best. They wouldn't leave the next day or the day after, but Iona had a feeling they would be heading towards the valley floor and the Great Pyramid within a week.
After that, who knows?
5 days later, the 4 of them were standing at the cave entrance, loaded for the journey to the floor of the valley. It would take a full day to reach it, maybe more depending on how thick the foliage was once they reached the bottom half. Zuri completed the spells that would protect the cave from intrusion while they were gone. Justine especially didn't want any of her dolls to be picked apart by the mice, like critters that lurked in the rocks around the entrance.
"What do you think we'll find at the pyramid?" asked Zuri.
No one spoke, leaving an answer up to Iona.
She checked over her shoulder. "I don't know, but I'm ready to see something other than the inside of that cave."
A few smiles broke in her direction.
They hadn't had much to laugh about, so it was a start.
Iona reminded herself that they were all wounded warriors. Healing didn't happen overnight, and the things they'd experienced, the monsters, the backstabbing, and the brutal sacrifices,
none of that was normal.
Before they headed down the mountain, they swung by the portal. Zuri confirmed it was inactive by touching all the right runes in order. Nothing happened, which maybe was for the best. They needed time to heal and time to plan. While hope could spring from the most unlikely places, it preferred to come from fertile soil. Right now they were dry, nutrient-poor dirt. The seeds of hope were deep in the earth, but they were going to need a lot of help to grow. Iona adjusted the straps on her pack. The air was cold, but the way was clear. 3 months in a strange land to survive. 3 months in a strange land to rekindle that hope. And then they would return to the obelisk. This has been Merciless by Thomas K. Carpenter.